The Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Poetry of South Africa by Alexander Wilmot. Preface. This collection of verse has been made from various sources in the Cape Colony, Natal, and the Transvaal, and it is a matter of regret that many pieces of interest have been omitted owing to the difficulty of obtaining copies. Also, as most colonists in South Africa understand the Dutch language as spoken there, it could be wished that certain well-known productions in the Boerentaal could have been preserved in these pages. Some of the inimitable versions of Wright's, for instance, his rendering of Tam O'Shanter and the Mind of Athens, and some others which have appeared from time to time, we believe, in one of the Cape journals, ought not to be forgotten. We have received from Natal, since this volume was in the press, some lines by the late T. Fannin, who used in the olden days to sing his own rhymes in right good style. We do not apologize to our readers for giving these in their entirety. The Smouse. I'm a smouse, I'm a smouse, in the wilderness wide. The veld is my home, and the wagon's my pride. The crack of my voorslag shall sound o'er the lea. I'm a smouse, and the trader is free. I heed not the governor, I fear not his law. I care not for civilization one straw, and ne'er to Umpanda, Umgazi's I'll throw, while my arm carries fist, or my foot bears a toe. Trek, trek, ply the whip, touch the fore oxen's skin. I'll warrant we'll go it through thick and through thin. Loop, loop, ye old skellums, at Vigman trek ye. I'm a smouse, and the trader is free. They may talk of quick going by mail or rail. What matters? Our wagon creeps on like a snail. What to her is the steam engine's whistle and din? We have time all before, and the prog all within. The snows of Katlumba our progress can't stay. We mount to its summit and travel away. Or we go by Biggersburg, wagon upset. The tent lies in atoms, the stuff is all wet. Never mind, that won't hurt us, we'll soon get it dry. But ho, there go elands. Saddle up, boys, mount, fly. Load your rifles, give chase as they bound o'er the lea. I'm a smouse, and the trader is free. I'm alone, and 'tis night on the plain, and I think, as I lie, of old England again. The jackal cries round me, the wolf quits his lair, and the roar of the lions resounds through the air. Alamagtig, cries Jansi, Bawo, cries Kewet. The cattle stand trembling, the smouse on his feet. My Lancaster rings while the brute gives a bound, and the king of the desert lies dead on the ground. Hurrah, then! What care I for king or for prince? My horse and my gun are my pride and defense. The town for the coward, the desert for me. I'm a smouse, and the trader is free. All is changed since these lines were written, and since Pringle, the father of South African verse, sang amid the wild surroundings of his home. The whistle of the locomotive has taken the place of the shrill cry of the Kaffir. The lion has retired from business. The big game which used to cover the plains beyond the Drakensberg has gone, never to return. And the wandering trader has to pay taxes, and is no longer in need of a gun. The railway from Delagoa Bay to the Portuguese border is almost completed. Soon excursions to Ophir will be advertised, and the romance of the Dark Continent will be dead. There is little time for thought or rest in a country which can show a town risen up, as by Aladdin's power, in a few short months, holding 5,000 people, all gathered together for one object, gold. Still, and in spite of all this, we hope our modest volume may not be wholly neglected, but will find a welcome in many a home. There must be intervals of refreshment, however transient, for both body and mind, even in a world where the go-as-you-please race for wealth engages everybody, and we trust that many colonists will find something in these pages to satisfy their tastes, even if it be only a reminder of the days when their fathers were young, and ventured over the sea to make for themselves homes in untrodden wilds. 24th September, 1887. End of Preface.
The Emigrants, by Thomas Pringle, Huntshaw, September 20, 1819. Read for LibriVox.org by Jael, Baldwin. The sire has told the heart-struck group of dark disaster nigh, their old paternal home must now be sold, and that last relic of ancestry resigned to strangers. Long and strenuously he strove to stem the flood's o'erwhelming mass, but still some fresh unseen calamity burst like a foaming billow, till, alas, no hope remains that this their sorest grief may pass. Yet be not thus dismayed. Our altered lot He that ordains will brace us to endure. This changeful world affords no sheltered spot where man may count his frail possessions sure. Our better birthright, noble, precious, pure, may well console for earthly treasures marred. Treasures, alas, how vain and insecure, where none from rust and robbery can guard! The wise man looks to heaven alone for his reward. The Christian father thus: but whither now shall the bewildered band their course direct? What home shall shield that matron's honored brow, and those dear pensive maids from wrong protect, or cheer them mid the world's unkind neglect? That world to the unfortunate so cold, while lavish of its smiles and fair respect unto the proud, the prosperous, the bold, still shunning want and woe, still courting pomp and gold, shall they adopt the poor retainer's trade, and sue for pity from the great and proud? No, never shall ungenerous souls upbraid their conduct in adversity, which bowed but not debased them; or amidst the crowd in noisome towns shall they themselves immure their wounds, their woes, their weary days to shroud in some mean melancholy nook obscure? No, worthier tasks await, and brighter scenes allure. A land of climate fair and fertile soil, teeming with milk and wine and waving corn, invites from far the venturous Briton's toil, and thousands, long by fruitless cares forsworn, and now across the wide Atlantic borne, to seek new homes on Afric's southern strand. Better to launch with them, than sink forlorn to vile dependence in our native land. Better to fall in God's than man's unfeeling hand. With hearts resigned they tranquilly prepare to share the fortunes of that exiled train, and soon with many a follower forth they fare, high hope and courage in their hearts again. And now, afloat upon the dark blue main, they gaze upon the fast receding shore with tearful eyes, while thus the ballad strain, half heard amidst the ocean's weltering roar, bids farewell to the scenes they ne'er shall visit more. Our native land, our native vale, a long and last adieu! Farewell to bonny Teviot dale, and Cheviot mountains blue! Farewell, ye hills of glorious deeds, and streams renowned in song! Farewell, ye blithesome braes and meads, our hearts have loved so long! Farewell, ye broomy elfin knowes, where thyme and harebells grow! Farewell, ye hoary haunted howes, o'erhung with birk and sloe! The battle mound, the border tower, that Scotia's annals tell, the martyr's grave, the lover's bower, to each, to all, farewell! Home of our hearts, our fathers' home, land of the brave and free, the sail is flapping on the foam that bears us far from thee. We seek a wild and distant shore beyond the Atlantic main. We leave thee to return no more, nor view thy cliffs again. But may dishonor blight our fame and quench our household fires, when we or ours forget thy name, green island of our sires. Our native land, our native vale, a long, a last adieu! Farewell to bonny Teviot dale, and Scotland's mountains blue. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 2 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bechuana Boy, by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Jael, Baldwin. I sat at noontide in my tent, and looked across the desert dun, beneath the cloudless firmament far gleaming in the sun, when from the bosom of the waste a swarthy stripling came in haste, with foot unshod and naked limb, and a tame springbok followed him. With open aspect, frank yet bland, and with a modest mien he stood, caressing with a gentle hand that beast of gentle brood. Then, meekly gazing in my face, said in the language of his race, with smiling look yet pensive tone, "Stranger, I'm in the world alone." "Poor boy," I said, "thy native home lies far beyond the Stormberg blue. Why hast thou left it, boy, to roam this desolate Karroo?" His face grew sadder while I spoke, the smile forsook it, and he broke short silence with a sob-like sigh, and told his hapless history. "I have no home," replied the boy. "The Burgenars, by night they came, and raised their wolfish howl of joy, while o'er our huts the flame resistless rushed, and aye their yell pealed louder as our warriors fell in heapless heaps beneath their shot. One living man they left us not. The slaughter o'er, they gave the slain to feast the foul-beaked birds of prey, and with our herds across the plain they hurried us away, the widowed mothers and their brood. Oft in despair for drink or food we vainly cried. They heeded not, but with sharp lash the captive smote. 3 days we tracked that dreary wild, where thirst and anguish pressed us sore, and many a mother and her child lay down to rise no more. Behind us on the desert brown we saw the vultures swooping down, and heard, as the grim night was falling, the wolf to his gorged comrade calling. At length was heard a river sounding midst that dry and dismal land, and like a troop of wild deer bounding we hurried to its strand. Among the maddened cattle rushing, the crowd behind still forward pushing, till in the flood our limbs were drenched, and the fierce rage of thirst was quenched. Hoarse roaring, dark, the broad Garreep in turbid streams was sweeping fast, huge sea-cows in its eddies deep loud snorting as we passed. But that relentless robber clan, right through those waters wild and wan, drove on like sheep our wearied band, some never reached the farther strand. All shivering from the foaming flood we stood upon the strangers' ground, when, with proud looks and gestures rude, the white men gathered round. And there, like cattle from the fold, by Christians we were bought and sold, midst laughter loud and looks of scorn, and roughly from each other torn. My mother's screams, so long and shrill, my little sister's wailing cry, in dreams I often hear them still, rose wildly to the sky. A tiger's heart came to me then, and fiercely on those ruthless men I sprang. Alas, dashed on the sand, bleeding, they bound me foot and hand. Away, away on prancing steeds the stout man-stealers blithely go, through long, low valleys fringed with reeds, or mountains capped with snow. Each with his captive, far and fast, until yon rock-bound ridge we passed, and distant strips of cultured soil bespoke the land of tears and toil. And tears and toil have been my lot since I the white man's thrall became, and sorer griefs I wish forgot, harsh blows and scorn and shame. O Englishman, thou ne'er canst know the injured bondman's bitter woe, when round his breast like scorpions cling black thoughts that madden while they sting. Yet this hard fate I might have borne, and taught in time my soul to bend, had my sad yearning heart forlorn but found a single friend. My race extinct or far removed, the Boer's rough brood I could have loved, but each to whom my bosom turned, even like a hound the black boy spurned. While friendless thus my master's flocks I tended on the upland waste, it chanced this fawn leapt from the rocks, by wolfish wild dogs chased. I rescued it, though wounded sore, and dabbled in its mother's gore, and nursed it in a cavern wild until it loved me like a child. Gently I nursed it, for I thought, its hapless fate so like to mine, by good Utiko it was brought, to bid me not repine. Since in this world of wrong and ill one creature lived that loved me still, although its dark and dazzling eye beamed not with human sympathy. Thus lived I, a lone orphan lad, my task the proud Boer's flocks to tend, and this poor fawn was all I had to love or call my friend, when suddenly with haughty look and taunting words that tyrant took my playmate for his pampered boy, who envied me my only joy. High swelled my heart, but when the star of midnight gleamed, I softly led my bounding favorite forth, and far into the desert fled. And here, from humankind exiled, 3 moons on roots and berries wild I've fared, and braved the beasts of prey to 'scape from spoilers worse than they. But yestermorn a Bushman brought the tiding that thy tents were near, And now with hasty foot I've sought thy presence, void of fear. Because they say, O English chief, thou scornest not the captive's grief, then let me serve thee as thine own, for I am in the world alone. Such was Marassi's touching tale. Our breasts, they were not made of stone. His words, his winning looks prevail. We took him for our own. And one, with woman's gentle art, unlocked the fountains of his heart, and love gushed forth, till he became her child in everything but name. Thomas Pringle. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Paul. Afar in the Desert by Thomas Pringle. Afar in the desert I loved to ride, with the silent bush boy alone by my side, where the sorrows of life the soul overcast, and sick of the present I cling to the past, when the eye is suffused with regretful tears from the fond recollection of former years, and shadows of things that have long since fled flit over the brain like the ghosts of the dead. Bright visions of glory that vanished too soon, daydreams that departed ere manhood's noon, attachments by fate or by falsehood reft, companions of early days, lost or left, and my native land, whose magical name thrills to the heart like electric flame, the home of my childhood, the haunts of my prime, all the passions and scenes of that rapturous time, when the feelings were young and the world was new, like the fresh flowers of Eden unfolding to view, all now forsaken, forgotten, foregone. And I, a lone exile remembered by none, my high aims abandoned, my good acts undone, aweary of all that is under the sun, with that sadness of heart which no stranger may scan, I fly to the desert, afar from man. Afar in the desert I loved to ride, with the silent bush boy alone by my side, when the wind turmoil of this wearisome life, with its scenes of oppression, corruption, and strife, the proud man's frown and the base man's fear, the scorner's laugh and the sufferer's tear, and malice and meanness and falsehood and folly, dispose me to musing and dark melancholy. When my bosom is full, and my thoughts are high, and my soul is sick with the bondsman's sigh, oh, then there is freedom and joy and pride, afar in the desert alone to ride. There is rapture to vaunt on the champing steed, and to bound away with the eagle's speed, with the death-fraught firelock in my hand, the only law in the desert land. Afar in the desert I loved to ride, with the silent bush boy alone by my side, away, away from the dwellings of men, by the wild deer's haunt, by the buffalo's glen, by valleys remote where the oribi plays, where the gnu, the gazelle, and the hartebeest graze, and the kudu and the eland unhunted recline, by the skirts of grey forest o'erhung with wild vine, where the elephant browses at peace in his wood, and the river horse gambols unscared in the flood, and the mighty rhinoceros wallows at will in the fen, where the wild ass is drinking his fill. Afar in the desert I love to ride, with the silent bush boy alone by my side, o'er the brown karoo, where the bleating cry of the spring box fawn sounds plaintively, and the timorous quagga's shrill whistling neigh is heard by the fountain at twilight grey, where the zebra wantonly tosses his mane, with wild hoofs scouring the desolate plain, and the fleet-footed ostrich over the waste speeds like a horseman who travels in haste, hieing away to the home of her rest, where she and her mate have scooped their nest, far hid from the pitiless plunderer's view, in the pathless depths of the parched Karoo. Afar in the desert I love to ride, with the silent bush boy alone by my side, away, away in the wilderness vast, where the white man's foot hath never passed, and the quivered Coranna or Bechuana hath rarely crossed with his roving clan. A region of emptiness, howling and drear, which man hath abandoned from famine and fare, which the snake and the lizard inhabit alone, with the twilight bat from the yawning stone, where grass nor herb nor shrub takes root, save poisonous thorns that pierce the foot, and the bitter melon for food and drink is the pilgrim's fare by the salt lake's brink, a region of drought, where no river glides, nor rippling brook with ossered sides, where sedgy pool, nor bubbling fount, nor tree, nor cloud, nor misty mount appears to refresh the aching eye, but the barren earth, and the burning sky, and the blank horizon round and round, spread, void of living sight and sound, and here, while the night winds round me sigh, and the stars burn bright in the midnight sky, as I sit apart by the desert stone, like Elijah at Orib's cave alone, a still, small voice comes through the wild, like a father consoling his fretful child, which banishes bitterness, wrath, and fear, saying, "Man is distant, but God is near." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 4 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Evening Rambles. Read for LibriVox.org by Robert Schwartz. The sultry summer noon is past, and mellow evenings comes at last, with a low and languid breeze, fanning the mimosa trees, that cluster o'er the yellow vale, and oft perfume the panting gale. With fragrance faint, it seems to tell, our primrose tufts in Scottish dell, peeping forth in tender spring, when the blithe lark begins to sing. But soon, amidst our Libyan vale, such soothing recollections fail. Soon we raise the eye to range o'er prospects wild, grotesque, and strange, sterile mountains rough and steep, that bound abrupt the valley deep, having to the clear blue sky their ribs of granite bare and dry, and ridges by the torrents worn, thinly streaking with scraggy thorn, which fringes nature's savage dress, yet scarce relieves her nakedness. But where the vale winds deep below, the landscape hath a warmer glow. There the speckboom spreads its bowers of light green leaves and lilac flowers, and the aloe rears her crimson crest, like stately queen for gala dressed. And the bright blossomed bean tree shakes its coral tufts above the brakes, brilliant as the glancing plumes of sugar birds amongst its blooms, with the deep green verdure bending in the stream of light descending, and now along the grassy meads where the skipping reebok feeds. Let me through the mazes rove of the light acacia grove, Now, while yet the honey bee hums around the blossomed tree, and the turtles softly chide, wooingly on every side, and the clucking pheasant calls to his mates at intervals, and the diker at my tread suddenly lifts his startled head, then dives affrighted in the brake, like wild duck in the reedy lake. My wanton seat receives me now, this cliff with my myrtle tuft brow, towering high o'er grove and stream, as if to greet the parting gleam. With shattered rocks besprinkled o'er, behind ascends the mountain hoar, whose crest o'erhangs the Bushman's cave, his fortress once, and now his grave, where the grim satyred-faced baboon sits gibbering on the rising moon, or chides with hoarse and angry cry the herdsman as he wanders by. Spread out below in sun and shade, the shaggy glen lies full displayed, its sheltered nooks, its sylvan bowers, its meadows flushed with purple flowers. And through it like a dragon spread, I trace the river's tortuous bed. Lo! There the shaldy willow weeps, drooping o'er the headlong steeps, where the torrent in his wrath hath rifted him a rugged path, like fissure cleft by earthquake's shock, through mead and jungle, mound and rock. But the swollen water's wasteful sway, like tyrant's rage, hath passed away, and left the ravage of its course, memorial of its frantic force. Now o'er its shrunk and slimy bed, rank weeds and withered wrack are spread, with the faint rill just oozing through, and vanishing again from view, save where the Guana's glassy pool holds to some cliff its mirror cool, girthed by the Plamite's leafy screen, or graceful rock ash tall and green, whose slender sprays above the flood suspend the Loxia's callow brood, in cradle nests with perch below, secure from winged or creeping foe, weasel or hawk, or writhing snake, light swinging as the breezes wake, like the ripe fruit we love to see upon the rich pomegranate tree. But lo! The sun's descending car sinks o'er Mount Dunion's peaks afar, and now along the dusky vale the homeward herds and flocks I hail, returning from their pastures dry amid the stony uplands high. First the brown herder with his flock comes winding round my hermit rock. His mien and gait and gesture tell no shepherd he from Scottish fell, for crook the guardian gun he bears, for plaid the sheepskin mantle wears. Sauntering languidly along, nor flute has he, nor merry song, nor book, nor tale, nor rustic lay, to cheer him through his listless day. His look is dull, his soul is dark, he feels not hope's electric spark, but born the white man's servile thrall, knows that he cannot lower fall. Next the stout, neat herd passes by, with bolder step and blither eye, humming low his tuneless song, or whistling to the horned throng. From the destroying foeman fled, he serves the colonist for bread, yet this poor heathen Bechuan bears on his brow the port of man. A naked homeless exile he, but not debased by slavery. Now, wizard-like, slow twilight sails, with soundless wing, adown the vales, waving with his shadowy rod the owl and bat to come abroad, with things that hate the garish sun, to frolic now when day is done. Now along the meadows damp, The enamored firefly lights his lamp, like boy he of woodland green, to light fair Avon's elfin queen. Here I ween, more wont to shine, to light the thievish porcupine, plundering my melon bed, or villain lynx, whose stealthy tread rouses not the wakeful hound, as he creeps the folds around. But lo, the night bird's bonding scream breaks abrupt my twilight dream, and warns me it is time to haste my homeward walk across the waste, lest me rash step provoked the wrath of adder coiled upon the path, or tempt the lion from the wood that soon will prowl athirst for blood. Thus murmuring my thoughtful strain, I seek our wattled cot again. Thomas Pringle, Glen Linden, 1822. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Paul. The Lion Hunt by Thomas Pringle. Mount, mount for the hunting with musket and spear. Call our friends to the field, for the lion is near. Call Arend and Eckert and Groep to the spoor. Call Muller and Kutzer and Lucas van Veer. Ride up Eilden Kleu and blow loudly the bugle. Call Slinger and Ali and Dicko and Dougal and George with the elephant gun on his shoulder. In a perilous pinch, none is better or bolder. In the gorge of the glen lie the bones of my steed, and the hoof of a heifer of fatherland's breed. But mount, my brave boys, if our rifles prove true, we'll soon make the spoiler his ravages rue. Ho! The Hottentot lads have discovered the track. To his den in the desert we'll follow him back. But tighten your girths, and look well to your flints, for heavy and fresh are the villain's footprints. Through the rough rocky kloof into grey Huntly glen, past the wild olive clump where the wolf has his den, by the Black Eagle's rock at the foot of the fell, we have tracked him at last to the buffalo's well. Now mark yonder brake where the bloodhounds are howling, and hark that hoarse sound, like the deep thunder growling. 'Tis his lair, 'tis his voice. From your saddles alight, he's at bay in the brushwoods preparing for fight. Leave the horses behind, and be still every man. Let the Mullers and Rennies advance in the van. Keep fast in your ranks by the yell of yon hound. The savage, I guess, will be out with a bound. He comes! The tall jungle before him loud crashing, his mane bristled fiercely, his fiery eyes flashing. With a roar of disdain he leaps forth in his wrath, to challenge the foe that dare leaguer his path. He couches. Now we'll see mischief, I dread. Quick, level your rifles and aim at his head. Thrust forward the spears and unsheath every knife. St. George, he's upon us. Now fire, lads, for life! He's wounded, but yet he'll draw blood ere he falls. Ha! Under his paw, see, Bezuidenhout sprawls. Now, Dietrich, Christian, right in the brain, plant each man his bullet. Hurrah! He is slain. Bezuidenhout, up, man, 'tis only a scratch. You're always a scamp, and have met with your match. What a glorious lion, what sinews, what claws, and 7 feet 10 from the rump to the jaws. His hide, with the paws and the bones of his skull, with the spoils of the leopard and buffalo bull, we'll send to Sir Walter. Now, boys, let us dine, and talk of our deeds o'er a flask of old wine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lion and the Giraffe by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Wouldst thou view the lion's den? Search afar from haunts of men, where the reed-encircled rill oozes from the rocky hill, by its verdure far descried, mid the desert brown and wide. Close beside the sedgy brim, couchant lurks the lion grim, watching till the close of day brings the death-devoted prey. Heedless at the ambushed brink, the tall giraffe stoops down to drink. Upon him straight the savage springs with cruel joy. The desert rings with clanging sound of desperate strife. The prey is strong and he strives for life, plunging oft with frantic bound to shake the tyrant to the ground. He shrieks, he rushes through the waste, with glaring eye and headlong haste. In vain the spoiler on his prize rides proudly, tearing as he flies. For life, the victim's utmost speed is mustered in this hour of need. For life, his giant might he strains and pours his soul in flight, and mad with terror, thirst, and pain, spurns with wild hoof the thundering plain. 'Tis vain, the thirsty sands are drinking his streaming blood, his strength is sinking. The victor's fangs are in his veins, his flanks are streaked with sanguine stains. His panting breast in foaming gore is bathed, he reels, his race is o'er. He falls, and, with convulsive throe, resigns his throat to the ravening foe. And lo, ere quivering life has fled, the vultures, wheeling overhead, swoop down to watch in gaunt array, till the gorged tyrant quits his prey. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 7 of the Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Desolate Valley. Read by Mark Crowle-Groves. Far up among the forest-belted mountains, where Winterberg's stern giant old and grey looks down the subject dells whose gleaming fountains to wizard cat their virgin tribute pay, a valley opens to the noontide ray, with green savannas shelving to the brim, of the swift river sweeping on its way to where Umtoka tries to meet with him, like a blue serpent gliding through the acacias dim. Round this secluded region circling rise are billowy wastes of mountains wild and wide, upon whose grassy slopes the pilgrim spies the gnu and quagga by the greenwood side, tossing their shaggy manes in tameless pride, or troop of elands near some sedgy fount, or kudu fawns that from the thicket glide to seek their dam upon the misty mount, with harts, gazelles, and roes, more than the eye can count. And as we journeyed up the pathless glen, flanked by romantic hills on either hand, the boschbok oft would bound away, and then, beside the willows backward gazing stand. And where old forests darken all the land, from rocky Kalberg to the river's brink, the buffalo would start upon the strand, where mid palmetto flags he stooped to drink, and crashing through the brakes to the deep jungle shrink. Then, couched at night in hunter's wattled shieling, how wildly beautiful it was to hear the elephant his shrill reveille pealing, like some far signal trumpet on the ear, while the broad midnight moon was shining clear. How fearful to look forth upon the woods, and see those stately forest kings appear, emerging from their shadowy solitudes, as if that trump had woke earth's old gigantic broods. Such the majestic melancholy scene, which midst the mountain wilderness we found, with scarce a trace to tell where man had been, save the old Caffer cabins crumbling round, Yet this lone glen, Sukarna's ancient ground, to nature's savage tribes abandoned long, had heard erewhile the gospel's joyful sound, and low of herds mixed with the Sabbath song. But all is silent now, the oppressor's hand was strong. Now the blithe loxia hangs her pensile nest from the wild olive bending o'er a rock, beneath whose shadow in grave mantle dressed, the Christian pastor taught his swarthy flock. A roofless ruin, scathed by flame and smoke, tells where a decent mission chapel stood, while a baboon with jabbering cry doth mock the pilgrim pausing in his pensive mood, to ask, why is it thus? Shall evil baffle good? Yes, for a season Satan may prevail, and hold as if secure his dark domain. The prayers of righteous men may seem to fail, and heaven's glad tidings be proclaimed in vain. But wait in faith ere long shall spring again that seed that seemed to perish in the ground, and fertilized by Zion's latter rain, the long parched land shall laugh with harvests crowned, and through those silent wastes Jehovah's praise resound. Look round that vale, behold the unburied bones of Ghona's children withering in the blast. The sobbing wind, that through the forest moans, whispers, the spirit hath forever passed. Thus in the vale of desolation vast, in moral death dark Afric's myriads lie. But the appointed day shall dawn at last, when breathed on by a spirit from on high, the dry bones shall awake and shout, our God is nigh. Thomas Pringle. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Coranna by Thomas Pringle, read for LibriVox.org by Gary Day. Fast by his wild resounding river the listless Coran lingers ever, still drives his heifers forth to feed, soothed by the Gora's humming reed. A rover still unchecked will range, as humour calls or seasons change, his tent of mats and leathern gear all packed upon the patient steer. Mid all his wanderings hating toil, he never tills the stubborn soil, but on the milky dams relies, and what spontaneous earth supplies. Should some long parching droughts prevail, and milk and bulbs and locusts fail, he lays him down to sleep away in languid trance the weary day. Oft as he feels gaunt hunger's stound, still tightening famine's girdle round, lulled by the sound of the Gareep, beneath the willows murmuring deep, till thunder clouds, surcharged with rain, pour verdure o'er the panting plain, and call the famished dreamer from his trance to feast on milk and game, and wake the moonlight dance. Thomas Pringle. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song of the Wild Bushman by Thomas Pringle, read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Let the proud white man boast his flocks in fields of foodful grain. My home is mid the mountain rocks, the desert my domain. I plant no herbs nor pleasant fruits, I toil not for my cheer. The desert yields me juicy roots, and herds of bounding deer. The countless springboks are my flock, spread o'er the unbounded plain. The buffalo bendeth to my yoke, the wild horse to my rein. My yoke is the quivering assegai, my rein the tough bowstring. My bridle curb a slender barb, yet it quells the forest king. The crested adder honoureth me, and yields at my command his poison bag, like the honey bee, when I seize him on the sand. Yea, even the wasting locust swarm, which mighty nations dread, to me nor terror brings nor harm, for I make of them my bread. Thus I am lord of the desert land, and I will not leave my bounds to crouch beneath the Christian's hand and kennel with his hounds. to be a hound and watch the flocks for the cruel white man's gain? No, the brown serpent of the rocks his den doth yet retain, and none who there his stings provokes shall find his poison vein. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Captive of Camal by Thomas Pringle, read for LibriVox.org by Gary Day. O Camal, green Camal, 'twas there I fed my father's flock, beside the mount where cedars threw at dawn their shadows from the rock. There tended I my father's flock along the grassy margined rills, or chased the bounding bontebok with hound and spear among the hills. Green Camal, methinks I view the lilies in thy meadows growing. I see thy waters bright and blue beneath the pale-leaved willows flowing. I hear along the valleys lowing the heifers wending to the fold, and jocund herd boys loudly blowing the horn to mimic hunters bold. Methinks I see the umkoba tree that shades the village chieftain's cot. The evening smoke curls lovingly above that calm and pleasant spot. My father? Ha! I had forgot. The old man rests in slumber deep. My mother? Ay, she answers not. Her heart is hushed in dreamless sleep. My brothers too, green Camal, repose they by thy quiet tide? Ay, there they sleep, where white men slew and left them lying side by side. No pity had those men of pride. They fired the huts above the dying, while bones bestrew that valley wide. I wish that mine were with them lying. I envy you by Camal, ye wild hearts on the woody hills. Though tigers there their prey pursue, and vultures slake in blood their bills, the heart may strive in nature's ills, to nature's common doom resigned. Death the frail body only kills, but thraldom brutifies the mind. O wretched fate, heart desolate, a captive in the spoiler's hand, to serve the tyrant whom I hate, to crouch beneath his proud command, upon my flesh to bear his brand, his blows, his bitter scorn to bide. Would God I in my native land had with my slaughtered brothers died. Ye mountains blue of Camal, where once I fed my father's flock, though desolation dwells with you, and Amakosa's heart is broke, yet, spite of chains these limbs that mock, my homeless heart to you doth fly, as flies the wild dove to the rock, to hide its wounded breast and die. Yet, ere my spirit wings its flight unto death's silent shadowy clime, Utiko, Lord of life and light, who, high above the clouds of time, calm sittest where yon hosts sublime of stars wheel around thy bright abode, O let my cry unto thee climb, of every race the Father God. I ask not judgments from thy hand, destroying hail or parching drought, or locust swarms to waste the land, or pestilence by famine bought. I say the prayer Jankana taught, who wept for Amakosa's wrongs. Thy kingdom come, thy will be wrought, for unto thee all power belongs. Thy kingdom come, let light and grace throughout all lands in triumph go, till pride and strife to live give place, and blood and tears forget to flow, till Europe mourn for Africa's woe, and o'er the deep her arms extend, to lift her where she lieth low, and prove indeed her Christian friend. Thomas Pringle. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Brown Hunter's Song by Thomas Pringle, read for LibriVox.org by Gary Day. Under the Didyma lies a green dell, where fresh from the forest the blue waters swell, and fast by that brook stands a yellow wood tree, which shelters the spot which is dearest to me. Down by the streamlet my heifers are grazing, in the pool of the guanas the herd boy is gazing. Under the shade my amana is singing, the shade of the tree where her cradle is swinging. When I come from the upland as daylight is fading, though spent with the chase and the game for my lading, my nerves are new strung and my fond heart is swelling, as I gaze from the cliff on our wood-circled dwelling. Down the steep mountain and through the brown forest I haste like a hart when his thirst is the sorest. I bound o'er the swift brook that skirts the savannah, and clasp my firstborn in the arms of Amana. Thomas Pringle. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bushman by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. The bushman sleeps within his black-browed den in the lone wilderness. Around him lie his wife and little ones unfearingly, for they are far away from Christian men. No herds, loud lowing, call him down the glen. He fears no foe but famine, and may try to wear away the hot noon slumberingly, then rise to search for roots, and dance again. But he shall dance no more. His secret lair, surrounded, echoes to the thundering gun, and the wild shriek of anguish and despair. He dies, yet, ere life's ebbing sands are run, leaves to his sons a curse, should they be friends with the proud Christian men, for they are fiends. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Cape of Storms by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Gary Day. O Cape of Storms, although thy front be dark, and bleak thy naked cliffs and cheerless vales, and perilous thy fierce and faithless gales to staunchest mariner and stoutest bark, and though along thy coasts with grief I mark the servile and the slave, and him who wails an exile's lot, and blush to hear thy tales of sin and sorrow and oppression stark, yet, spite of physical and moral ill, and after all I've seen and suffered here, there are strong links that bind me to thee still, and render even thy rocks and deserts dear. Here dwell kind hearts, which time nor place can chill, loving kindred and congenial friends sincere. Thomas Pringle, 1825. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Hottentot by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Gary Day. Mild, melancholy, and sedate he stands, tending another's flock upon the fields. His father's once, where now the white man builds his home and issues forth his proud commands. His dark eye flashes not, his listless hands lean on the shepherd's staff. No more he wields the Libyan bow, but to the oppressor yields submissively his freedom and his lands. Has he no courage? Once he had, but lo, harsh servitude hath worn him to the bone. No enterprise? Alas, the brand, the blow, hath humbled him to dust. Even hope is gone. He's a base-hearted hound, not worth his food, his master cries. He has no gratitude. Thomas Pringle, 1825. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Caffer by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Gary Day. Lo, where he crouches by the kloof's dark side, eyeing the farmer's lowing herds afar, impatient watching till the evening star leads forth the twilight dim that he may glide like panther to the prey. With freeborn pride he scorns the herdsman, nor regards the scar of recent wound, but burnishes for war his assegai and targe of buffalo hide. He is a robber? True, it is a strife between the black-skinned bandit and the white. A savage? Yes, though loth to aim at life, evil for evil fierce he doth requite. A heathen? Teach him then thy better creed, Christian, if thou deservest that name indeed. Thomas Pringle. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ghona Widow's Lullaby by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Kirby Wheatland. The storm hath ceased, yet still I hear the distant thunder sounding, and from the mountains, far and near, the headlong torrents bounding. The jackal shrieks upon the rocks, the tiger wolf is howling, the panther round the folded flocks with stifled grrr is prowling. But lay thee down in peace, my child, God watcheth o'er us midst the wild. I fear the Bushman is abroad, he loves the midnight thunder, the sheeted lightning shows the road that leads his feet to plunder. I'd rather meet the hooded snake than hear his rattling quiver, when, like an adder, through the brake he glides along the river. But, darling, hush thy heart to sleep, the Lord our shepherd watch doth keep. The Kosa from Luheri high looks down upon our dwelling, and shakes the vengeful assegai, unto his clansmen telling how he, for us, by grievous wrong hath lost these fertile valleys, and boasts that now his hand is strong to pay the debt of malice. But sleep, my child, a mightier arm shall shield thee, helpless one, from harm. The moon is up, a fleecy cloud o'er heaven's blue deep is sailing. The stream that lately raved so loud makes now a gentle wailing. From yonder crags, lit by the moon, I hear a wild voice crying. 'Tis but the harmless bear baboon, unto his mates replying. Hush, hush thy dreams, my moaning dove, and slumber in the arms of love. The wolf, scared by the watchdog's bay, is to the woods returning. By his rock fortress far away the Bushman's fire is burning. And hark! Sakana's midnight hymn along the valley swelling calls us to stretch the wearied limb while kinsmen guard our dwelling. Though vainly watchmen wake from sleep, unless the Lord the city keep. At dawn we'll seek, with songs of praise, our food on the savannah, as Israel sought in ancient days the heaven-descending manna. With gladness from the fertile land the veldkost we will gather, a harvest planted by the hand of the Almighty Father. From thraldom who redeems our race to plant them in their ancient place. Then let us calmly rest, my child, Jehovah's arm is round us, the God, the Father reconciled, in heathen gloom who found us, who to this heart by sorrow broke, his wondrous word revealing, led me, a lost sheep, to the flock, and to the fount of healing. Oh, may the Saviour shepherd lead, my darling where his lambs do feed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Kosa by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. The freeborn Kosa still doth hold the fields his fathers held of old. With club and spear and jocund ranks still hunts the elk by Chumi's banks. Akisi's meads his herds are lowing, on Debe's slopes his garden glowing, where laughing maids at sunset roam to bear the juicy melons home. And striplings from Kaluna's wood bring wild grapes, and the pigeons brood with fragrant hordes of honey bee rifled from the hollow tree. And herdsmen shout from rock to rock, and through the glen the hamlets smoke, and children gambol round the kraal to greet their sires at evening fall. And matrons sweep the cabin floor, and spread the mat beside the door, and with dry faggots wake the flame, to dress the wearied huntsman's game. Bright gleams the fire, its ruddy blaze, and many a dusky visage plays. On forked twigs the game is dressed, the neighbors share the simple feast. The honey mead, the millet ale, flow round, and flow the jest and tale. Wild legends of the ancient day, of hunting feat or warlike fray. And now come smiles, and now come sighs, as mirth and grief alternate rise. Or should a sterner strain awake, like sudden flame in summer break, burst fiercely forth in battle song, the tale of Amakosa's wrong. Throbs every warrior bosom high, with lightning flashes every eye, and in wild cadence rings the sound of barbed javelins clashing round. But lo, like a broad shield on high, the moon gleams in the midnight sky. 'Tis time to part, the watchdog's bay beside the folds has died away. 'Tis time to rest, the mat is spread, the hardy hunter's simple bed. His wife her dreaming infant hushes on the low cabin's couch of rushes. Softly he draws its store of hide, and stretched by his Gului's side, sleeps soundly till the peep of dawn wakes on the hill the dappled fawn. Then forth again he gaily bounds, with club and spear and questing hounds. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Burghers Gathering by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Wake, Amakosa, wake, and arm yourselves for war. As coming winds the forest shake, I hear a sound from far. It is not thunder in the sky, nor lions roar upon the hill, but the voice of him who sits on high and bids me speak his will. He bids me call you forth, bold sons of Kahabi, to sweep the white men from the earth and drive them to the sea which heaved them up at first. For Amakosa's curse and bane howls for the progeny she nursed to swallow them again. Hark! 'Tis Ulanga's voice from Debe's mountain caves. He calls you now to make your choice, to conquer or be slaves. To meet proud Amanglesi's guns and fight like warriors nobly born, or like Umlau's feeble sons become the free man's scorn. Then come, ye chieftains bold, with war plumes waving high. Come, every warrior young and old, with club and assegai. Remember how the spoiler's host did through our lands like locusts range, your herds, your wives, your comrades lost. Remember and revenge. Fling your broad shields away, bootless against such foes, but hand to hand we'll fight today, and with their bayonets close. Grasp each man short his stabbing spear, and when to battle's edge we come, rush on their ranks in full career, and to their hearts strike home. Wake, Amakosa, wake, and muster for the war. The wizard wolves from Keisi's break, the vultures from afar, are gathering at Ulanga's call, and follow fast our westward way, for well they know, ere evening fall, they shall have glorious prey. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Incantation by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Halfway up in Dola climbing hangs the wizard forest old, from whose shade is heard the chiming of a streamlet clear and cold. With a mournful sound it gushes from its cavern in the steep. Then at once its wailing hushes in a lakelet dark and deep. Standing by the dark blue water, robed in panther speckled hide. Who is she? Jalusa's daughter, bold Makana's widowed bride. Stern she stands, her left hand clasping, by the arm her wondering child. He, her shaggy mantle grasping, gazes up with aspect wild. Thrice in the soft fount of nursing, with sharp steel she pierced a vein. Thrice the white oppressor cursing, while the blood gushed forth amain. Wide upon the dark blue water, sprinkling thrice the crimson tide, spoke Jalusa's high-souled daughter, bold Makana's widowed bride. Thus into the demon's river, blood instead of milk I fling. Here, Ulanga, great life-giver, here, Togu, avenging king. Thus the mother's feelings tender, in my breast I stifle now. Thus I summon you to render vengeance for the widow's vow. Who shall be the chief's avenger? Who the champion of the land? Boy, the pale son of the stranger is devoted to thy hand. He who wields the bolt of thunder witnesses thy mother's vow. He who rends the rocks asunder to the task shall train thee now. When thy arm grows strong for battle, thou shalt sound Makana's cry, till 10,000 shields shall rattle to war club and assegai. Then, when like hailstorm in harvest, on the foe sweeps thy career, shall Ulanga whom thou servest make them stubble to thy spear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Caffer Commando by Thomas Pringle, read for LibriVox.org by Gary Day. Hark, heard ye the signals of triumph afar? 'Tis our Caffer Commando returning from war. The voice of their laughter comes loud on the wind, nor heed they the curses that follow behind. For who cares for him, the poor Xhosa that wails, where the smoke rises dim from yon desolate vales, that wails for his little ones killed in the fray, and his herds by the colonist carried away? Or who cares for him that once pastured this spot, where his tribe is extinct, and their story forgot? As many another, ere 20 years pass, will only be known by their bones in the grass. And the sons of the Kazi, the Kay, the Gareep, with the Gunja and Ghona, in silence shall sleep, for England hath spoke in her tyrannous mood, and the edict is written in African blood. Dark Kata is howling, the eager jackal, as the lengthening shadows more drearily fall, shrieks forth his hymn to the horned moon, and the lord of the desert will follow him soon. And the tiger wolf laughs in his bone-strewed brake, as he calls on his mate and her cubs to awake. And the panther and leopard come leaping along, all hymning to Hecate a festival song. For the tumult is over, the slaughter hath ceased, and the vulture hath bidden them all to the feast. Thomas Pringle. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Rock of Reconcilement by Thomas Pringle, read for LibriVox.org by Gary Day. A rugged mountain, round whose summit proud the eagle sailed, or heaved the thundercloud, poured from its cloven breast a gurgling brook, which down the grassy glades its journey took, oft bending round to lave with rambling tide the groves of evergreens on either side. Fast by this stream, where yet its course was young, and stooping from the heights, the forest flung a grateful shadow o'er the narrow dell, appeared the missionary's hermit cell, woven of wattled boughs and thatched with leaves, the sweet wild jasmine clustering to its eaves. It stood, with its small casement gleaming through, between two ancient cedars. Round it grew clumps of acacias and young orange bowers, pomegranate hedges gay with scarlet flowers, and pale-stemmed fig trees with their fruit yet green, and apple blossoms waving light between. all musical it seemed with humming bees, and bright plumed sugar birds among the trees, fluttering like living blossoms. In the shade of a grey rock that midst the leafy glade stood like a giant sentinel, we found the habitant of this fair spot of ground, a plain, tall Scottish man of thoughtful mien, grave but not gloomy. By his side was seen an ancient chief of Amakosa's race, with javelin armed for conflict or the chase, and seated at their feet upon the sod, a youth was reading from the word of God, of him who came for sinful men to die, of every race and tongue beneath the sky. Unnoticed towards them we softly stepped. Our friend was wrapped in prayer, the warrior wept. Leaning upon his hand, the youth read on. And then we hailed the group, the chieftain's son, training to be his country's Christian guide, and Brownlee and old Ishatsu side by side. Thomas Pringle. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Forester of the Neutral Ground, a South African border ballad, by Thomas Pringle. Read for LibriVox.org by Algie Pug. We met in the midst of the neutral ground, among the hills where the buffalo's haunts are found, and we joined in the chase of the noble game, nor asked each other of nation or name. The buffalo bull wheeled suddenly round, when first from my rifle he felt a wound, and, before I could gain the Umtoka's bank, his horns were tearing my courser's flank. That instant a ball whizzed past my ear, which smote the beast in his fierce career, and the turf was drenched with purple gore, as he fell at my feet with a bellowing roar. The stranger came galloping up to my side, and greeted me with a bold huntsman's pride. Full blithely we feasted beneath a tree. Then out spoke the forester, Arend Plessis. Stranger, we now our true comrades sworn. Come, pledge me thy hand while we quaff the horn. Thou art an Englishman good, and thy heart is free, and 'tis therefore I'll tell my story to thee. A Hemerad of Camdaboo was my sire. He had flocks and herds to his heart's desire, and bondmen and maidens to run at his call, and 7 stout sons to be heirs of all. When we had grown up to man's estate, our father bid each of us choose a mate, of fatherland blood, from the black taint free, as became a Dutch burgher's proud degree. My brothers they rode to the Boven land, and each came with a fair bride back in his hand. But I brought the handsomest bride of them all, brown Dinah, the bondmaid who sat in our hall. My father's displeasure was stern and still. My brothers flamed forth like a fire on the hill, and they said that my spirit was mean and base, to lower myself to the servile race. I bade them rejoice in their herds and flocks, and their pale-faced spouses with flaxen locks, while I claimed to my share, as the youngest son, brown Dinah alone with my horse and gun. My father looked black as a thundercloud. My brothers reviled me and railed loud, while their young wives laughed with disdainful pride, while Dinah in terror clung close to my side. Her ebon eyelashes were moistened with tears, as she shrank abashed from their venomous jeers. But I bade her look up like a burgher's wife, next day to be mine, if God granted life. At dawn brother Roloff came galloping home from his pastures, his courser all covered with foam. "'Tis the Bushman," he shouted. "Haste, friends, to the spoor. Bold Arend, come help with your long-barrelled roer." Far o'er Brunchy's hoogte we followed, in vain. At length surly Roloff cried, "Slacken your rein, we have quite lost the track." Hans replied with a smile, then my dark-boding spirit suspected their guile. I flew to our fathers, brown Dinah was sold, and they laughed at my rage as they counted the gold. But I leapt on my horse with my gun in my hand, and sought my lost love in the far Boven land. I found her, I bore her from Gaurit's fair glen, through lone Zitzikamma, by forest and fen, to these mountains at last like wild pigeons we flew, far, far from the cold hearts of proud come to boo. I've read our rude shailing by Gola's green wood, where the chase of the deer yields me pastime and food. With my Dinah and children I dwell here alone, without other comrades, and wishing for none. I fear not the Bushman from Winterberg's fell, nor dread I the Caffer from Cat River's dell. By justice and kindness I've conquered them both, and the sons of the desert have pledged me their troth. I fear not the leopard that lurks in the wood, the lion I dread not, though raging for blood. My hand it is steady, my aim it is sure, and the boldest must bend to my long-barreled roer. The elephant's buff coat my bullet can pierce, and the giant rhinoceros, headlong and fierce. Gnu, eland, and buffalo furnish my board, when I feast my allies like an African lord. And thus from my kindred and colour exiled, I live like old Ishmael, lord of the wild, and follow the chase with my hounds and my gun, nor ever repent the bold course I have run. But sometimes there sinks on my spirit a dread of what may befall when the turf's on my head. I fear for poor Dinah, for brown Rhodomond, and dimple-faced Carol, the sons of the bond. Then tell me, dear stranger, from England the free, what good tidings bring'st thou for Erin Plessie? Shall the edict of mercy be sent forth at last, to break the harsh fetters of colour and cost? End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 23 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Algie Pug, Unread Pages, and Newgate Novelist. The Emigrants' Cabin at the Cape, an Epistle in Rhyme, by Thomas Pringle. Where the young river from its wild ravine winds pleasantly through Eildon's pastures green, with fair acacias waving on its banks, and willows bending o'er in graceful ranks, and the steep mountain rising close behind, to shield us from the Snowberg's wintry wind, appears my rustic cabin, thatched with reeds, upon a knoll amid the grassy meads, and, close beside it, looking o'er the lea, our summer seat beneath an umbra tree. This morning, musing in that favourite seat, my hound, old Yarrow, dreaming at my feet, I pictured you, sage Fairbairn, at my side, by some good genie wafted o'er the tide. And after cordial greetings, thus went on in fancy's dream our colloquy, dear John.
Enter, my friend, our beehive cottage door. No carpet hides the humble earthen floor, but it is hard as brick, clean swept and cool. You must be wearied. Take that jointed stool, or on this couch of leopard skin recline. You'll find it soft. The workmanship is mine.
Why, Pringle, yes, your cabin's snug enough, though oddly shaped. But as for household stuff, I only see some rough-hewn sticks and spars, a wicker cupboard filled with flasks and jars, a pile of books on rustic framework placed, hides of ferocious beasts that roam the waste, whose kindred prowl, perchance, around this spot, the only neighbours I suspect you've got. Your furniture, rude from the forest cut, however, is in keeping with the hut. This couch feels pleasant. Is't with grass you stuff it? So far I should not care with you to rough it. But, pardon me for seeming somewhat rude, in this wild place, how manage ye for food?
You'll find, at least, my friend, we do not starve. There's always mutton, if naught else, to carve. And even of luxuries we have our share. And here comes dinner, the best bill of fare, dressed by that nut-brown maiden, Feitschefall.
To the Hottentot girl.
Maid, roept uw vrouw nat middag mal.
To Fairbairn.
which means the ladies into dinner call.
Enter Mrs. Pringle and her sister, who welcome their guest to Africa. The party take their seats round the table, and conversation proceeds.
First, here's our broad-tailed mutton, small and fine, the dish on which 9 days in den we dine. Next, roast springbok, spiced and larded well, a haunch of hartebest from hindhooper fell, a pow which beats your Norfolk turkey hollow, corhan and guinea fowl and pheasant follow, kid carbonaceous, a la Hottentot, broiled on a forked twig, and peppered hot with chili pods, a dish called Caffer stew, smoked ham of porcupine and tongue of gnu. This fine white household bread, of Margaret's baking, comes from an oven, too, of my own making, scooped from an anthill. Did I ask before if you would taste this brawn of forest boar? Our fruits, I must confess, make no great show. Trees, grafts, and layers must have time to grow. But there's green roasted maize, and pumpkin pie, and wild asparagus. Or will you try a slice of watermelon, fine for drouth, like sugared ices melting in the mouth? Here, too, are wild grapes from our forest vine, not void of flavour, though unfit for wine. And here comes dried fruit I had quite forgot, from fair Glen Avon, Margaret, is it not? Figs, almonds, raisins, peaches. Wit by Swart brought this huge sackful from kind Mrs. Hart, enough to load a Covent Garden cart. But come, let's crown the banquet with some wine. What will you drink? Champagne, port, claret, stein? Well, not to tease you with a thirsty jest, lo, here's our only vintage stands confessed, in that half alm upon the spigot rack, and certes, though it keeps the old cup schmack, the wine is light and racy, so we learn, in laughing mood, to call it Cape Sauterne. Let's pledge this cup to all our friends, fair bairn.
Well, I admit, my friend, your dinner's good. Springbok and porcupine are dainty food. That lordly pow was roasted to a turn, and in your country fruits and Cape Sauterne the wildish flavours really not unpleasant, and I may say the same of gnu and pheasant. But Mrs. Pringle, shall I have the pleasure? Miss Brown, some wine? These quaffs are quite a treasure. What, leave us now? I've much to ask of you, but since you will go, for an hour adieu.
Exeunt ladies.
But Pringle, à nos moutons revenons, qui bono's still the burden of my song. Cut off, with these good ladies, from society, of savage life you soon must feel satiety. The mind requires fit exercise and food, not to be found mid Afric's desert rude. And what avail the spoils of wood and field, the fruits or vines your fertile valleys yield, without that higher zest to crown the whole, the feast of reason and the flow of soul? Food, shelter, fire suffice for savage men, but can the comforts of your wattled den, your sylvan fare and rustic tasks suffice for one who once seemed finer joys to prize? When erst, like Virgil's swains, we used to sing of streams and groves, and all that sort of thing, the spot we meant for our poetic den was always within reach of books and men. By Classic-esque, for instance, or Tweedside, with gifted friends within an easy ride, besides our college chum, the parish priest, and the said den with 6 good rooms at least. Here, save for her who shares and soothes your lot, you might as well squat in a Caffer's cot. Come now, be candid, tell me, my dear friend, of your aspiring aims is this the end? Was it for nature's wants, fire, shelter, food, you sought this dreary soulless solitude? Broke off your ties with men of cultured mind, your native land, your early friends resigned? As if, believing with insane Rousseau refinement the chief cause of human woe, you meant to realise that raver's plan, and be a philosophic Bosius man. Be frank, confess the fact you cannot hide. You sought this den from disappointed pride.
You've missed the mark, fair bairn. My breast is clear. nor wild romance nor pride allured me here. Duty and destiny with equal voice constrained my steps. I had no other choice. The hermit lodge in some vast wilderness, which sometimes poets sigh for, I confess, were but a sorry lot. In real life one needs a friend, the best of friends, a wife. But with a home thus cheered, however rude, there's naught so very dull in solitude, even though that home should happen to be found, like mine, in Africa's remotest bound. I have my farm and garden, tools and pen, my schemes for civilizing savage men, our Sunday service, till the Sabbath bell shall wake its welcome chime in Linden Dell. Some duty or amusement, grave or light, to fill the active day from morn till night. And thus 2 years so lightsomely have flown that still we wonder when the week is gone. We have at times our troubles, it is true, passing vexations and privations too. But were it not for woman's tender frame, these our annoyances I scarce would name. For though perchance they plague us while they last, they only serve for jests when they are past. And then your notion that we're quite exiled from social life amid these mountains wild accords not with the fact, as you will see on glancing o'er this district map with me.
End of section 23.
Section 24 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Volunteers of England by a Colonist, Reverend H. H. Dugmore, July 2nd, 1861. Read for LibriVox.org by Trudy B. Voice, August 31st, Narragansett, Rhode Island. The Volunteers of England by a Colonist. Kelum non ad ni mum mutant qui trans mare curunt. A trumpet blast is pealing mongst Albion's echoing hills, arousing every feeling that patriot's bosom thrills. O'er hill and dale resounding, it sends its loud alarm, the freeman's war cry sounding, for hearths and altars, arm! A despot's monster legions are on their haughty way. A despot's warlike regions send forth their proud array to raise the broad foundations of freedom's temple shrine, and from among the nations to blot her name divine. From peasants' lowly dwelling, from barons' ancient hall, with bosoms proudly swelling, rise, sons of England, all. From Cambria's vales of beauty, Britons of Britain come, prompt at the call of duty, with strong right arm, strike home. From every mist-clad mountain, sons of the hardy north, from lake and glen and fountain, come in your manhood forth. From eastern fen and plainland, from western tarn and fell, from islet, rock, and mainland, the nation's gatherings swell. We come, in tones of thunder, rings echoing round the land. We come, and scenes of wonder burst forth on every hand. Workmen have sprung to warriors, herdsmen to heroes grown, and rise in living barriers around Victoria's throne. Peasant and peer are joining, yeoman with baron stands, strength, wealth, and rank combining, and nerving hearts and hands. Loyal, if horny-headed, industry's thousands come, in brothers compact banded, for altar, throne, and home. Hear it, to heaven ascending, a nation's solemn vow, while at his altar bending, to God alone they bow. No foreign home invading, we strike no foreign throne, but, God from heaven aiding, to death we guard our own. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Dear Old Land by Reverend H. H. Dugmore. Read for LibriVox.org by Algie Pug. A glorious land is the dear old land, our father's island home, though its moorlands are cold when the snow lies deep, and the mists round the sides of its mountains creep, and the waves are white when the March winds sweep, as they dash on its cliffs in foam. 'Tis changed since the days when the Druid old was seen in the forest glades, when the wolf was tracked to his mountain den, and the wild boar roused in the gloomy glen, and the chase was a sport to test the men that ranged through the leafy glades. Where the victim bled on the altar stone, or died in a fiery grave, where wildwoods sheltered the outlaw's band, where the salt marsh mingled sea and land, proud mansions rise, or cities stand, or golden harvests wave. A story of fame has the dear old land, and it dates from the days gone by, when right with might the strife began, and freedom's voice with the fire-cross ran, and the wakened serf rose up, a man to conquer his rights or die. There were hardy souls in the dear old land, in the stern dark days of yore, when the arm could do what the heart could dare, and the threats of a tyrant were empty air, and they made him tremble in his lair, as they roused themselves in power. A story of fame has the dear old land, and it is not ended yet. Wherever the sea's wild waves have curled, her fleets proudly sail with flag unfurled, and many a lesson they've taught the world, which the world will not forget. And tell me the land, or the earth's broad face, where her braves have not been found, from east to west, with a glorious sun, the sound of their drums when the day is done, from realm to realm goes rolling on, unceasing the wide world round. But the warrior's fame has stains of blood, and it raises the widow's wail. Look we then on the glories whose milder rays will bring no tears to the eyes that gaze, whose trophies of triumph, whose songs of praise the tenderest heart may hail. There are spirits of might in the dear old land that have seized on a giant grim, and the burdens which man and beast had borne with sweat of brow and frame hard worn, from morn till night, and from night till morn, they have boldly laid on him. He raises the load from the deep dark mine, he speeds the loom amain, he wields the ponderous hammer's force, gives the ship 'gainst wind and tide free course, and snorts in the breath of the iron horse, that nor weariness feels, nor pain. 'Tis glorious to ride at his headlong pace 'mongst the crags of the forest glen, to skim o'er the moorlands bleak and wide, to pierce through the rock-ribbed mountain-side, as he plays with the work, in giant pride, of twice 10,000 men. There are spirits of power in the dear old land, who can bid the lightning speed from north to south, from east to west, a courier swift that asks no rest, but instant writes command or quest, where the ends of the world may read. There are spirits of light in the dear old land, who rejoice when the truth makes free, who shout when a nation wakes in might, and seizes its long denied birthright, and prisoned souls burst forth to light. Oh, glorious sight to see! There are spirits of love in the dear old land, who weep for their kindred's wrongs, and who work as they weep in patient power, through the livelong day, through the midnight hour, while rescued victims blessings shower from wondering grateful tongues. Then hail, all hail, thou dear old land, where our fathers' ashes lie. There are sunbeams bright on this far-off shore, there are starlit skies when the day is o'er, and we never shall tread thy greensward more, but we'll love thee till we die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 26 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Funeral in the Abbey, read for LibriVox.org by Doreen. List, there is music sounding, not airy strains that lead the mazy dance, not trumpet tones that stir the warrior's soul, but soft and slow and solemn as it swells and rolls afar and dies, midst its own echoes, from vaulted roof and lofty aisle dim lighted, where clustering columns rise and rainbow rays gleam in their varied glory o'er the scene. 'Tis in the sacred fane where sleeps the dust of those whom Britain loves to honour, who shed living honour by their deeds on her, challenging place upon the rolls of fame. Sages and saints and sons of song lie there, wresters of nature's secrets, senators whose thunderous eloquence could awe the world, patriots whose lifeblood for their country flowed, war chiefs who led her armies unto glory, statesmen with eye far-reaching who could thread diplomacy's dark mazes, and the helm with firm hand grasping steer the nation's bark through storms of strife to honour and to peace. And royalty's proud dust lies smouldering there, 'neath sculptured marbles or midst gilded shrines, while high o'erhead the ancient banners droop. Monarchs of other days, of other ages, successive generations of the great, who ruled the realm of England as she grew, from isolate obscurity to greatness, that with a fame undying fills the world. Lo there! An open grave, and heads are bare and bent, and bosoms heave, and tears are falling. From youthful womanhood, from hoary age, men weep as slowly through the reverent throng is borne what hides from view a shrivelled form, wasted and featureless, yet round that bier stands silently the great of many lands. Britain's high-born stand there, and kings of men of other realms stand there by envoy. There the sons of science gather, and the friends of light and liberty. The church's messengers look on in sadness there, and the vast throng crowding around sigh forth a nation's sympathy. Tokens of reverent love, azaleas wreaths, laurel and myrtle, with fair flowers entwined, bright immortelles, branches of Afric's palm, symbol of triumph e'en in death, are there, and honour to the honoured, Britain's queen, sign, a respect and admiration sends, her own and royal daughter's funeral gifts to deck the bier. And who is it that thus draws to himself in death the eyes of nations? Is it some warrior leader who has died in a proud hour of victory, and wept by a whole people's tears lies down to rest? Or is it one who in nation's peril has earned a nation's gratitude by wise and warning counsels in her council halls? Is it a prince has died, that royalty should sigh her grief and nobles weep around? 'Tis Livingstone that name 1,000 tongues through years of hope and fear alternate uttered, while he who bore it deep in Afric's wilds, solving her mystery of ages, trod her deserts, traced her streams, a pioneer of science, commerce, liberty and mercy, a weaver boy thus honoured. Wherefore not? He wore indeed no ducal coronet, nor dwelt in lordly hall, but stamp of rank he needed not, while nature's gold of manhood, solid and pure and bright, shone through his soul. The weaver boy in youthful prime had yearned o'er Afric's sons enslaved, for his own soul by grace of God emancipated, longed to free from bondage body, soul, and spirit of those who were immortal as himself, and co-redeemed though dark in mind as hue. He bore the cross's standard o'er the plains where wandering tribes by Moffat gathered dwelt, and preached the cross's story in a tone strange to his early years. But as he stood and looked to regions yet beyond, where white man's foot had never trod, fresh longings filled his soul. Millions dwell yonder, all unknown to us. They live and die in darkness, and they groan in bitter bondage, where no ray of hope shines through the gloom. I go to find the way, let others follow. And he went, alone, and braved the desert blast, the serpent's folds, the jungle ambush, and the lion's fang. He braved the fevered swamp, the tropic sun, the mountain torrent, and a savage spear. Barbarian wonder followed in his steps, and treachery shrank before the magic power of Christian kindness, single and unarmed. He vanished from our sight, and time rolled on while he was lost from view. At length was heard rumor of strange discoveries. Lakes unknown had spread their silver waters to his gaze, and mighty streams through vales all green and glorious poured their vast floods o'er thundering cataracts, where men had deemed were naught but deserts drear. From ocean through to ocean, tropic realms were traversed with unfaltering footsteps, till regions before unknown with all their wonders rose into view, and hidden tribes disclosed their being and their need. He rested then a while and told his countrymen the story of his lone wanderings over Afric's wilds. Men wondered while they listened, as they heard of grassy slopes and waving woods and sparkling waters, of birds of beauty, flowers of gorgeous hues, and there where they had pictured a Sahara with whelming sandstorms and the death blast dire of Red Simoom. He rested not for long. The spell was on him, and his work not done, and now he led a band who bore the light of truth divine to chase away the darkness that brooded over regions bright and fair. Where man alone is vile, 'twas where he laid the partner of his bosom, who had shared the joys and sorrows of his younger years, a grave by Shire's waters, far away from home and kindred, holds the precious dust. And now his ties to earth are loosened, now the beckoning hand that calls him onward still is seen more plainly, and he follows. He would lift the cloud from regions still unknown, heard of but through the victims of a vile traffic in human blood. His soul was fired with ardent resolution to destroy or perish in the contest. The dire cursed the blighted nations when they might be blessed. A vision rose before him, these fair realms, yielding earth's teeming increase in exchange for varied handiwork of other lands, and open-handed commerce giving boons to honest industry, while crushing down the cursed man-stealer's trade, the light of truth, of Christian truth, for mind and heart and life, for family and nation, blending with prismatic rays by science shed around, the darkness melting, heathen organs, vile yielding the place to worship bright and pure. Songs of salvation where the savage yells, slavery of mind and body killed together, and freedom smiling glad o'er all the land. This was his vision, and it might be true, and he would labor that it might to death. Again, yet once again, the word farewell, a last farewell. We heard his voice no more. The years rolled on, and on he came not back. Tidings indeed there were, but far between, like angels' visits. Were those tidings brief, that still he lived and toiled, the white man lone, who with such wondrous spell o'er savage minds, and with charmed life held pain and death at bay. And then came silence. Has he sunk at last? And then came other tidings. He is dead, and dead by murderous hands. And hearts were chilled with horror and stood still. But some said, no, not thus will that brave spirit pass away. Africa knows his errand. 'Tis not so, nor was it so. A kindred spirit sought, and found him, and with all the old fire burning, but with the censer now well nigh consumed. Come home with me and rest. Well hast thou earned the right upon thy laurels to repose. The world is yearning o'er thee. Come and rest. Not yet, not yet, there is still work to do. Let me but show the way to Afric's heart. Leave me to trace the water path by which old England's wide-winged seabirds shall ascend, bearing her light and liberty and peace, to roll away the dark reproach of ages. And then my work is done, and Stanley left him. And then the enfeebled frame, once more essaying to climb the mountain, pierce the forest's gloom, stem the swift torrent, cross the lake's broad breast, and wade the sedgy marsh, gave way at last. But still the spirit o'er the flesh triumphant registered till the hand had lost its cunning. The record precious of that life's last task, which only death could end. He died alone, none saw the spirit part. Thus had he willed to die, alone with God. The morning greeting of his faithful band no longer met the welcome kind response. The spirit had gone home, and gone in silence. And there knelt lifeless clay. And none were nigh save Afric's swarthy sons, but these had learned to love and reverence him whose life was given a sacrifice for injured Afric's weal, and they would guard his relics e'en in death. They left his heart where fitly it should rest, and bore in reverent hands the faded form, rudely but lovingly embalmed, and after days and weeks and months of weary toil, gave to its kindred their last sacred trust. And there it lies, and thousands stand around to do the martyr honor as he rests. And now his body sinks from mortal sight, midst showers of amaranths and fragrant flowers, that white and pure fall last from loving hands. Buried in peace it lies mongst kindred heroes, while white-robed choristers and organ pealing blend in the final loud triumphant strain, and the high arches echo as they sing, but his soul liveth evermore. End of section 26. A Farewell to English Friends by Doug Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by Doreen. Far, far away, simple but sadly tender, these words unlock the heart's deep springs, and bid its fountains play. What thoughts upon the spirit rush, what feelings from the warm heart gush, while we pause to think on those we love, now far, far away. Far, far away we shall think on happy England, and many a sunny memory will shed its golden ray, and many a welcome and farewell from unforgotten lips will dwell, like music's echoes in our minds, when far, far away. Far, far away, while our sails are proudly swelling, while the breezes bear us onward, and the wild waves round us play, while our prayers rise to heaven above, and ask its care for those we love. Think on us, pray for us, the far, far away. Far, far away, for Afric's sunny fountains, our seabird spreads her snowy wings, midst ocean's sparkling spray. Old England's shores are fading fast. One look, the fondest and the last, for we go to die in distant realms, far, far away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 28 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Missionary's Last Farewell to England. Reverend H. H. Dugmore. English Channel. October 9th, 1859. Read for LibriVox.org by Doreen. Land of my birth, farewell. Thy shores are fading in the dark distance, and the ocean's waves are hiding thee from view, while sadly aiding to dim my vision of thy snowy cliffs, my tears unbidden start. O happy land! I did not know how much I loved thee, till the breezes bore me from thee, and I gazed a long last look. I left thee when a child, and Afric's summer suns full 40 years have burned upon my head, since in thy groves my boyish footsteps wandered. But my heart was yet unwithered, and could quiver still when sounded on my ear thy name of glory. While oceans rolled between us, in my dreams my thoughts were of thee, but in waking hours I scarcely dared to hope to see thee more. I lingered o'er the story of thy fame, and joyed to claim thee as my native isle, a day star to the nations that will fain follow, though from afar, thy track of light, and in its beams find their own way to freedom. In the far solitudes of regions dark, with heathen gloom my pensive soul has mused, and I have signed to sun me in the light, which long has been thy halo, light from heaven, amidst the brightness of whose gladdening rays thy temples, halls, and palaces have stood irradiate. But it might not, could not be. At length I saw thee once again, and then how thrilled my very heart core as thy coasts loomed through the mist of morning on my view, and thy proud vision of historic glory marched its dioramic grandeur past. I leap upon thy freedom's soil once more. Thy fields were laughing, clad with springtide flowers, thy green woods waving in the fresh wind's breath, thy streams bounding from winter's cold embrace threaded the vales with silver, while I stood and gazed with rapture, fresh and pure as boyhood's, in wildering ecstasy. And then I swept on steam wings o'er thy plains, and round thy hills, and down thy vales, Mont's beauty ever changing, now looking on the cornfield's waving gladness, now drinking fragrance from the hayfield's breath, now wondering like a child as ivied towers and slender church spires from their sheltering groves, pointing to heaven, and old baronial halls standing apart amidst their dark woods' pride, and crumbling castle keeps that tell of times when warders blew their horns, and mailed knights broke spears and shattered helms in tournament. As these and thousand more went sailing by, till plunged at last amidst the whelming tide of thy great city's life, I sank a drop into its vast and restless ocean whirl. But is it so? And have I really trod thy soil again, or did I only dream? Methought I mingled with thy multitudes, and saw the swarms of thy industrial hives plying their ceaseless task on piling stores to meet the wide world's wants. Methought I saw thy quickened lifeblood of commercial being pour through its iron veins, the vital stream, infusing universal energy. Did not thy glorious structures rise before me, houses of mercy, halls and kingly courts? Did not imperial Windsor glad my eyes, where England's banner free and proud was waving, brother-like greeting the free winds of heaven? Did I not wander through the gorgeous halls where England's senators in trumpet tones have poured forth eloquence that awed the world? Where mildly ruling sits a mother queen, her real throne a nation's loving heart? Have I not stood within thy sacred fanes, listening entranced, as billowing music rolled and distant broke upon the sculptured stone, like ocean's waves upon their rocky bounds, and tenderer, dearer recollections still? My mother's and my childhood's humble home, with childhood's memories clustering thick around it. Did I not stand again upon its threshold and greet my childhood's playmates? Ah, how changed! Or was all this a dream, a happy dream that rose in brightness and then passed away forever? No, it was not a dream. The welcome of warm hearts was real, and then the glow of friendships formed was no illusion. Men great and good have spoken sacred truth, and I have listened with enraptured ears, as eloquence of heaven's own kindling burst, in burning power from consecrated lips. And I have seen the church's standard-bearers, men crowned in hoary age with silver glory, have blessed me in the Master's sacred name, and bidden me Godspeed in God's great service. And I have mingled with the throngs that send up to high heaven their swelling songs of praise, that, as the voice of many waters rose exultant from the lips and hearts of thousands, when the glad tidings came that God was raised up from his holy habitation, and was pouring forth his Spirit on the nations. I did not dream when I beheld the light of holy rapture beam from 1,000 eyes. I was not dreaming when I shared the glow of wondering gratitude with 1,000 hearts, and when our hallelujah rent the skies, and our rapt spirits felt the bliss of heaven descend to meet us in the golden cloud of God's own presence. 'Twas a glorious truth, a joy to feed the soul upon forever. And yet 'tis like a dream, for scarcely seen, thy beauties fade from view, and the rich notes that thrilled the soul to rapture thrill no more. 'Twas but a glimpse of glory, and 'tis gone. 'Twas but a taste of joy that left the soul hungering with keener appetite. I go, just as my spirit is awaking, quick with new strange life and feeling, just awakens fresh the home throb of my heart, owning its English birth. Well, be it so. 'Tis God that bids me go. 'Tis duty calls back to the land of darkness. Be it so. 'Tis well that I should go, ere silken webs woven by Christian kindness round my heart become too strong to leave me power to rend them. I go to look upon thee nevermore. I go, but breathing prayers and blessings on thee. O England, speck amidst the world of waters, thou art the world's great wonder. Realms afar have heard thy voice, have seen thy light, have felt thy power. Some jealous envy thee, some bless thy name. the might of freedom and the light of truth, the freedom that can burst the spirit's bonds, the light that leads that spirit up to heaven. These are thy charge, and for the wide world's weal, be faithful to thy trust, thou honored isle. Thou hast a glorious mission to the nations. Hold fast the truth of God with strong right hand, cast forth the traitors that would take thy crown. Still send thy sons as mercy's angels, forth to sound in silver tones to far-off lands, the trumpet of the everlasting gospel. So shall heaven's smile be thy perpetual light, and heaven's dread power, a wall of fire, thy guard. And now 'tis past, nor faintest trace remains of headland, cliff, or mountain in the line of the far-off horizon, and in vain I strain my aching sight to catch one glimpse. But one glimpse more, England, farewell! Island of beauty, changing not with seasons, island of glory, dimming not with years, isle rich in blessings strewn by God's own hand, my native isle, a fond, long, last farewell. End of section 28.
A Reminiscence of 1820 by Rev. H. H. Dugmore. In the lone wilderness behold them stand, gazing with new strange feelings on the scenes now spread around them in a foreign clime, far from the sea-girt home that gave them birth. They had been landed on a cheerless shore, dreary and solitary, and the hope that erst had brightened all their visions, when o'er the blue waters looming from afar they had seen Afric's mountains rise to view, had nigh been quenched again. But they had left the barren strand, and over hill and dell had slowly toiled to reach a place of rest, and give their children once again a home. Men roughly kind, of speech and manners strange, had guided them, and bidding them farewell had left them houseless in the wilderness, pitying and wondering what their fate might be. Fathers and mothers with their children round them stand on the green sward, while the sunny skies, flecked with bright clouds, bend o'er them from above, and thoughts are far away o'er the wide waters. The parting scene comes back to memory's view, the last embrace of loved ones left behind, the fears and hopes and prayers of that sad hour. And now the little ones in thoughtless glee chase the bright butterflies of this strange land, their new and untried home. Ah, 'twas for them the fathers braved the storm-tossed waters, and the mothers hushed their own alarms to peace. When the loud tempest howled around the bark that bore them onward o'er the surging waves, these gave the springs to the great enterprise, and broke the bonds that else had held them still in the old home circle of the fatherland. Dark days had been in England, darker still seemed coming fast, and o'er the crowded throngs of Britain's cities stern adversity was frowning. Then the cry arose, what of our children? What awaits them here? Must we look on and see their budding life before it blossoms, wither in our sight? Are there not other lands where pining want shall cease to mock at honest industry, that asks but leave to labor? Will no star of hope arise to point to happier climes where skies are not all dark? Be it to rend the ties of kindred, we must venture forth over the unknown seas and seek a home on foreign shores, where there is room to live, and light to see a future for our children, happy and bright when we have sunk to rest. And this is now their home. 'Tis lone and wild, but there is beauty in its wildness. See! Yonder are mountains. In their deep ravines dark woods are waving, whence in noisy flight wild parrots issue forth, while loonies hide amidst their deep recesses. Water springs send limpid streamlets down the mountainside, fringed with bright evergreens and brighter flowers. issuing from yonder dark and craggy gorge, where lurks the stealthy leopard, and where shouts with loudly echoing voice the old baboon. Garriga winds its devious course along between its willowed banks, while here and there the dark-leaved yellow wood lifts its proud head in stately dignity. Along the vale the wildwood sheltering covert stretches, where the bushbuck barks and the deeker sudden springs, the timid bluebuck through the moonlight glides, and monkey mimics chatter saucily. And there are feathered songsters in the groves, not with the thrushes or the blackbird's notes, that flood old England's wood with melody, but short and sharp and ringing in their tones, responsive to each other from afar, while telling of a life of light and joy. In the spring pastures on the sunny slopes, where the mimosa's golden blossoms shed gales of perfume around, and fertile soils promise the husbandman a rich return to cheer him in his toil. This is our home, a spot on earth we now call our own, a starting point for a new life's career. Wake all our energies afresh. A brighter day has dawned at last upon us. Let us raise a song of gratitude to heaven, and gird us for our duties. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Past and Present, read for LibriVox by Drew Conway. Over the waters wide and deep, where the storm waves roll and the storm winds sweep, over the waters see them come, breasting the billows' curling foam, fathers for children seeking a home in Africa's southern wilds. Wilderness lands of brake and glen, the wolf's and the panther's gloomy den, wilderness plays where the springbok's bounds, and the lion's voice from the hill resounds, and the vulture circles in airy rounds, are Africa's southern wilds. Hand to the labour, heart and hand, our sons shall inherit an altered land. Harvest shall wave over the virgin soil, cottages stand and the gardens smile, and the songs of our children the hours beguile, mid Africa's southern wilds. Make we the pride of the forest yield, rest from the wilderness field on field, and to brighten our hope and lighten our care, and gain the aid of our Father there, raise we to heaven the voice of prayer from Africa's southern wilds. The locust clouds have darkened heaven, the rusted fields to the flame are given, the war cries echoing wild and loud, for the war of the savage, fierce and proud, has burst like the storm from the thunder cloud on Africa's southern wilds. Never despair though the harvests fail, though the host of a savage foe assail. Never despair, we shall conquer yet, and the toils of our earlier years forget. In hope's bright glory our sun shall set midst Africa's southern wilds. Our tale-worn fathers are sinking to rest, but their children inherit their hope's bequest. Valleys are smiling in harvest's pride, they are fleecing flocks on the mountain side. Cities are rising to stud the plains, the lifeblood of commerce is coursing the veins of a newborn empire that grows and reigns over Africa's southern wilds. Reverend H. H. Dugmore, April the 10th, 1861. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A South African Wilderness by Reverend H. H. Dugmore. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. The wilderness, it stretches wide and drear, as I stand amidst its solitudes with no companion near. I watch the vulture sailing as he circles in the sky, the ostrich stalking o'er the wilds, the springbok bounding by. The wilderness, 'tis where the lion roars, and whence the wasting locust flood its living torrent pours. With rushing ruin on their wings, its myriads sweep, like waters from the mountains or the surges of the deep. The wilderness, the desert blast is there, and the sun sends down his fiery rays with fierce and blinding glare. 'Tis there the infant whirlwinds their newborn vigor try, and spiral columns o'er the waste rise circling to the sky. There gathering vultures, sounding wings swoop on their hapless prey, and they clamor round their victim ere life has ebbed away. The ring halls rise on his coil, at the startled traveller's side, the false mirage's wavy streams and phantom ripples glide. Strange sounds are in the wilderness, the wild dog's plaintive wail, as he calls his fellows from afar, comes faintly on the gale. The vulture's voice screams harshly, as he sights his prey on high. The bursting meteor echoes from the regions of the sky. 1,000 insect voices with their 1,000 notes are there. With chirrup, ring, or buzz of wing, they fill the sounding air. And waking fancy starts to hear the trumpet's note afar, the pibroch's martial gathering, the barbarian's cry of war. But the wilderness has lessons in danger's lonely hour. How weak man's solitary arm, how vain his boast of power! The humbled spirit learns to look for heaven's protecting care. Is safety in the wilderness? Then God is present there. The wilderness might wean the heart from earth and earthly love, and bid the freed affections soar to happier realms above. Look now upon this barren waste, then turn thy wistful eyes to the fields where flowers immortal bloom beyond the starry skies. No scorching sun, no withering wind, no serpent's tooth is there, no vulture's sweep of terror, no locust cloud of care. No faithless mocking phantom streams the longing eyes beguile, but living fountains sparkle bright in God's eternal smile. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Sunrise Thought at Cove Rock by Rev. H. H. Dugmore. Read for LibriVox.org by Jael Baldwin. King of the Golden Orient, lo! he comes and mounts, magnificent, his burning throne, smiling in glory o'er the world of waters, whose joyous waves leap welcome to his coming. See how the streaming rays, his almoners, fling forth his largesses in flashing brilliance, which the waves catch and toss from crest to crest in dancing rapture. 'Tis a glorious sight to see a king right welcome to his subjects, to hear the voice of gladness universal greeting his royal smile. Not sea alone, but ocean, earth, and sky join look and voice in smile and song. See there, in the far west, where little cloudlets cluster as they hang in modest diffidence upon the outskirts of the vast audience throng. They too are flushing bright with the universal joy. And hark! Breezes are striking their aeolian harps among the woods that wave along the hills, while the deep voices of the surge, far pealing, thunder their ceaseless anthem to his praise. Brief, as befitting, is the monarch's audience, for who may look upon the King of Light with eye unblenching? Now in massy folds the darkening curtains of his cloud pavilion gather around him, and though dazzling still their broad gold fringes wave, the weak eye rests from his transpiercing glance of unveiled glory. Hail, glorious image of the King of Kings! Seen or unseen, thou givest light and life, and joy and beauty to revolving worlds that circle round thy throne. Centre of power! Thy mystery of might upholds, sustains, and governs as the delegate of God. Their measured harmony of ceaseless motion, reigning their fleetness with an arm of strength, felt and obeyed in the far depths of space, where roll remotest planets round their spheres in twilight solitude, unseen, unknown. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An Ocean Sunset by Reverend H. H. Dugmore. Read for LibriVox.org by Kirby Wheeland. 'Tis sunset on the ocean, let us gaze, a Sabbath sunset, and all things combine to give it peace and beauty, for the winds have folded their broad pinions and have sunk to peaceful slumber on the ocean's breast. The sportive waves that tossed their spray erewhile displume their crests in reverence for the hour, and all is calm around. The curtain cloud that hung o'er all the west throws wide its folds, and in the clear blue ether far away bright islands of the blest seem floating, free from the rough cares that fret this lower world, and radiant in a glory all divine. Are not our long-lost loved ones hovering there? Can we not see them wave their hands of light as if to beckon to their bright abodes? Are not celestial harp-strings sounding? Oh, let glad imagination spread her wings and soar to catch the echoes of their songs, ere the ethereal vision fades away. Hail to a scene that wakens thoughts like these! 'Tis sweet to rise, though but on fancy's wing, and antedate communion with the blest, for heaven is real. May its magnet power touch every point of vision, till the soul, drawn by a might resistless, centers there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Sight from the Shore, read for LibriVox.org by Jael Baldwin. I look upon the ocean. Far away a fleet of thunderclouds is sailing by. High in mid-heaven the aerial canvas swells and proudly scorns the breeze's proffered aid. Instinct with its own spirit's breath of life, that bears it onward in its majesty, while ever and anon the signal flash from van and rear and center tells of might resistless. Stern and slow, and dark and grand its shadows sweep o'er ocean's heaving billows, while avant couriers on the lightning's wing herald its coming to the distant realms beyond the horizon's verge. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Thunderstorm at Bathurst by the Reverend H. H. Dugmore, read for LibriVox by Sandy Ferrer. 'Twas eve, but 'twas not as it oft had been, when the sun, ere he sank from the lovely scene, had smiled in glory o'er mount and dale, and the forest gloom, and the cloudlet pale, and the verdant lawn, and the floweret gay, were tinged with the gold of his parting ray. While sweet was the breath of the scented gale, while the flocks bounded foalward along the vale, and the soberer herds from the distant plain were wending towards home in their lengthened train. 'Twas eve, but there was not the softened hue which the twilight oft o'er the landscape threw. I felt not the breath of the evening breeze, I saw not the wave of the forest trees, I heard not the warbler's vesper song, they had sunk in silence their woods among. But the landscape was wrapped in a thickening gloom, like a funeral pall for a night of doom, for a storm frowned dark from the western sky, and the gloom deepened more as the storm drew nigh. I listened. The music of eve was stilled, but heavy the distant thunder pealed. I looked, I saw not the sun's bright beam, but there was the lurid lightning's gleam. And they came in fury, the lightning's flash, and the wild wind's sweep, and the thunder's crash. The fire stream poured on the fear-struck sight, a moment of day, then a deeper night sank black on all, while the forest reeled neath the rushing blast, and the thunder pealed through the echoing heaven. In that dread hour, how puny the arm of a mortal's power! But they passed away, the thunder's crash, and the wild wind's sweep, and the lightning's flash, and the dark cloud's gloom. They rolled afar, while the moon's mild beam and the twinkling star again shed their light o'er the peaceful scene, and the storm was gone, as it ne'er had been. I looked again. The morning beamed, and the golden rays of the bright sun streamed, a richer blue in the ether mild, and a lovelier hue in the floweret smiled. The landscape was vested with softer green, and the dewdrops pure in their silvery sheen were sparkling around in the morning ray, and night had melted in cloudless day. I thought of an hour when round my soul I had heard heaven's justice thunders roll, when dark clouds gathering o'er my head were filling a guilty heart with dread, when I feared each flash of the wrath divine, and tremblingly watched each nearing sign of a righteous anger's rushing power that was making a sin-struck spirit cower. But the storm swept by, the lightning dread left all unscathed my guilty head, and the dark cloud melted as it passed in showers of blessing, while the blast sank to the whisper of mercy's voice, that bade the trembling soul rejoice in peace and pardon, light and love. I looked, 'twas a starlit heaven above, and bright-eyed angels seemed to gaze in smiling myriads through the rays, to watch the sinner's heaving breast, and mark how its terrors sank to rest. And then the light of angel eyes melted away in the brightening skies, as silent, soothing, gently stole the sense of pardon on the soul. For now 'twas God's own smile that beamed, and the rays of his mercy around me streamed. The sun had risen, the night was o'er, the sun had risen to set no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Morning Wish for a Friend by Reverend H. H. Dugmore. Read for LibriVox.org by Kirby Wheatland. Darkness retires, and the brightening morn smiles as he heralds the day new-born. Mists roll away from the mountain's brow, and his head wears a circlet of sunlight now. Night's savage prowlers to caverns glide, as seeking in darkness their deeds to hide, while, mounting majestic his radiant throne, with the glance of a monarch that reigns alone, the sun looks forth from his palace of light, and bids from his presence the gloom of night. Glittering dewdrops reflect his ray, songsters carol on hillock and spray, the woodlands wave to the breeze's breath, the ripple plays light o'er the lake beneath, the flocks from the fold towards the uplands bound, and the echoing hills with their voices sound. Nature unanimous joins to pay a tribute of joy to the welcome day. But there's a day of a brighter beam, for its light from brighter sun doth stream. Sin and sorrow's dark clouds from its brightness fly, and the soul gains a prospect to worlds on high. 'Tis a day that dawns from the realms above, 'tis illumed by beams of eternal love. 'Tis a day whose light is the smile of God, shedding heaven-born peace in the heart abroad. The gloom of grief and the mists of care melt away in its radiance, while black despair, far chased by the beams of its glory, flies, and leaves to the soul heaven's cloudless skies. Sister, may this bright day be thine. Around thy soul may its sunbeams shine, be thy path in the light of its brightening ways, and its gladdening glory on all thy ways, revealing from heaven thy title clear, to mansions of endless glory there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Night Thought, read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. I have seen the meteor's transit light. As a moment it gilded the gloom of night, I've watched the shower of starlets bright that bespangled its glittering way. But though dazzling the flash of its brilliant beam, it has passed away like a fading dream, and a Saturn deeper gloom would seem to mourn for the meteor's ray. I thought 'twas an emblem of pleasure's power, or the mind of man in its mirthful hour, when the clouds of care o'er the soul that lower to its transit ray give room, A moment, its beams round the spirit play. A moment, the dazzled spirit is gay. A moment, the meteor has passed away, and there follows a deeper gloom. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Little Shell at Cove Rock, read for LibriVox by Fisker. Delicate, fragile, tiny shell, thou hast a wondrous tale to tell. I find thee here on the ocean strand. The billows have borne thee safe to land. Yet those billows have proved the proud ship's grave, and have mocked the power of man to save, as its shattered fragments far and wide were strewn on the shore by the surging tide. But thou art here, and all unharmed. Say, how hast thou its fury charmed, that its mighty waves on their foaming breast should bear thee safe to a place of rest? The rock rears high its haughty form, and challenges proud the ocean storm, and he tosses the wild waves raging back, as his challenge provokes their fierce attack. But again and again and again they come, and vainly the rock resists its doom. The waves are mighty, and know their might. Never have we been vanquished in fight. We kiss the sands of the yielding shore. We rend the rock in his pride of power. Be it soon, be it late, thy fate is sealed. Be it soon, be it late, thou shalt surely yield. And it yields at last. With a headlong leap, it buries its shame in the foaming deep. And the waves toss high their plumy spray, as they dance triumphant around their prey. And yet, little shell, I find thee here, and nothing hath wrought thee harm or fear. Though shattered rocks and a wreck-strewn shore give tokens dire of the ocean's power, tell me, tiny beautiful thing, fill me and frail as the butterfly's wing, an infant's finger could crush thee to dust. What hast thou then wherein to trust? And whence thy courage and power to brave the surging might of the wild sea wave? I have not braved the ocean's might. I reared no front with the waves to fight. I yielded me meek to the billows' force, as it swept me along in its onward course. My weakness was strength in the tempest's hour, and my safety I found in the ocean's power. And here, if he would, might man discern a truth he is slow of heart to learn. He rears his will against the will of heaven, and his proudest plans are to fragments riven. Let him meekly yield to the sovereign sway that even the sea's proud waves obey, and though over life's ocean tempests roar, and wrecks are strewn over life's last shore, borne like the shell on the billow's breast, he shall land in a haven of endless rest. 1858. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Tribute of Sympathy to the Defenders of Glen Linden by Reverend H. H. Dugmore. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. A Tribute of Sympathy to the Defenders of Glen Linden. Away, away, away! There are patriot voices calling. Glen Linden's band holds the foe in hand, though its watch-worn suns are falling. Away to the mountain glen, where the war-whoop wild is yelling, and the savage howls as he darkly scowls on the white man's flame-wrapped dwelling. There is life-blood reeking there, where our slaughtered friends are lying, not boldly slain on the battle-plain, but each by his hearthstone dying. Away, 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 to horse, to rifle springing, while the widows sigh and the orphans cry in our ears, in our hearts are ringing. They were dwelling in peaceful vales, nor fear nor danger knowing, midst their flocks spread wide over the mountain side, and milk and honey flowing. The vine and the fig trees cheer, the cornfields waving gladness, the shearers' throng, and the reaper's song left cause nor room for sadness. There was childhood's guileless glee, there was maiden beauty blooming, there was ripe old age with its wisdom sage, and its honor, life perfuming. And there were thankful hearts for peace and plenty given, the voice of prayer ascended there, and the song of praise to heaven. And where are they now? Ah, where? There are homeless orphans weeping, The widow's wail is on the gale, the sire in his gore lies sleeping. And are there dastard souls, whose homes these homes were shielding, who can coldly read, while their brothers bleed, nor aid nor pity yielding? Brand coward on his brow, right traitor on his bearing, who views from afar our homestead war, and basely shrinks from sharing. To your arms, away! What, cease from the strife? No, never! Till the neck of the foe to earth bent low, we have conquered a peace forever. Reverend H. H. Dugmore, 1851. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 40 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Colors of the First 24th by Reverend H. H. Dugmore. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Colors of the First 24th. Respectfully dedicated to the surviving officers and men of the regiment. Preserve the colors, Melville. We stand here, and to the end. 'Twas thus that Pauline spoke on Eisen Lana's dark and fatal day. Firm and resolved his mien, and calm his words, though death was nigh him, and he saw it. The camp stormed by overwhelming myriads, and the yells of savage victors ringing in his ears, demon-like, while they drowned the dying groans of hundreds, sinking low beneath the stroke of the blood-reeking Zulu assegai, overwhelmed but not dishonored. They had fought as British soldiers fight, tens against thousands, till the last charge was spent, and then cold steel grew hot in Zulu's life-blood, and in heaps their dying foes lay round them. 'Twas in vain. Hundreds had strewn the ground before their fire, yet heedless of their fall had thousands more recklessly trampled them in onward rush and wild contempt of death. As the surf breaks and strews with spray the shore, wave urging wave, blind to its leader's fate, the Zulu host rolls its dark waves, its dead, as yet unmissed, with thousands in reserve to fill their place. Man after man the British soldier falls where he stood, his right arm's strength exhausted, and his dead foes hurled on his bayonet's point to clear the way for others. Pauline saw his own end near, and gave his dying charge. Preserve the colors, let no savage hands stain the old honor of the 24th. Come death, if come it must, but not disgrace. And Melville took the color, sacred trust, and bore it from the field. One farewell grasp, one mutual gaze, and then they sadly part, comrades in arms, to meet on earth no more. Men of the 24th, I stay with you, we bide it to the end. A ringing cheer shows the old fire unquenched, and though no hope of succor nerves their arm, they face the foe, till men and their commander sink together, and join in death their comrades gone before. The fight is done, the cannon's boom is stilled, stilled is the rocket's rush, the rifle's ring. The yell of onslaught, the defying cheer, wails of the wounded and the dying groan rise on the breeze no longer, nor the shrieks of hapless followers of the camp, unarmed and slaughtered in their helplessness. The spoils in savage triumph proudly borne away with battle song of victory, upraised by myriad voices mongst the echoing hills, are passing from the scene. The hush of death has settled all around, and gloomy night spreads her dark pall over the now silent field. But where is Melville? How shall he escape? Leagues must he traverse of a hostile land ere he can safely place his sacred trust. And scattered far and wide in headlong flight, native contingents from the field of death urge their fear-stricken way with failing strength, while ruthless foes, red-handed, strike them down on every side. Where is he? the guardian of his dead regiment's honor, who shall say? For be it that he fights his way alone, horseman or footman through the host of foes, or be it he evades their hot pursuit, there crosses still his path and bars his way the river boundary in summer flood. The swirling waters as they rush and roar mock at the wearied limbs that reach their banks, and can no more, although the foe is on them. Numbers die here, numbers plunge in and drown. Dies Melville too? Have any seen him fall? Or has he dared the river with his charge? Grasping the colour, could he breast the flood? Or is he swept away? Alas, none knows. Explore the river, search its wooded banks. Men, horses, arms, caught midst entangling branches, may yield some relic of the lost one. Ah, who lies here? Melville! And who lies here? Coghill with Melville, side by side in death. Slain, though the raging flood was braved and conquered. Slain, though escaped the hot pursuit beyond. Slain in a mutual, last attempt to save from the wild waters that, than life more dear. Hard, hard the fate, wrecked when the port was gained. Shield we from vulture's greed the sad remains by hasty cairn, and breathe a hurried prayer. 'Tis all we can, till worthier rites be paid. But hark, that shout! The colour, lo, the colour! Snatched from the turbid waters, drenched and torn, but saved, by friendly branches caught and held. Hark how the glen resounds! Cheer answers cheer, and the wild rocks with rapturous echoes ring. They are not 24th men who have found the prize and its dead guardians. What of that? They share a soldier's sympathies, and feel the joy of brother soldiers as their own. Mark now the swift return, while borne aloft the sacred emblem challenges from far the eager outlook. Ha! 'Tis seen, 'tis seen! The quick-eyed sentinel has caught it, and there bursts the shout exultant from his lips. The spark electric sets the camp on fire. The colour, lo, the colour! Honour saved. Rush from all sides the eager throng to greet and welcome, while with cheers the camp resounds. And now once more in martial order stands the remnant of the regiment, to receive and place in its old shrine the rescued treasure. A guard of honour from the reverent hands of those who bear it take the precious pledge, more precious for its perils, and it rests, dearer than ever, in the regiment's heart. Melville and Coghill, twins in death, your names belong to history. On fame's bright scroll they stand already blazoned. Men from far shall visit as a shrine your hero grave, and grey-haired veterans in after years shall tell their children how, long, long ago, at Eisen Lana's deadly, woe-fraught fight, ye saved the honour of the 24th, and died in saving it. Reverend H. H. Dugmore. End of section 40.
Should It Be According to Thy Mind? By W. Selwyn. Port Elizabeth, January 21st, 1879. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Job 34:33. Shall feeble, vain, presumptuous man, whose loftiest visions but a span, impugn the vast mysterious plan by boundless wisdom laid? Shall his omnipotent behest, that thunders o'er wild ocean's breast, or lulls its surging waves to rest, by puny worms be stayed? Shall man, whose moments hurrying flee, like sparklets from a phosphor sea, prescribe to dread eternity the laws of his domain? Shall he who scans each circling pole, and points the course the planets roll, seek wisdom from the darkling mole, to guide the shining train? Shall yon vast orb, whose kindling ray pours forth the universal day, his glad majestic progress stay, lest haply his bright beams with light unwelcome should illume the drowsy couch, and chide the gloom of some voluptuous sluggard's room, and chase his idle dreams? Shall thirsty nature pant in vain for showers of life restoring rain? Shall desolation sweep the plain, and beauty droop and die, lest one bright drop's exultant spring should snap the spider's airy string, or dim perchance the golden wing of some gay butterfly? Shall yon glad stream, whose sparkling tide spreads verdant beauty far and wide, o'erleap its banks and turn aside, or in the desert sink, lest haply fraught with summer showers its waves should ripple o'er the flowers by children planted 'mid the bowers that tangle on its brink? No! He whose power with life endued this glorious universe pursued in his design the highest good and happiness of all, and still at his benign command rich bounties gladden every land, and still he guides with all wise hand each tenant of this ball. Oh, then, low bending in the dust, cling to his love with childlike trust, believing that Omniscience must know what for thee is best. Let resignation soothe thy cares, let faith disperse thy gloomy fears, and God himself shall dry thy tears in his eternal rest. Port Elizabeth, January 21st, 1879. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 42 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the Drought Lands of South Africa, The Rain, by Alex Wilmot. Read for LibriVox.org by Trudy B. Voice, August 31st, Narragansett, Rhode Island. In the Drought Lands of South Africa, The Rain. It was a land of rills, of mountains, kloofs, and hills. High peaks were westward, eastward the great main, a rich, good land, and free. Men lived in liberty, worked and had quiet sleep, and loved the rain. Thus was it for a time in this fair, sunny clime. Flocks prospered too the bearded grain. There only was good cheer, and farmers felt no fear when nature's lavish bounties fell in rain. But there came a change. Clouds were few and strange. The stored-up waters soon began to wane. Broken and weak all day, the streamlets ceased to play. The sun glared on with no sweet veil of rain, and lo, the land lay dry, no moisture in the sky. The steams dry, sterile the once fertile plain, and round the empty tank the ocean feebly sank. Alas, why cometh not the wished-for rain? The gentle animals whose fleeces give the means whereby the people hope to live, lie down and die. It seems that ne'er again life-giving showers shall fall. In churches now they call, O God, in mercy send us down the rain. All nature cries aloud, O come, life-giving cloud. The flowers, the grass, all herbage green is slain. The corpse-like earth is black. Skeletons form a track o'er regions mourning for the want of rain. Now has the joyful sight filled us with pure delight, of fatness dropping from the clouds again, from mountains to the sea. One hymn of jubilee should thank the Master who has sent the rain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Landing of the British Settlers of 1820 by Alex Wilmot. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Written on occasion of the celebration of the Settlers' Jubilee in Grahamstown in 1870. Winds of the north blew cold with icy breath, and parting seemed a sorrow like to death. And 50 years ago our little band of British settlers left their native land. They said farewell forever. Ah, farewell the friends, the joys, the land they loved so well. We never more shall stand on that dear English land, nor view our native skies. Gone each familiar face, of whose sweet loving grace dear memories rise. Spring shall come back again, smiling on hill and plain. We shall be gone. Our old homes will be gay with sunshine, and the May from our hearts flown. Farewell, dear land of birth! Farewell, our native earth! Hill, plain, and river, farewell, each dearest friend! May God all blessings send, farewell forever! Away they go, midst mist and sudden gale, o'er stormy seas, through Biscay's bay they sail. The sun is covered by dark lowering cloud, and heaven seems hidden in a dusky shroud. Hark! the huge vessel felt the thundering stroke, while whelming waves in sudden deluge broke. The seas around for horrid vengeance rave, and every yawning gulf now seems a grave. Again the storm is o'er with steady breeze, they glide in safety upon summer seas, whose azure surface as a mirror tries to catch the sunny radiance of the skies. Here gorgeous tinted sunsets come at even, to show 10,000 gateways into heaven, while gentle zephyrs on the ocean play, and balmy night succeeds the heat of day. The twinkling beacons show how far they roam. No longer the pale pole star points our home. The starry banners of the north are furled. The Southern Cross shines on a southern world. Now soon with ecstasy they hear the cry, "Land! Land in sight!" The land we can descry, and now the longed for shores before them rise, with mountain peaks which fringe the azure skies. Tall beetling crags frown o'er the breakers' roar, whose white tipped billows kiss a sandy shore. 'Tis Afric, land of mystery and fear, of burning climate and of desert drear, where the fierce lion and fiercer savage roam. Here is your bourne, here is your future home. Supplies obtained within a western bay, again they sally forth upon their way. And round that cape which hid in misty forms towered o'er the ocean's verge the Cape of Storms, whose dangers Diaz did not fear to cope, and proved it to the world Cape of Good Hope. The oceans which this cape forever lave, while time shall last, is that great sailor's grave, and nature's self proclaims his honors here, by such a monument or such a bier. Along the coasts they sail, with pleasured eyes they view new shores, new hills, new plains arise. The Cape St. Blaise and Longkloof mountains past, and hoped for, longed for, haven comes at last. Then midst the glories of an April day they cast their anchor in Algoa Bay, whose outstretched arms receive in their embrace those dauntless settlers of a northern race. Here first brave Diaz stayed his venturous sail, first here sought refuge from wild western gale. On a small isle, when tempests ceased to toss, planted faith's emblem there, the Holy Cross. Religion's banner thus was first unfurled, first reared within this savage southern world. Bare sandhills line a tract of barren coast. No town or village can the seaport boast. The vacant beach and bleak hillside show clear the work that waits the hardy pioneer. O'er walls of surf they reach the welcome strand, and the first British settlers touch the land. Upon this South Sea strand, unto this savage land, welcome ye, little band, fit to brave danger. Losses and wars will be fires of adversity, tests which you cannot flee, trials and sorrow. Yours for success to fight, yours to defend the right, striving with all your might for life and freedom. Under benignant skies fruits on the plains shall rise, as labor's sacrifice to the Creator. Herds, flocks, and trade shall be proof of your industry, making prosperity smile upon labor. Sons of the great and free, on, let your motto be, God and the right for me, forward forever. Why come they here amidst the desert's gloom? To raise a nation from a lifeless tomb, to bid fair plains the fruits of labor yield, to tend the flock, to plow the fertile field, the wealth of commerce by success to gain, to found a home where peace and plenty reign, These are your tasks. But oh, with hardships drear, with toils unnumbered you must labor here. For blasted crops, and floods, and drought shall come, and savage yells around your burning home. On toilsome sand they wander up and down, through numberless tents which form a canvas town. With curious eyes all view the motley throng, huge wagons dragging their slow length along. The wily Bushman and the Bechuana, the Hottentot, the Boer, the Englishman. Here strange plants bloom beneath the southern sky, and graceful aloes raise their blossoms high, while prickly cacti and the feathery reed grow rank and common as the worthless weed. And now they strike their tents. All parties go! They leave the sandy beach in wagons slow, and cross the bushy plain and swart cropped stream, whose jungle covered heights above them gleam. O'er hills, o'er plains they trek, and through the kloof, where the high rocky crags their paths o'erroof, where brilliant birds and gorgeous flowers are seen, screened by pavilions of perpetual green. Euphorbia raise their candelabra high, and vivid bush o'er curtains half the sky. North, south, east, west the settlers scatter wide. By stream, by valley, and by mountain side, they raise rough homesteads, and by labor strain soon see around them fields of smiling grain. Alas, their labors vain! Too soon they view the crops unhealthy and of dusky hue. Gaunt famine stalks upon the treacherous soil, and failures thrice renewed repay their toil. Behold, dark discontent with angry frown upon their hills and valleys settles down. Again dawn rises out of horrid night. Relief has come, and prospects are more bright. They now, successful in the arts of peace, find, like the Argonauts, a golden fleece. But trials still more hard have yet to come. With Caffer yell and sight of blazing home, the Kaffirs long have angry passions nursed, and now the flames from smoldering embers burst. Must we still retreat from the haunts of man to the desert drear and the wild Bushman, where the lion and jackal are forced to flee, with the wildebeest and orib? Ah, no! In foray and vengesome fight we will dare the invader's utmost might, and from bushy ambush again shall fly our shaft of destruction, the assegai. The sky is lurid with a coming storm. Against the white man common cause they form. Their bands of hatred gather from afar, and league together in a cruel war. Fierce, treacherous, false, in untamed freedom bold, the kloof or bush was still the Kaffirs' hold. They sought not battle in open field, but used the weapons cunning loves to wield, to lie in wait, to strike a sudden blow of ambushed vengeance on a dreaded foe, with poisonous lies to sue for speedy peace, to plot more murder in a brief release. To pause, to strike with double force the blow, the flaming homesteads light them to their foe, and women's screams for mercy drowned in blood cry out for vengeance to an angry God. And foremost mingling in that awful strife, the settlers fought for wife, for child, for life. They see around them hideous signals rise. The Kaffirs' fiery cross illumes the midnight skies. They rush from burning homes, or die as brave men die, with face unto the foe and hopes in God on high. And then, ye swarthy warriors, then began unequal warfare with the strong white man. The assegai is measured with the gun. The gauge once taken up, war is not done till Hintza's death and Gwanga's gory tide, and Waterkloof and many red hillside, and burning huts and savage screams of woe, have proved the prowess of your British foe. 3 dreadful wars have Kaffir fierceness proved, and thrice their vengeance sought the white man's blood, while thrice their warriors have been taught to know how vain their battle against such a foe. Sir Harry Smith's and Cathcart's names rank high with those renowned in English chivalry, and many a nameless kloof's mimosas wave o'er the brave British soldier's grave. And Bowker's, Southey's, Currie's names shall be with those of others kept in memore. Queenstown and Craddock's volunteers lay down their warlike weapons, while King Williamstown rests on his arms by the Buffalo's side, and starts new commerce on East London's tide. The settler city in success has grown, and busy commerce smiles on Grahamstown and Port Elizabeth, their landing place. Still striding onward in progressive race, makes commerce speed its sails from Algoa Bay, and sends new products o'er the watery way. And far and near the bustling towns arise, planted and nursed by settlers' enterprise. To God Almighty let us thanks upraise, to Him all glory, to Him endless praise. Now 50 years have passed. Here is the field of dauntless energy, and this the yield. Their advent here we celebrate in days which well can speak the British settlers' praise. Their glory with their memory is blent, the Eastern Province is their monument. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In the Country of Mankoraan by Alexander Wilmot. North of the Vaal River, December 1882. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Ah, sad are our hearts, our souls full of trouble. Rune's harvest is come, we are left as the stubble. The white man is here for our fields and our cattle. No hope is now left us, no chance in the battle. We look on like men who are used to disaster, and see rune's night falling faster and faster. Or like animals struck by the swift assegai, we are sentenced to death, we have only to die. From Limpopo to Vaal has the mandate been given, from his veld and his home must the black man be driven. From the homes of our youth, which our eyes love to scan, we are forced from the kraals of our chief Mankoraan. We starve in the veld so blooming and verdant, the invader is lord, the owner his servant. Christianity, lo, to your justice we fly, protect us at once, or we perish and die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Drink by Alex Wilmot. Read for LibriVox.org. Drink. Behold the Moloch of our pagan days, the Bacchic god, whom all his votaries praise. For Io Bacchus is a modern hymn, chanted in praise of drink midst festive din. The god is worshipped here in our own days, enshrined in radiance, midst the hotel's blaze, or where the drink shop with its beaming light attracts the moth-like worshippers at night. The sacrificial victims never fail, with gait unsteady and with features pale. Still they come on, nor sex nor age is spared, recruits by thousands easily are snared. Here comes the husband with unsteady tread, and offers up for drink his children's bread. His weary wife soon learns to follow in, and drown her wretchedness in draughts of gin. The starving children, outcast and forlorn, from virtue's path at once are quickly torn. Hence from this nursery of sin and grief we get the outcast woman and cunning thief. And the first lessons of the murderer's sin are taught in brawls amidst the tavern's din. Moloch of drink, to thee are offered still youth, beauty, fortune, science, art, and skill. Thousands of votaries drink thy poisoned cup, and health, strength, life are freely offered up. In thy fell service, life-blood still is poured, in new libations, neither plague nor sword obtains its victim in the town or field, in such abundance as thy altars yield. The cheerful cup, the drinking cup goes round, convivial spirits gladly hail the sound. See here, in wretched misery, crawls along the shadow of a man once hale and strong. At one time wealthy, held in high esteem, he loved and was beloved, his upright mind told of an upright heart till drink stepped in, and all the train of curses followed sin. Then farewell heaven, and friends, and peaceful life, and welcome squalor, penury, and strife. His once loved partner learns from him to shrink, her life a martyrdom, her murderer drink. His son and daughter, God in heaven to be, the cause of such great crime and misery. The girl, an outcast, walks the midnight street. The boy skulks, trembling, for policemen's feet. In festive houses, festive cups go round. Widows and orphans shudder at the sound. A death knell tolls in every drinking song, to some most heedless midst the drinking throng. Ah, well, when the nations suffer, it is well to wreath with flowers the portal of their hell. When tens of thousands perish by the cup, for neighbor's sake, for God's sake, give it up. Its use is lawful, let its disuse be heaven's key for thee and thousands, charity. Not blasting fire from heaven so surely kills, as burning draughts which flow from Bacchic rills. See nations fall as oaks by lightning stroke, their glories rivened and their manhood broke. Britain, the Caffers, curse before they die, the cup, their poison, and thy infamy. In Afric's land are riveted new chains, and freedom flies when drunkenness remains. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. South Africa, Rede Viva. Bright land which stretchest down through southern seas, on which the sun loves well to look, South Africa. Thou now hast wakened, and the stirring breeze which comes from the northward fills thee with a soul. Arise, throw off thy shackles, and advance. Among the nations claim thy place and live. The time has come to shake off thy dull sleep of slavery and apathy. Thou wast made to be a home for millions of the brave and free. For God has blessed thee with a dower of wealth, of tree, of herb, of pasture, and of field. Thy children laugh aloud in jocund health, and all things men require thy plains can yield. At faintest knock thy mountain portals ope, revealing treasure glimpses fair to see, rich diamonds, metals, aye, imperial gold, are in the dower which God hath given thee. Arise, ye lotus-eaters of the south, and know the plenteous blessings which from labor flow. As men have reaped great Europe, pouring down from Scandinavia and far Baltic's wave, so must our future too be reaped. Now sown, the crops will grow above this era's grave. South Africa calls aloud to Europe, filled with overflowing energy and youth. Come in your thousands, work as your fathers willed, with strength, with power, with energy and truth. Good hope will turn to hope at last fulfilled, and Southern Africa be great as God has willed. Alexander Wilmot. The end of the poem. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Trudy B. Voice, Narragansett, Rhode Island, July 7th, 2017. The Beautiful Island of Dreams by Alex Wilmot. Read for LibriVox.org by Trudy B. Voice, May 16th, 2017, Narragansett, Rhode Island, trudybvoice.com. They come, the shapes of joy and woe, the airy crowds of long ago, The dreams and fancies known of yore, that have been and shall be no more, they change the cloisters of the night into a garden of delight. Golden Legend. When sorrow's dull clouds o'ershadow the soul, and the sunshine of life is concealed, when the waves of misfortune still over us roll, there is sometimes a refuge and shield. In a calm little harbour lit up by its sun, with genial though transient beams, 'tis hailed as a shelter where'er it is won, the beautiful island of dreams. When pursued by avenging demons of hate, the wretched oft pause in their path, and find a retreat and a respite from fate, a brief lull in the tempest of wrath. In the fair fairy bowers where in shadowy light illusion reality seems, whose oceans are bridged by the visions of night, the beautiful island of dreams. And still in this desert as onward we roam, on a dull and a desolate track, fast journeying on to eternity's home, we sometimes in dreamland look back, and in slumber behold the dear friends that have gone, and the past or the future now seems rich with memory or hope, to that oasis flows, the beautiful island of dreams. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Cape of Good Hope. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cape of Good Hope by William Roger Thomson, Utrecht, 1856. Read for LibriVox.org by Trudy B. Voice. July 6, 2017, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Cape of Good Hope. There is a land unknown to fame, a land whose heroes have no name in the grey records of past age, unchronicled in history's page, untamed by art, yet wild and free. That land lies in the southern sea. It laughs to heaven which smiles on it, there midway in wild waters set, with suns serene and balmier breeze than ever swept these northern seas. Its beetling crags rise vast, and war with oceans meeting from afar, to break their billows on its shore, with fearful never-ending roar. Bold mariners who sailed of old through unknown seas in search of gold saw those dark rocks, those giant forms, and, fear quelled, named them Cape of Storms. O land of storms, I pine to hear that music which made others fear. I long to see thy storm fiend scowl. I long to hear the fierce winds howl, hot with fell fires across thy plains. Thou glorious land, where nature reigns supreme in awful loveliness, oh, shall thy exiled son not bless those hills and dales of thine, where first he roamed a careless child, where burst thy tropic splendor on his eye, where days were spent whose memories lie deep 'neath all afterthought and care, yet rise more buoyant than the air, and float o'er all his days. O home of beauty rare, where I did roam in childhood's golden days, my prayer for thee soars through this northern air. Land of good hope, thy future lies bright for my vision as thy skies. O Africa, long lost in night, upon the horizon gleams the light of breaking dawn. Thy star of fame shall rise and brightly gleam, thy name shall blaze on history's later page, thy birth-time is the last great age. Thy name has been slave of the world, but when thy banner is unfurled, triumphant liberty shall wave that standard o'er foul slavery's grave, and earth, decaying earth, shall see her freest, fairest child in thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Good Hope by William Roger Thomson. Read for LibriVox.org by Melanie T. Good hope, for this good land yet, if we would but dare and do, if we would but stand with ready hand to grasp ere the blessings go. Good hope for this good land yet, if we would but stay life's streams, which will past us flow, while we, too slow, stand wrapped on the bank in dreams. Good hope for this good land yet, if we would but cease to hope that the rain will drop and bring a crop, while we idly sit and mope. Good hope for this good land yet, if we work e'en while we wait, for the sun and rain to ripen grain we have sown, then left to fate. Good hope for this good land yet, if we use each heaven-sent gift as a means to an end, and do not spend our best without care and thrift. Good hope for this good land yet, if we live and struggle still to a better life through toil and strife, with a stout heart and strong will. Good hope for this good land yet, if our faith be active trust, and not blind belief, which at each grief still mourns that what must be must. Good hope for this good land yet, if we would but trust in God, and the Christ who came and took our name to bless, not to turn the sod. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode by E.B. Watermeer, read for LibriVox.org by Ryan Barber. No ivory, no golden ceiling adorns my modest home. No marble pillars, wealth revealing, proudly support the dome. No regal fortune, princely dwelling, hath fate vouchsafed to me. I am not clad in state excelling, in robe of sovereignty. A vein of wit by nature's blessing, and honest heart are mine. Yet me to honour, naught possessing, the wealthiest incline. Why should I then the gods importune to add unto my store? Contented with my humble fortune, I could not wish for more. Day hastes to follow day, and truly new moons but come to die. The tomb awaits thy ashes duly, mid all thy pageantry. Yet mindless of the fatal hour, on high thou build'st the hall. Insatiate with thy wealth and power, thou fain wouldst seize on all. Thy neighbour's farm, thy neighbour's dwelling, all wouldst thou have for thee, 'gainst justice and 'gainst law rebelling, with base cupidity. While from their home unjustly driven, the husband and the wife, the babes exposed to winds of heaven, must linger out their life. But one sure homestead there remaineth, than all on earth more sure, the dark abode where Orcus reigneth, alike o'er rich and poor. Just earth entombeth even the poorest, with sons of royalty, and Sharon thou in vain allurest, for gold to set it free. Great kings renowned in ancient story, he holdeth in his might, far famed of old for warlike glory, now doomed to endless night. Invoked in pity he hath risen, and uninvoked to free the hapless poor from their earth prison, and grant them liberty. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
After a Storm by E.B. Watermeer, read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Morning has come upon us from the day, has rolled each darkling cloud, the orient view unveils with gorgeous sun and deep clear blue. But ocean rides still in ponderous play. Thousands of heavy surges plunge away, dazzling with snow-white foam, or swiftly woos iris to paint all brightly tinted hues. Strangely fair magic, mid their shivered spray. Around us, many a little whalebird skims, dipping its tiny bosom in the deep, then instantly uprises, blithe and high, even as the heart unthralled by earthly things will walk this troubled earth yet ever keep its dearest home up in the azure sky. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ammap and Griet by S.A.M. Read for LibriVox.org by Dini Stain from Kelowna, Canada. Ammap and Griet, a legend of the Nosop. On a huge rock of granite stone, a dark-skinned maiden stands alone. Her eyes with vengeance gleam. 'Twas in a wild and savage glen, far from the busy haunts of men, where Nosop rolls its stream. And who is she? What does she here, alone beside by the lion's lair? Has she no woman's fear? She had, but all that fear is gone. She stands upon that very stone, because she knows he's near. Dark-skinned maiden, come away! Tempt not thus the beast of prey. Haste, haste, your life to save. No, no, the dark-skinned maiden cried. He tore my Ammap from my side, and vengeance I will have. A white man stood behind a tree. A double-barreled gun had he, and steady was his aim. She knew not that his help was nigh, but lightly poised the assegai when forth the lion came. He sees her. With a single bound he strove to reach the vantage ground. But ere the rock he gained, the dark-skinned maiden's aim was true. Downwards the fearful weapon flew, and in his side remained. He fell, and writhing in his pain, madly he strove, but strove in vain to rise upon his feet. Ah, ah, the dark-skinned maiden cried, this day I was to be his bride. He tore my Ammap from my side. Ah, ah, revenge is sweet. Beneath that rock of granite stone on which the white man stands alone, the lion writhes in pain. The dark-skinned maiden is at his side. She drew a dirk, her Ammap's pride. He never rose again. Some month had rolled away, and then within that very lion's den were found the bones of Griet. And to this day, who ventures nigh that granite rock will hear the cry, ah, ah, revenge is sweet. But visitors are very rare. The native seldom ventures there. He rather turns aside. And why? Because he fears to meet the wandering ghost of faithful Griet, with Ammap at her side. S.A.M. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sonnets of the Cape by G. Longmore. Read for LibriVox.org by Trudy B. Voice, August 31st, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Sonnets of the Cape. 1. Government Gardens, Cape Town. Oft, when my feet at evening homeward tread the stately cloisters of the oaks along, my fervent soul breaks into grateful song, and I, a glad, rapt worshipper, am led. God, what a glorious prospect is outspread! Impersoned nature here hath built her shrine. On yon great altar sacrifice divine she offers to her Maker. On the head of the majestic peak upon the west, her favoured seat, at eve oft sitteth she, soothing the busy city into rest, whilst the sun, setting, lights the golden sea. Here in thy fain, bright presence I divest my heart of lower thoughts, and bow to heaven and thee. 2. Night. Dost thou not love, O angel of the night, above all others this fair southern land? For thou hast gemmed its skies with lavished hand, with rarest stars and constellations bright. Shines not its vestal moon with purer light? Hath not its galaxy more lustrous hue, while star-clouds, set in heavens more deeply blue, still gladden ours as erst Magellan's sight? O would that while the old grey mountains sleep, there might be silence in the which to find grand music. But if joyous creatures keep perpetual chorus, shall my captious mind object? Creation's harmonies lie deep, but to the soul attuned the parts are well combined. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Faded Photograph by G. Longmore, Cape Town, February 1862. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox.org by Trudy B. Voice, July 6, 2017, Narragansett, Rhode Island. The Faded Photograph. To my friend David C., Bath, Somersetshire. Your portrait hangs upon my wall, among my treasures highly classed, for it is potent to recall old days that we have passed in close communion, heart and mind, where Avon's placid waters wind. And very often, as I gaze, Bath's noble hills with you I climb, or tread the valley's wooded ways where we've roved many a time, delightful scenes that I would fain, before I sleep, behold again. Our Cape its beauties hath, 'tis true, old Table Mountains always grand. Our sun is bright, our sky is blue, the Maker's bounteous hand, from which all beauty hath its birth, made this far corner of his earth. Yet must a Briton love his home, the more for absence, as I ween, and greatly do I long to roam through daisied meadows green, perchance made dulcet by the swell of distant chiming village bell. Oh, for a field of new-mown hay, a beech or elm or tasselled birch, a springtide scent of virgin May, or a glimpse of an ivied church, to tramp the stubbles of the corn upon a fresh September morn. To tread once more with gladsome feet the thronging street, the busy mart, to feel again the mighty best of England's wondrous heart. But though I long, I murmur not, for heaven appoints each human lot. You know not how we exiles prize this modern photographic art, portraying to our grateful eyes, exact in every part, kindred and friends forever dear, we gaze and almost think you here. Your picture's somewhat faded now, but to fond memory it shows your very self. Oft mark I how you wear your homely clothes. You know what one professor teaches, and I have faith in what he preaches. And oft I sit by your fireside and share your daily household life. Upon my knees the youngsters ride, or I chat with your blue-eyed wife. Give them my love and tell them, pray, not to forget me far away. Let time and age do all they can, and let it fade if fade it will. This portrait of a sterling man shall grace my chamber still, and I its dimmest lines shall trace until I meet him face to face. G. Longmore, Cape Town, February 1862. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Eveline. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eveline by C.P.M., Mozambique Channel, November 1861. Read for LibriVox.org by Trudy B. Voice, July 6, 2017, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Eveline. My own girl at home, weep no longer for me. The ship steps through the ocean foam that bears me back to thee. Full sail and bending mast, we cleave the waters green. I'm hasting home to thee at last, my own Eveline. I have o'ercome the fate that parted us so long. I have o'erpassed the treacherous hate, forgot the rankling wrong. I am speeding o'er the sea they swore should roll between the one who loves thee well and thee, my own Eveline. Of you how many a night I've dreamed the long watch through. From noon's brain-searing shafts of light my thoughts have flown to you in your own home bowers where the light falls cool and green. My saint of saints, my flower of flowers, my own Eveline. But now no longer pine, no longer wait and weep. Our pennant floats far o'er the brine, we march along the deep, with store of royal gold, with silks of sunny sheen, and bridal raiment meet to fold, my own Eveline. An hour, and he shall trace the old home scene once more, but to have seen his true love's face, white as the shroud she wore. O fading human love, O light in darkness seen, O voiceless as the stone above thy grave, Eveline. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Farewell to Madeira by John Sterling. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Hark! Hear the billows swell. Bright Madeira, fare thee well. Shining mountains, azure skies, sunniest hearts and friendliest eyes. All my soul has felt so long, like a joyous flow of song. Sinks at vesper's distant bell. Loved Madeira, fare thee well. Summer island now no more shall I move along thy shore, where in all thy waves I caught oracles of peaceful thought. Mid thy glittering walls and towers, girt by vines and gay with flowers, oft in sleep shall fancy dwell. Loved Madeira, fare thee well. Rock-built isle whose mountains rude are the throne of solitude, where from giant crag and steep I have gazed on valleys deep, feeling powers within me pass from each stern aerial mass. Land of lovely peak and dell, loved Madeira, fare thee well. Far within the cares of life, hushed beyond the sound of strife, where methinks thy spirits call from thy soothing waterfall, oft shalt thy remembrance be quiet strength and joy to me. Brighten memory's dusky cell. Loved Madeira, fare thee well. From the heights of time and toil, where I stand on heavenly soil, far around discerning clear many a various land and year, most the vision seems to smile, warmed by the Hesperian isle. Round thee floats a sunny spell, while I murmur, fare thee well. Often magic lures me far toward the east familiar star. Older powers with earlier sway, chanting call me hence away, and I hear above thy foam, trembling round the voice of home, whispering more than tongue can tell. Yet, Madeira, fare thee well. On thee still may summer breathe, still thy crown with blossoms wreathe, and may still with peace divine more of noblest life be thine, making hearts of kindliest mould, earnest, glad, serene and bold, so supreme all ill to quell. God, fair island, keep thee well. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Farewell to 55 by William Selwyn. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Farewell to 55. Farewell, farewell, old 55. To thee this circling ball no longer homage yields. Thy record's closed, and frail humanity stands trembling 'neath the rod that conscience wields. For now, methinks, that record's page reveals a long dark roll of follies, faults, and crimes, before his eyes whose love in vain appeals to hearts ingrate, whose goodness glads our times, and spreads with genial gifts the wide earth's varied climes. Upon thy winged hour, old 55, alternate hopes and fears have trembling hung, capricious as the fleecy clouds which drive athwart the summer sky. A motley throng of joys and griefs have swiftly swept along. Now o'er the welkin peal the bridal bells, anon the mournful funeral dirge is sung. Big with this truth, each passing moment swells, beyond the sky alone unchanging pleasure dwells. Farewell, old 55, the visions fair which down thy sparkling vista erst appeared, beguiling Mammon's votaries with the glare of sordid wealth in pile on pile upreared, have flitted past, and left a blank uncheered by one bright gleam in many an aching breast. O were the sober truth more wide revered, and gaping folly's golden dreams repressed, how few would groan beneath the gambler's dark unrest. Few were our tears, old 55, hadst thou consigned alone the noisome vampire band to disappointment blank and carking woe, but thou with undiscriminating hand hast flung on poverty's inclement strand full many a one styled noblest work of God. His lowing herds have perished from the land, or haply over his fields a blight has trod, still he can trusting say, my Father holds the rod. Farewell, old 55, bright over thy days celestial truth has flung her radiant bow. Benignant from her throne she stoops to raise each moiling slave of ignorance and woe. Her silvery voice proclaims to high and low this blood-bought truth, man's mind and tongue are free. May every human breast responsive glow, till superstition, pride, and bigotry their lofty heads abase, and like grim spectres flee. Farewell, old 55, inhuman war with blood-red hand has over thy cycle swept. Horrific still he rolls his thundering car mid ghastly wounds and dying groans unwept. The cannon's roar, which long in silence slept, unceasing echoes over the dismal scene. Deep blushing, Mercy from her throne has stepped, while eager rapine stalks with hideous mien, and gloating scans the flaming city's lurid sheen. O Liberty, Britannia's proudest boast! O Liberty, man's brightest heritage! Why on thy steps attendant should a host of sanguinary passions fiercely rage? Or why should history's memorable page be blotted over with sighs and groans and tears? When will grey time mature the golden age? When men shall snap their swords and quivering spears, and peace triumphant reign over all the circling years? Farewell, old 55, as lingering still thy last faint echoes on the ear expire, and saddening thoughts the heaving bosom fill, hope strings anew her animating lyre. Eternal truth, the soul's immortal fire, ere long shall claim the homage of the world. High over gaunt slavery's blazing funeral pyre shall freedom's crimson banner wave unfurled, and ignorance and vice from their dark thrones be hurled. William Selwyn, Port Elizabeth, January 1st, 1856. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lead Kindly Light by W. Selwyn. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. A little earthen lamp, 1700 years old, was recently found in the East, which bore this inscription: "The light of Christ shines for all." Christian Express, December 1st, 1878. This tiny lamp of fragile clay Once shed its faint and flickering ray, To cheer perchance some sage's hall. Its light extinct mid wreck it lies, Through 17 rolling centuries, Till disentombed, behold the truth Bright with the glow of pristine youth: The light of Christ shines for us all. Hail, glorious truth! Thy music thrills And echoes from Time's distant hills, And still thy tones melodious fall. Still may poor wanderers lift their heads To Him whose face benignant sheds Effulgent rays to warm and cheer, To waken hope and banish fear: The light of Christ still shines for all. The ice built screens by bigots planned, As children's barriers in the sand, Dashed by the wild waves, sink and fall, Melt in the beams from Jesus' face, Exhale in mist and leave no trace. Free as the breeze on mountain side, Wide as the ocean's rolling tide, The light of Christ still shines for all. Light, light for Afric's dusky throng, Light for the prisoners held so long In superstition's blinding thrall, Light for the savage and the sage, For smiling youth and trembling age, Light for all sorrowing, sin struck eyes That seek the pathway to the skies: The light of Christ still shines for all. Port Elizabeth, December 11th, 1878. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Should It Be According to Thy Mind, by W. Selwyn. Port Elizabeth, January 21st, 1879. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Job 34:33. Shall feeble, vain, presumptuous man, Whose loftiest visions but a span, Impugn the vast mysterious plan By boundless wisdom laid? Shall his omnipotent behest, That thunders o'er wild ocean's breast, Or lulls its surging waves to rest, By puny worms be stayed? Shall man, whose moments hurrying flee, Like sparklets from a phosphor sea, Prescribe to dread eternity The laws of his domain? Shall he, who scans each circling pole, And points the course the planets roll, Seek wisdom from the darkling mole, To guide the shining train? Shall yon vast orb, whose kindling ray Pours forth the universal day, His glad majestic progress stay, Lest haply his bright beams with light Unwelcome should illume The drowsy couch, and chide the gloom Of some voluptuous sluggard's room, And chase his idle dreams? Shall thirsty nature pant in vain For showers of life restoring rain? Shall desolation sweep the plain, And beauty droop and die, Lest one bright drop's exultant spring Should snap the spider's airy string, Or dim perchance the golden wing Of some gay butterfly? Shall yon glad stream, whose sparkling tide Spreads verdant beauty far and wide, O'erleap its banks, and turn aside, Or in the desert sink? Lest haply fraught with summer showers Its waves should ripple o'er the flowers By children planted 'mid the bowers That tangle on its brink? No! He whose power with life endued This glorious universe, pursued In his design the highest good And happiness of all, And still at his benign command Rich bounties gladden every land, And still he guides, with all wise hand, Each tenant of this ball. Oh, then, low bending in the dust, Cling to his love with childlike trust, Believing that Omniscience must know What for thee is best. Let resignation soothe thy cares, Let faith disperse thy gloomy fears, And God himself shall dry thy tears In his eternal rest. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Graaff Reinet by W. Selwyn, Graaff Reinet, 1860. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandy Ferrer. Hail, gem of the desert, in slumber reposing, the dark hills thy cradle, soft verdure thy bed. The breeze from the kloof richest perfumes disclosing, lightly sweeps o'er thy bosom, raising dust very red. The last gleams of the sun, in gay splendour descending, seem fondly to linger around the tall spire, while the clouds, rainbow-tinted, their gorgeous hues lending, make the Dutchman's black chimneys seem as if all afire. Deep-bosomed in shade, the dark river meanders, save where like a mirror it gleams from the glade, or soapy and slimy through mud-holes it wanders, where stockings are washed by a Hottentot maid. Sweet abode of contentment, dearly loved Graaff Reinet, long, long mayst thou bask in thy slumber profound, tame springbucks be baited for a sixpenny bet, and thy butter be sold at 4 shillings per pound. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hymn by William Selwyn, written during the Zulu War. And I, if I be lifted up from the earth, will draw all men unto me. John 12:32. O Saviour, throned in peace above, reveal thy pierced side, and let the vision of thy love stay war's remorseless tide. Risen Saviour, hear! For white, for black, alike didst thou low bow thy fainting head. For all of every clime and hue didst thou thy heart's blood shed. Suffering Saviour, hear! Behold fair Afric's sunny lands, with reeking carnage strewed. See God made man with rigid hands, in brother's blood imbrued. Sorrowing Saviour, hear! O hear the Briton's dying groan, the Zulu's piercing wail! O hear the famished orphan's moan, the widow's sobbing tale! Pitying Saviour, hear! In mercy stay the quivering spear, avert the death-winged ball, pour balm on every scalding tear, and breathe thy peace o'er all. Mighty Saviour, hear! Draw weary warriors round thy feet, by love's constraining cord. There let the scattered nations meet, and hail thee sovereign Lord. Gracious Saviour, hear! Port Elizabeth, February 9th, 1879. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lament by William Selwyn. Read for LibriVox.org by Jael Baldwin. Of the gutter lately filled up by an unpoetical municipality. Old residents of Port Elizabeth will remember the kloof running down between Duncan Street and Constitution Hill, which was spanned by a rude wooden footbridge just opposite Dr. Edwards' residence. The kloof having been filled up now forms the site of the row of houses on the right-hand side of Duncan Street. This municipal improvement forms the subject of the following pitiful lament. Whatever may be thought of the merit of the verses, the author takes some credit for an eye to the practical, for the attempt to lead off the surface water through an underground culvert resulted in the catastrophe predicted in the concluding verses within a very short time after the completion of the work. O list, good folks, a tale of woe, a tale of dark oppression, let briny tears your cheeks down flow in sorrowful procession. Till late I trickled down the glen in sunbeams gaily sparkling, but now, entombed by heartless men, I creep on cold and darkling. Beneath a huge chaotic mass of rubbish vile I mutter, mid frogs and fungi rank, alas, a melancholy gutter. No more my channel decked with green relieves the eye aweary, its verdant slopes no more are seen, but all around is dreary. No more the breeze with fitful sigh along my bed breathes mildly, no more when Boreas blusters high my caverns echo wildly. The rustic bridge that bound my banks in brotherhood together is torn away, and its rude planks are gone, the board knows whither. Away, a dire revenge I'll brew, my rage meanwhile I'll bung tight. That sordid board the day shall rue when next I see the sunlight. When turbid torrents rushing pass adown my peeping square holes, right through this execrable mass, I, madman-like, will tear holes. I'll heave aloft the lumbering load, and crashing down I'll toss it, till in the middle of the road I make a fixed deposit. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Salted Steed by A. Broderick. Read for LibriVox.org by Melanie T. Oh, give me back my salted steed. They said he would not die. They said of stable I'd no need, but told a dreadful lie. I let him out one moonlit night. Upon the grass he fed, and in the morning, cruel sight, my salted steed was dead. I bought him with a good bevice, and thought to get my geld. So wrote a letter in a trice, and sent it through the veld. But when the man who sold him came and opened his inside, he said the papiers were to blame, and that was how he died. I've had a dozen steeds or more since that eventful day, but no more salted ones, be sure. That sort of thing don't pay. For if a charger's worth a sou, he's worth his feed, I swear. And should he live, I laugh, don't you? And should he die, don't care. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Romance from the Fields by C.F. Overton, read for LibriVox.org by Shanna Burns. How be I getting along, sir? Why, thank ye, I can't complain. The taties and crops look splendid, since we got that there last rain. The cattle and birds does middling, the missus and children's well, and the future looks bright and cheery, so far as I can tell. I look like a Dutchman, do I, with them feathers in my hat? Well, perhaps they're a trifle gaudy, but I'll wear 'em spite of that. My talisman I calls 'em for, they came of a wondrous bird, that completely changed our fortunes, 'tis the strangest tale you've heard. Afore you left for England, you may mind I went to the fields, was nigh played out with farming, and read of the thumping yields. Them diamond claims was giving, so resolved my luck to try. The drought and cruel lung sick had bothered us proper lie. I got what I could together, and we started right ahead, Mrs. and me and Bill here, with 2 little girls as is dead. I didn't do much at digging, but money could then be earned by any willing fellow who to work in earnest turned. Wages was high and I prospered, till fever came to the place, and I was unable to work, sir, and our children drooped apace. 'Twas a sad time, I can tell you, and oft should we have starved. But a neighbour, he'd been a sailor, his substance with us halved. Good, I should say that he was good, a thorough kind-hearted brick. Poor fellow, before very long, though, he himself fell sorely sick. My wife did all she could, kind soul, and nursed him night and day, but with me and the children poorly, she'd a hardish part to play. Poor Jim didn't get no better, and it seems made up his mind, as how he must die at the field, sir, and all he'd to leave behind. Would queeth to my missus, who always had been his kindest friend. 'Twasn't much for things were dear then, and his coin had come to an end. Well, all there was he made over, then poor Jim was laid to rest. We got his watch and knick-knacks, but what the wife liked best was a couple of Dorking hens, sir, and a fine young Spanish cock. Quite right, sir, them's the feathers, that I fear give you a shock. The missus was fond of poultry, and was pleased with what we'd got, but hunger is hard to bear, sir, so the birds came to the pot. Our little girls lay a-dying, and food we all must have, so one by one the fowls were killed, but our bairns we could not save. The young cock's turn came last but, to kill him we all were loth, but Billy and me in the fever lay, so the wife made us some broth. And now was the strangest thing, for when that bird was drawn his crop, contained, well guess I assure you, my wife was fit to drop. A diamond, yes, a brilliant, without a fault or flaw, as good a gem for its size, you know, as ever a merchant saw. £400 we sold it for, and we bought shares in a claim, that doubled soon the sum we had. Don't that bird deserve some fame? Thank God the fever left us, little Billy was the first to mend, and after a while I got stronger, and could to work attend. But we'd all had enough of the field, sir, and longed to come back home, to settle down in the dear old place, nor want again to roam. I look like a Dutchman, do I? Well, all that we have we owe to that young bird, I reckon, and my gratitude I shall show. I shall sport his blue-black plumes then, for it does not oft betide, when killing a fowl to cook you find a plum in his inside. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 65 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Flight of the Amakosa by A.W. Cole. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Schmidt. The Flight of the Amakosa, a Rifle Corps legend. It's the hour of the morn, when he who's not born with the silver spoon ready made for him will scorn to muddle his head by lying in bed, but jumps into a tub of cold water instead, which disperses each dream and gets up his steam and makes him as fresh as new butter and cream, drives off sleep's dizziness, fits him for business, screws up his system and seems to assist him to follow whatever employments enlist him. In short, it's the hour when the whole Ville du Cap, as the Frenchmen call Cape Town, wakes up from its nap and prepares for its trade, its profession or craft, as labourer, lawyer, or dealer in BAFTAs. But everyone knows that although l'homme propose, it isn't in mortals themselves to dispose, for that is undoubtedly toute autre chose, or, to speak in plain English when plain English suits, a pair of decidedly different boots. And so on this day, quite a different way of spending its time, neither work nor yet play, from what Cape Town chalked out when first it had walked out that morning it found in its destiny lay. For Brown, Jones and Robinson, Thomson, Smith, Russell and Jack, Tom and Harry are all in a bustle, crying, "Holla! What now? What's the news? What's the row? What the deuce can the matter be? What can the clatter be? Kaffirs escaped from the Amsterdam battery." It's really true, and one looks blue, and another knows hardly what to do. Some stare, and some look shockingly glum, while others declare it's remarkably rum. Why don't they bring Inspector King and his blue-coat peelers? That's the thing. While others shout, "What are they about? Why don't they call the artillery out?" But voices are drowned by a martial sound that all on a sudden rings out around, and each who hears cries out, "Three cheers! It's the bugle call of the volunteers!" Over the chimney pots, over the tiles, over the gardens 2 square miles float the sounds of that warlike blast, proclaiming approaching relief at last. Doubt has fled, fear hides its head, and curiosity reigns instead. In the square of the church there's a hubbub and fluster. In the square of the church the brave warriors muster, cavalry warriors armed, spurred, and booted, with white-covered caps for the atmosphere suited, jackets of blue, rather short in the waist, garnished with silver in beautiful taste, trousers of blue with a broad silver border, and very long swords of the steel-scabbard order. One by one, to see the fun, the citizens into the church square run, and then they gaze in delighted amaze at the gallant scene the square displays, as the warriors gather by 2s and 3s beneath the shadow of 2 small trees, twirling mustachios in solemn monotony, excepting the captain, who hasn't yet got any, while a few little boys are making a noise and shouting, "Oh my, here comes a guy! Oh, come and look at this rummy fella a-riding up with his umbrella!" And truth to confess, it did look a mess, as a hero rode up on his gallant black bess, and while he wore his costume du corps, in his hand a white-covered umbrella he bore. The muster's complete, each man's in his seat, ready to do any desperate feat. The captain springs to his saddle, and flings a look which alone attention brings. Ere he gives the word, and as soon as it's heard, not a limb but in discipline's rule is stirred, and everyone sees that those gaily clad men are all ready to die at the word of their general. I give him this title, for though it is true he's a captain alone of this Rifle Corps Blue, the intelligent reader will also discern he is Her Majesty's General of the attorneys. Away, list again to the trumpet, for hark! It sounds gallantly out from the square of Green Market. Away, seek the steps of the classic town hall. See the infantry rifles respond to the call, officers, privates, and bandsmen, and all looking valiant, and all to a man determined at least to be found in the van. And now cavalry, infantry, all are assembled, and Greenmarket Square 'neath their tramp has trembled, and orders of all sorts on all sides are given, and spurs in the flanks of the chargers are driven. March! Forward! Away! Drive on, coachy! All tell a sad tale of what Horace calls aspera bella. The way was long, the day was hot, the rifles very warm had got. Their bright blue coats and silver gay seemed to befit a cooler day. Their swords, their glory and their joy, hung in their sheaths, a useless toy. The first of all the rifles they, who rode forth to the Kaffir fray. But, well a day, that luck was fled, no Kaffirs were discovered, though they, the bravest of their race, longed to be with them face to face. No more with hopeful looks they glance, and spur their steeds to make them prance, but half their ardour, martial, gay, in perspiration melts away. Yet now they make a gallant push, and bravely scour the scrubby bush. Woe to the foe that lurks within, while forward dashes headlong Glynn. Woe to the foe! What's that? Hollo! Somebody's hiding there, I know! Huzzah! There he is, with his coal-black fizz, and his black woolly hair too, all in a frizz. Yield, villain, yield, or prepare to feel 2 feet and a half of this trusty steel. The villain has yielded. They've captured him, and they've tied up his wrists with a bit of a rim. First fruits of the foray, O gallant Glynn! 'Tis thine the honour of war to win. But what's that remark? Who talks of a lark? Do tell us, oh do, is it really true? From trooper to trooper the sentence that's now heard, the woolly head chap's Mr. Somebody's coward. The gallant captain seen to smile, gravely shakes his head awhile, then, as he taps his sabre's hilt, he cries, "Let him go, he's found not guilty." Forward again in the roasting sun, horses and troopers too, almost done, march forth the cavalry, one by one, and behind them the infantry's green coats appear, for they are still in the van, though they're still in the rear. Forward they move, but alas, alas, not a Kaffir is seen through all the pass, though Private Saunders has brought a glass. Camp's Bay is reached, and each rifleman's breast at that moment a thrill of joy confessed, as he gazed on the scene, and halfway up the hill he perceived in the distance the round house of Tilly. And here awhile they rest from labour, rifle cast aside and sabre. At the provisions do their worst, with beer and soda slake their thirst. But how they ate and how they drank, as if each throttle were a tank, to tell all this my pen would fail, but even porter turned to ale. That night the warriors' band returned, but though their hearts with valour burned, not one his spurs as yet had earned. Though hands were firm and nerves unshaken, the Kaffir foemen had saved their bacon, and, saving the cowboy, no prisoner was taken. The shades of the night had taken to flight, the sun gave out all his heat and light, when someone averred that someone had heard, or perhaps had been told by some sharp little bird, that the fir trees which grow in many a row, and make 'neath our mountain so pleasant a show, concealed in their deepest and darkest recess the runaway Kaffirs who'd made all this mess, to the terror and horror of those who lived near, and who hinted they just entertained the slight fear that between thirst and hunger, a terrible fix, they might cut people's throats as they'd cut their own sticks. Away at the word goes the valiant crew, searching the fir forest right through and through. "Steady!" cries Captain T. "Steady, man, steady! Keep your eyes open, be silent and ready." Ha, ha, ha! There they go! "'Tis the foe, 'tis the foe!" But still not an inch of their skins dare they show. Bang, bang, goes each gun. Helter-skelter too run the rifles, pursuing like mad or like fun, when someone exultingly cries out, "There's one!" 'Twas true, 'twas one. The ball had sped, and entered the dying wretch's head. Forth from the wound the life-blood flowed, and stretched in the warrior's very road, a grisly baboon its carcass showed. And the rifleman stared, half puzzled, half scared, while a private coarsely remarked, "I'm blowed." Thus the second day's deeds to an end were brought, but somehow the Kaffirs were not yet caught. How it turned out next day, 'twere not easy to say, but 5 gallant gentlemen happened to stray through the woods for a search, and without any fuss, which so often brings forth the ridiculous muss, pounced right on the runaway Kaffirs and bagged them, that is, on 14 quite enough to have scragged them. And this feat all their comrades in arms pronounced lucky. For my part, I call it uncommonly plucky. And thus ended the Rifle Corps Kaffir campaign, whose like may the Rifle Corps never see again, for they'd very much trouble and very small gain. But Cape Town all felt that, with such an array of valour to guard it by night and by day, it might sleep in its bed, and not trouble its head about Kaffirs in prison or Kaffirs who'd fled. For myself I can vow, if there's ever a row, I shan't think a bit of the consequence now. For regular regiments I care not a rap. The Rifle Corps guards me. What can spoil my nap? A. W. Cole. End of section 65. Section 66 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Idol of a Prince by A. W. Cole. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Schmidt. An Idol of a Prince. Not after Tennyson. If ever by chance you should happen to glance at a map of the world and should come upon France, raise your eyes just a bit until you have hit on an island that's known as the home of the Briton. Now, if it weren't wrong to put faith in a song, you would find from a ditty by one Mr. Campbell that one fine day this island arose high and dry land right out of the sea, from no submarine gambol, but was turned out by order express to afford her assistance to Neptune in ruling the ocean, which may be the truth, or a mere poet's notion. Be this as it may, and I don't mean to say I have faith in the literal truth of the lay, she has ruled the ocean a pretty long while, and is considered a bright little, tight little island. And as one thing to brag of, possesses a flag of such capital bunting that one Thomas Dibdin declared as a fact, and I don't think he fibbed in the assertion, which every nation allows and hears, it has braved war and tempest unhurt for 1,000 years. And in spite of the seas, of the foes and the breeze, it's as good at this moment as when they first made it, spotless, untattered, and not a bit faded. To cherish this standard, she has fought in each land hard, but the sea, after all, has been ever her grand card, and the waves, as they roll from equator to pole, bear fleets on their highway which never pay toll, being franked by this banner, which waves, in the manner I've mentioned before, all the breezes that fan her. I think it an error to fancy that history ever records, when it's truthful, a mystery. The eyes of a mole can't read a large scroll. They may pick out each letter, but don't see the whole. The qui currit potest legeres no test, as those who have dipped neath the surface must know best. So, though it seems queer to children who hear that the tight little island we're writing of here has contrived to get on with such brilliant successes, adding conquest to conquest until she possesses much more than old Rome ever ventured to vote as her provinces, see Orbs Veteribus Notus, yet one who reflects on the matter detects all the secret to lie in the fact of the ocean receiving his child's never-failing devotion, a devotion repaid by his never-failing aid, so that all the world over, from China to Dover, her fleets defy foeman and pirate and rover, and her shores are as happy as cows are in clover. Now, Let your eyes stray on the map a long way from this tight little island, until they make play over dreary hot lands of deserts and sands, where brave Captain Speke has set off to seek for the source of the Nile, till you come, if you'll follow me, to a country baptized with the name of Cape Colony, and you'll find, near its southwestern corner, stuck down at the foot of the mountain called Table, a town. In this town, then, there dwell, as geographers tell, a great many people of all sorts of hues, heathen, Mohammedans, Christians and Jews, Dutchmen and Englishmen, black Mozambicas, tawny Malays, and a sprinkling of Grikas, Hottentots, Kaffirs and Negroes and others, who'd be puzzled to point out their fathers or mothers. They say on the whole that the town's rather pretty. By the way, they've a bishop, so call it a city. But apt to be sleepy and stagnant and dull, in a kind of perpetual calm or a lull of such very long lasting that no one can form an idea of the time when it last had a storm. Now, did you ever try on a slumbering lion, of course safe in a cage or fixed in the wrong hole, the experiment called stirring up with a long pole? First, you tickle him gently. He stops in a snore. Then you pummel his ribs, and he utters a roar. Then you give it him harder, a bound and a shake, a jump at the bars, which may well make you quake, mane and tail up on end, and the lion's awake. Just so they relate how this city of late, being sleepy and slow as a solemn debate, was aroused from repose by a fly on its nose, in the shape of a rumour disturbing its doze. The rumour then spread, and the faster it flew, the more evident was it the rumour was true. The city jumped up from its very long snooze, threw its nightcap aside, donned its small clothes and shoes, and was more wide awake than 'tas ever been since it was built, for till now it never welcomed a prince. A prince, then, was coming, a prince of blood royal, the son of a queen, to whom everyone's loyal. A prince, too, who wears the triumphant blue jacket to guard from affronting that famed bit of bunting, and pitch into the foe who shall dare to attack it. A long while the city remained in suspense, hopeful but fidgety, making pretence of not being excited, but looking delighted, as a boy newly breeched, or a cit newly knighted. Grand preparations for illuminations, fete and regattas and balls and reviews, everyone asking, "Well, what's the last news?" Ladies all crowding, besieging the shops, buying dresses so grand that their brilliancy whops, as Jonathan says, all description, and gloves and wreaths that they fondly pronounce perfect loves, and lace-bordered lawn for each sweet little nose, and the finest of pinky white gauzy silk hose, and white satin shoes for their dear little toes. Volunteers, too, green, scarlet, and blue, furbish their uniforms up to look new, polish up bayonets, rifles, and sabres, looking forward with pride to their arduous labours, and twist their moustaches with pleasure prophetic of how they will look with the aid of cosmetic. All things have an end, as experience teaches, except crinoline, perhaps, or upper house speeches. So at length the suspense was all over, at last. The season of mere expectation was past. And in Simon's Bay, no very great way from the city, all snug, the Euryalus lay. In Adderley Street citizens meet, staring at telegrams, hauling out flags, stowed safely away in their canvas bags, guessing tomorrow will be a grand holiday, vowing they'll try too to make it a jolly day. Cabmen and coolies, whose general rule is to get in the way when they've got nothing to do, assemble in groups at street corners or stoops, and stop up the road when you try to get through. And little black boys kick up a noise by way of evincing their innocent joys. The morrow came, up rose the sun, and who has seen a brighter one? No cloud to obscure a single ray, a clear, warm, brilliant summer's day. A day right worthy of its scene, a people's homage to their queen, inhaling with their heartfelt joy her darling child, her sailor boy. The morrow has come, trumpet and drum, streamers and pennants, houses empty of tenants, cannon and bells, everything tells of a day that's begun of rejoicing and fun. The city's awake now, as sure as a gun, and looks almost as bright as that glorious sun. It's past 1:30, and it's drawing near to the hour he's to come, if the programme speak true. Chevalier Duprat, with his stout bombardiers, is preparing salutes to astonish our ears. The rifle corps, too, with their dark green and black, looking regular heroes, and shooters called crack, with their soldier-like colonel, right man in the right place, though the steed that he rides isn't such as he might grace, line the streets in full force, with also the horse, than whom none would fight more, the brave blue and white corps, with helmets of silver, such regular shiners, and the scarlet and gold of the sappers and miners, and last, but not least, with their breeks in zigzag stripes, the gallant Scotch corps, with their capital bagpipes. To these add the regulars, regular bricks, the brave 59th, with its flag inscribed licks. And so it does everything, pardon the pun. It's atrociously bad, but it's true as the sun. At length one hears from the bombardiers the banging of cannon, which serves for their cheers, and the prince with his retinue really appears, over Castle Bridge, past Caledon Square, of all save stones and mud-holes bare. Beside the parade, with its stunted firs, which scarcely the sign of a breeze now stirs, through a street where the breeze pretty frequently plays her part, now known as Darling Street, ci-devant Kaisersgracht. The prince has arrived, and no princely race showed ever a nobler youthful face. So full of beauty, so full of grace, his chestnut hair, his large blue eye, his features calm, wherein seemed to lie gentleness, intellect, majesty, a prince right worthy his royal name, his lineage proud, his father's fame, right worthy to wear the glorious blue, and fight neath the banner of England too, the mightiest banner that ever flew. And the motley crowd all shouts aloud, "Huzzah!" and "Hooray!" and "Thou come and high!" and they bless him and praise him, and most of them pray that the time may arrive when he's got majority, he may come here and handle the reins of authority. Some people, it's true, are inclined to look blue, for they don't see a crown and they fear it's a due, and they're hard to convince that a real royal prince isn't born with a crown firmly wedged down to the top of his skull like the deck of a hull. But he sits on his horse like a prince, like a man, sits as only a thoroughbred Englishman can. In Adderley Street a big archway is seen, symbol of triumph, and smothered in green, flags waving gaily above it, and near crowds of all sorts of people to see and to cheer. Then, coming next on, the house of the sexton, past the church and the banks, and a building that ranks midst the finest of Cape Town attempts architectural, though the order that claims it is purely conjectural. Up to the gateway, at foot of the straight way, of oaks now all leafless, and past the museum with its curious contents, if the prince could but see 'em, to Government House, where his highness alights, and sees, lucky prince, the best sight of all sights. Such a bevy of fair ones, in costumes so neat, all murmuring, "How handsome, how charming, how sweet!" I doubt whether prince ever had such a treat. And next, the reception. How tell of the pushing, the fishing out cards, and the squeezing and crushing, the bows that are made and the looks that are given, the gorgeous get-ups of those who have striven to display their own grandeur as well as their loyalty, by wonderful ties to astonish young royalty. And the ladies, the dears, abandoning fears, leaving benches outside, through the windows they glide, rush into the chamber like fairies demented, resolved to be present, though not yet presented. And all the men swear, and the ladies declare, the former "By Jove," and the latter 'Pon honour, that to look on that handsome young face is a bonheur, so great that they feel at that moment they doubly can pity a people that's only republican. The sun's gone to bed, and gas lamps instead, and lamps, blue, white, and red, such a flood of light shed as drive notions of darkness clean out of your head. Pictures, devices, like very large slices from very large 12th cakes, illustrate the crisis. A lady of very extensive dimensions, with a helmet and spear of most warlike pretensions, but without crinoline, is everywhere seen, sitting down on her shield by a sea very green, and lending a hand to assist to the land, a tall, thin, blue gentleman, dressed very grand. And one, in an able way, represents Table Bay, and a very large dolphin with greenest of tails, and fins up on end, p'raps to serve him for sails, and another blue gentleman stuck on its back, though you'd fancy yourself you'd be off in a crack if you ventured to sea on so fishy a smack. And mermaids are there, with long flowing hair, and their scaly green tails sticking up in the air, and Neptune with trident, with mighty long beard, hails a nice little midshipman, looking half skeered. Stores, mansions, and shops, all's a blaze of bright light, and crowds, black, white, tawny, look on with delight, save where the long range of the Merchants' Exchange is all in the dark, and the people that stare up hear that somehow the electric light won't give a flare-up. There's the morning gun, there's the rising sun. Put out all the lamps, the fun's over and done. The city's done all that a good city can, for one day at least has turned out to a man. There's more work before her of much the same sort, all sorts of revelry, all sorts of sport. But my muse for a time flits away from these shores, to take breath, or more notice, lie on her oars. But she cries as she flies to her home in the skies, as she ever shall cry till her good lungs shall fail her. Hail, son of Victoria! Hail, royal sailor! Moral. By the way, as she flew, I may say, entre nous, something fell from her pocket. It looked like a screw of tobacco, but though she's got capital jaws, I never yet found that her ladyship chaws. I picked it up carefully, undid the roll, and found nothing in it, except a small scroll, which is just in these words, for what I thought a quiddis: Happy the nation whose princes are middies. A. W. Cole. End of section 66.
Section 67 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Christmas Apparition, read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. A bilious legend. The day was long sped, the stars overhead, for 3 hours or longer their glimmer had shed, since the sun had retired remarkably red, as if the Atlantic had flown to his head when Timothy Tadpole turned into his bed. It was Christmas night, and a beautiful sight was each little star with his modest light, as if half afraid of lending his aid, the glorious canopy heaven displayed. Mr. Timothy Tadpole had dined that day in the ancient and orthodox Christmas way. Turkey and sausages, roast beef and ham, plum pudding and mince pies he'd managed to cram, with custards and syllabubs, jellies and jam, and claret and sherry, and champagne in very large glasses, which everyone voted the right tap, and port, which they dish up, and call it a bishop, with lemons and nutmegs by way of a nightcap, and many a toast, from the health of the host to the health of the fair one each tippler loved most. He had drunk with a swallow few mortals can boast, And hip, hip, hooray! He had shouted that day, in a highly excited, convivial way, 'mid bacchanal ditties and protest of scorning, to think of retiring to rest before morning. So when Timothy Tadpole turned into his bed, an ill-natured chronicler might perhaps have said that he carried a little too much in his head. An uncommon event, too, since Timothy's brains were computed to weigh such a very few grains, that in Timothy's head you have found them as soon as a pair of dried peas in the Nassau balloon. And while Timothy lay in a restless way, turning and twisting and kicking and rolling, that you couldn't suppose he'd a bit of repose, the bell of St. George's was grimly tolling. Slowly, deeply boomed the bell. Midnight hour! It seemed the knell of hopes, joys, griefs, pains, pleasures dead, gone with the short-lived day that was fled. Another day from the tiny span that makes the weal and woe of man. Yes, 12 at night, that hour of fright, when ghosts pop out of their graves in white, and glide and slink through keyhole or chink, or up the chimney or down the sink, and frighten poor sinners who quake as they tell of the terrible sight and the brimstone smell. As Timothy snored and kicked and rolled, and the bell of St. George's grimly tolled, just as the last stroke died on the air, the candle emitted a bluish glare. For gentlemen coming home late at night often forget to extinguish the light. It flickered and sputtered, and out it went, with a pop and a hiss and a nasty scent. And as it went out, a ghost walked in, an orthodox ghost with a churchyard grin, from the head to the feet, wrapped in his sheet, as white as pure snow, so that, if a man can guess, you'd fancy the ghost had a capital laundress. Yet the ghost, though pale, wasn't lanky or lean, like all ghosts that I've ever yet heard of or seen, but rather had a corpulent, greasy, fat look, like an alderman's ghost, or the ghost of a cook. As the ghost walked in, poor Timothy woke, and the ghostly vision on Timothy broke, and Timothy's eyeballs glare and stare, and up on end goes Timothy's hair, and Timothy shivers with agitation, and his body's quite damp with perspiration, a common effect of consternation. But as he lies quaking and shivering still, with a resolute air he cries, "Who's there?" And the vision solemnly answers, "Bill." Bill? Bill who? Bill Smith? Bill Jones? For Bill's a praenomen each family owns. So Timothy tries with might and main to guess which Bill, but all in vain, till, shaking with horror through and through, he faintly stammers out, "Bill who?" The ghostly accents seem to fill the room as they answer, "Christmas Bill! I'm the ghost of the butcher's bill. Nothing can lay me. I'll haunt you by day and by night till you pay me." Timothy Tadpole groans with fright, and tries to shut out the horrid sight, when lo! a new ghost pops into light. And the ghost that now burst on the wretched sinner was very much paler and very much thinner, though afterwards Tadpole remarked it as rummy, spoke in a voice that was husky and crummy. And solemn and grave as an undertaker, he stalked forth and said, "I'm the Bill of the baker. I'll dog you by night. I'll settle your hash. I'll never be still till you hand out the cash." Again poor Timothy Tadpole groans, and turns and wriggles his weary bones, trying to shut out the dreadful vision, when alas and alack! there's a new apparition. This ghost had an air so dapper and nice, he looked for a spirit uncommonly spicy, but he turned a pitiless glance on Tim, as if with a look he'd annihilate him, and in accents severe cried, "I'd have you to know, sir, that I'm the Christmas bill of the grocer. You've eaten and stuffed, and you've had your fill, and now let us see what you've got in the till. I'll polish you off in a manner that I know, if you don't pretty speedily fork out the rhino. But alas and alack, a new one appears, the tailor's bill, armed with the goose and the shears, and the bill of the bootmaker gliding together, the latter quite larking, and pertly remarking, "Come, dub up, old fellow, there's nothing like leather," and the bill of the wine merchant troubled with hiccups, and the bill of the hosier for collars called stick-ups, and round about his bed they flew, hand in hand, this ghostly crew, and they tweaked his nose and tickled his toes, and rained on his cheeks hard pinches and blows, and seemed to suppose it a capital lark, as they stamped and jumped on his aching carcass, and aye as they went, the air was rent with their shouting and yelling, and thus they gave vent: "Pay us you must, down with the dust, none of your kites, we will have our rights, we'll plague you and pinch you by days and by nights, we'll grind you and bind you and force you to settle, none of your promises, out with the metal." And Timothy vows that he ne'er heard before us awful a noise as this terrible chorus. He writhed and he wriggled, he twisted and turned, his tongue was on fire, his head how it burned. He struggled and kicked, gave a desperate roar, and a plunge, and came heels over head on the floor. The chorus is done, one by one. The ghosts have slipped off, having finished their fun, and Timothy creeps into bed again, free from his terror, but not free from pain. The shades of the night, like the spirits, are flitting. Grey dawn on the tops of the mountains is sitting, and under the window a small bantam cock is crowing. In fact, it is just 4 o'clock, as Timothy, spite of his terrors and bruises, yawns, shaking up his pillow, and placidly snoozes. Moral: don't drink like a fish, and don't feed like a glutton. Don't forget to cash up for your beef and your mutton, your bread and your sugar, your wine and your allsup. In short, all your bills, and I hope they're a small crop. If a tradesman you rob, you act like a snob, and you'll find out, moreover, you've done a bad job. So seize on the present, pay up and look pleasant. Think of Timothy Tadpole, that terrible sight there. A legion of bills makes a deuce of a nightmare. A. W. Cole. End of section 67.
Freedom's Home by G.L. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Tell me, where is Freedom's home? In forest wild, on ocean's foam, amidst the laughing air of sunny skies? Or is it where the soft voluptuary lies in rich luxuriousness 'neath marble dome? Or does it dwell by moss-grown cell, where the lone hermit woos the sylvan glen, deeming his mind in solitude enshrined, blessed with its happiness afar from men? Tell me, which is Freedom's path, where the step no limit hath, as lightly borne along the smiling earth man tunes his song to soul-enamoured mirth, devoid of care and undisturbed by wrath? Or when with schemes enwrapped in dreams the young enthusiast, on hope's golden wings, by love inspired and ardent fancy fired, replenishes life's cup from pleasure's springs? Tell me, when does Freedom's spell revel in the battle's knell, when the trumpet's tone betokens death, and a soul is gone in every passing breath, whilst war loud clangour drowns each wild farewell, when o'er the grave of the fallen brave memory's bright tribute echoes glory's claim? And was the cause which sought the world's applause inspired by Freedom's or Ambition's aim? Tell me, where does Freedom's cry raise its purest notes on high? Oh, not within the halls where faction's tongue excited calls, as if the peal it rung would burst the bonds of every social tie. The brightest claim to lasting fame is when in spirit fired with honest pride the patriot's deed stirs nations to be freed, and when a Hampden fell or Sydney died. Freedom, where is then thy home? Eye may range and steps may roam, and splendor vaunt its joys, and he whose breast the false world cloys in solitude feels blessed, and fancy sport with some ideal gnome. The pride of might, in war delight, when the earth, blood-stained, rings with victory, but amongst all, who on thy spirit call, burns there a pure and sacred love of thee. Freedom, thou of names sublime, born coeval with all time, can riches, arms, or power impart thy courted charms, unless the human heart ensures thy smiles unsullied with a crime. As when the soul from earth's control on the bright wings of faith mounts up on high, and offers prayer in humble hope, for where God's Spirit dwells, oh, there is liberty. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Should It Be According to Thy Mind, by W. Selwyn. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Job 34:33. Shall feeble, vain, presumptuous man, whose loftiest visions but a span, impugn the vast mysterious plan by boundless wisdom laid? Shall his omnipotent behest, that thunders o'er wild ocean's breast, or lulls its surging waves to rest, by puny worms be stayed? Shall man, whose moments hurrying flee, like sparklets from a phosphor sea, prescribe to dread eternity the laws of his domain? Shall he who scans each circling pole, and points the course the planets roll, seek wisdom from the darkling mole, to guide the shining train? Shall yon vast orb, whose kindling ray pours forth the universal day, his glad majestic progress stay, lest haply his bright beams with light unwelcome should illume the drowsy couch, and chide the gloom of some voluptuous sluggard's room, and chase his idle dreams? Shall thirsty nature pant in vain for showers of life-restoring rain? Shall desolation sweep the plain, and beauty droop and die, lest one bright drop's exultant spring should snap the spider's airy string, or dim perchance the golden wing of some gay butterfly? Shall yon glad stream, whose sparkling tide spreads verdant beauty far and wide, o'erleap its banks, and turn aside, or in the desert sink, lest haply fraught with summer showers its waves should ripple o'er the flowers, by children planted mid the bowers that tangle on its brink? No, he whose power with life endued this glorious universe, pursued in his design the highest good and happiness of all, and still at his benign command rich bounties gladden every land, and still he guides with all-wise hand each tenant of this ball. Oh, then, low bending in the dust, cling to his love with childlike trust, believing that omniscience must know what for thee is best. Let resignation soothe thy cares, let faith disperse thy gloomy fears, and God himself shall dry thy tears in his eternal rest. Port Elizabeth, January 21st, 1879. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sunny Hills of Africa, by H. Hartwell. Read for LibriVox.org by Jael, Baldwin. The sunny hills of Africa, how picturesque and grand, while clothed in mist the vales lie hid like some dark spirit land. The mountains in the distance seen like hoary castles rise, and banks of cloud suspended hang like icebergs in the skies. The flowery fields of Africa, how beautiful and gay! The fairest blossoms deck the plains, and perfume fills the May. While gushing streams from every kloof spread o'er the verdant green, and browsing game upon the lands add beauty to the scene. The country homes of Africa, where are their equals found? A welcome always greets the ear, and gladness reigns around. And as one cozily reclines upon the snow-white fleece, he feels a thrill of thankfulness, of gratitude and peace. Then should we not love Africa, and speak of her with pride, and hang to her and cling to her, whatever may betide? And though we yield to other lands the palm for scenes of mirth, Our song shall be for Africa, the land that gave us birth. H. Hartwell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Southern Cross, an ode by Stafford Cruikshanks. Thou type of mysteries revealed, in man forgiven, and plainest record of the book unsealed of starry heaven, God's pictured word from age to age, alike familiar to the child and sage, in fourfold harmony, like Christ's evangel page. How mean to thee this world of sin, this atom earth, or all the ponderous globes that swing within its astral girth! Arcturus and his offspring fair, where are they? Mazzaroth, Orion, where? And Pleiades, all eclipsed, for thou art there. 'Tis well, when Kyles and Newtons write with pens of gold, that ages numberless have winged their flight, myriads untold. Since thou'st been there, since thou hast taught how, in his plan who man's redemption wrought, that mystery of love was not an afterthought. 10,000 worlds have learned of thee, Messiah's sign. What happier eyes were privileged to see in Palestine! But thou, unknown to Eastern seer, or king, or priest, we held with reverence here, great harbinger of joy to this our ocean sphere. So dread we not the wondrous day, O Holy Cross, when structures formed of stubble, wood, and hay shall suffer loss, when time's probation shall have passed, and heaven's high starry cope her orb shall cast, even as a tree her fruit before the felling blast. For thou, immortal ensign bright, art still secure. When worlds and suns and systems sink in night, thou shalt endure, redemption's emblem sweet, nor from creation's altered map retreat, nor pass away with noise, nor melt with fervent heat. Till then may faith and hope increase, firm fixed above, and make us with ourselves at heavenly peace, true type of love. Mid elemental tumults rife, point us to Him, the way, the truth, the life, Rock Rimmon of our peace, to heal Baal Tamar's strife. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Honorable William Porter, C.M.G. by Stafford Cruikshanks. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Honorable William Porter, C.M.G. An Elegy. The mighty falls. Time's restless wing has sped the day for him, beloved as Camelot's blameless king, to pass away, and briny tears bedew the date in which that life so marvellously great, our friend, grand Porter's self, succumbs at last to fate. He died at home, his labor ceased where it began, while gathering honors with his years increased colossal man. To Africa that long abode, his work and love discharged the debt he owed, long toil of years to him, life's grandest episode. The Libyan clime in youth became his destined soil, where time and fate the laurels of his fame can never despoil. A grateful continent shall pour her griefs for him whose face we see no more, and mourn as great a man as ever touched her shore. Mourn, soil of grief, your champion bold, whose work is done. Mourn, land of Ham, as Egypt did of old for Jacob's son. The mighty falls, the chieftain high, whose worth not Vaal nor treasury could buy, had reached his native land, and reached it but to die. Approach his grave, O sight sublime, last scene of all. Let kindred spirits of the olden time attend his pall. First, that Athenian, who alone in days of tyranny, not since unknown, with voice of thunder moved the Macedonian throne. Let Aristides too be there,
the just one still. 'Tis not in death, on land or sea or air, such minds to kill. Let mighty shades press to the van, from Cataline's arraigner to the man who raised a righteous wail for injured Hindustan. Let crowding myriads view in tears the hero's grave. Earth yields to earth, a mortal disappears, no love can save. Lost but to sight, in fame alive, long shall his name our blinding tears survive, and numbers from his dust true virtue long derive. Repose, great one, in lasting rest, dear friends among. What rank, what tribe, what country loved thee best, remains unsung. Pride of the senate and the bar, 'tis ours, alas, to wail thy loss afar, who 'neath the Southern Cross long hailed thee as a star. Thou wert our statesman, to apply wise counsels best, no selfish partisan to raise a cry for East or West, prepared for right to stand or fall, deaf to the foeman's threat or bigot's call. 'Twas thine to live and die, the sire and friend of all. Who shall succeed thee in our love? Who fill thy chair? Shall we, ignoring succor from above, yield to despair? No, never while in hour of need a champion stands, as he who runs may read, a sprig well worthy power, yea, porter to succeed. Stafford Cruikshanks. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ode on the British Settlers' Year of Jubilee by Stafford Cruikshanks. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Ode on the British Settlers' Year of Jubilee. Nam qui haec dicunt, palam ostendunt se patriam quaerere. Epoch of hope, auspicious year, our pride to see. Hail to thy bright eventful advent here, grand Jubilee! Since on these shores our lot was cast, of years 7 Sabbaths number with the past. Thy dawn, O sacred year, proclaim we now at last. Chime for the settlers' jubilee, spire, turret, fane. Resound abroad with quickening ecstasy the proud refrain. Late, by the gospel trumpet called, O Africa, in Satan's bondage galled, shout for the jubilee, with spirit disenthralled. Kloof, tableland, and peak sublime, take up the peal. Chide over this wondrous, heaven-acknowledged clime, man's flagging zeal. From that far bound, where hope first rose, on Lusitanian Vasco's gathering woes, to regions far beyond, where Transvaal Jordan flows. How vast in prospect, mortal man, one spring appears! In retrospect, how limited the span of 50 years! Yet gaze around, how few remain who in this land first shared our joy or pain, nor doubt we, honored dead, our loss has been your gain. Shamgars and Jairs, our heroes true, your types of yore gain not by fair comparison with you in heaven's sent lore. No chief on Seir's or Bochim's brow, not Gera's son, nor him of the rash vow, in zeal for cause of right, transcends your glory now. Your godlike clemency to life in conflicts fell. The Zebes and Orebs of each mortal strife survive to tell. The ruthless hand, with dagger bared, in hour of conquest by your mercy spared, has since as that of friend your love and bounty shared. Far better learned your skill to pierce the forest king, transfix grim Isgram or the tiger fierce in his death spring. Like Kabzeel's worthy, who could dare, in time of snow, to savage haunts repair, and slay the monster huge, even in his gory lair. Not gold, but prowess then was fame throughout this land. True stalwart valor was the test of claim to beauty's hand. What marvel to acquire such bays, each tried to emulate his fellow's praise. Oh, there were mighty men, yea, giants in those days. Then learned Moody, Tamlet sage, and valiant Graham bequeathed in turn to the historic page a lasting name, as others of no mean degree, whose statesman ken and iron chivalry might worthily attain the rank of the first three. This of the dead, embalmed in tears, in fame alive, and can we less revere their loved compeers who still survive? Ah no, their lives, to many a prayer, long, very long may heaven benignly spare, and long each honored brow its crown of glory wear. Unwooed, chaste Clio, ever young, descends to save her British settlers from detraction's tongue, and Lethe's wave. The names of the adventurous few her lamp of truth displays aloft in view, enshrined among the world's regenerators true. Unutterably fair, behold, the goddess bright, in form and visage of ethereal mould enrobed in light. With golden harps, a seraph band, less prominent her tuneful sisters stand, and thus a child of earth receives her high command. Thou favoured of the Vestal Nine, forensic Cole, the special delegated task be thine beyond control, to celebrate this jubilee in Delphic tones, not uninspired by me, that envy's self shall mark for immortality. Fail not to chronicle a state beset with woes, when like Apollo on its vision late wise Porter rose, embodiment of Hyde and Hume, my future Aristides to assume, in every council's sway, and change a nation's doom. It comes, the dawn of brighter times, when to our shores the ships of Chittim and remoter climes shall bend their oars, when Africa, distressed no more, shall nobly emulate Columbia's shore in European might and Asiatic lore. It comes, ye brethren dear, loud swell the song. Lo, balmy Abib ushers in the year, expected long. Illustrious in your thousands come, high in your ancestors' adopted home, raise to triumphal notes the grand memorial dome. Rouse, jubilants, by truth made free, stand ever true, nor be your sires' Promethean energy extinct in you. Forget not, even in Canaan's land, though born to conquest with a mighty hand, your faithfulness to prove, unconquered nations stand. Thrones raised upon our primal fall yet mock the skies, fierce and unvanquished still, yea, worthy all your war emprise. Press in his cause expectant on, whose sovereign presence, ever unwithdrawn, inspires our faith and hope in this millennial dawn. Stafford Cruikshanks. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dives Redivivus by Stafford Cruikshanks. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. 'Tis of a rich man near an African hook, imported from some part of Britain. You'd say that account in the 16th of Luke, for him in perspective was written. The purple, fine linen, and feasting in state are all quite in point to the letter, save this, that no paupers are laid at his gate. Experience has taught them all better. The lordling is well, he is all hand and glove, with manners beseeming high station. Every female in silk has his greeting of love, a low bow and hat salutation. So much for the wealthy, alas for the poor! When one of that number approaches, such welcome is found as the comatose boor reserves for the foe who encroaches. Our hero has those who describe him indeed, 'gainst vice an unsparing disclaimer. His name it is needless to write or to read, what odds be it Dives or Damer. You'll stare. He is one who on topics divine has holiday phrases harmonious. Right Reverend! How many would fondly incline to think the description erroneous. The pulpit he mounts as the tyrant his throne. He bawls to the young and the hoary, with a scowl and a gesture, a stamp and a tone, which plainly belie his own story. Does he toil for a master and home in the skies, while in Mammon's vile services flurried? Pray God that he may never lift up his eyes with the rich man who died and was buried. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Burghers Gathering by Alexander Wilmot, October 16th, 1851, read for LibriVox.org by Sarah, November 17th, 2017, Thaxton, Virginia. The Burghers Gathering. Fathers whose sons have bled, sons who have lost your sires, brothers for brothers dead, arouse your martial fires, hurl retribution on the foe that laid your slaughtered kinsmen low. Hark! 'Tis your country's call that swells along the sky. Come forth, brave burghers all, responsive to the cry. I hear the trumpet from a bar, it tells of strife and blood and war. See, from each vale and glen pour forth the patriot bands, a host of stalwart men. True hearts and steady hands, let none be absent from that strife for home and liberty and life. Long has the combat raged, its warpath marked with blood. Oft have the troops engaged the foe, yet unsubdued. For yon brave men it now remains yon kloofs to clear, to scour yon plains. Arise then in your might, let friend encourage friend. God will maintain the right. To him your cause commend. On him in humble faith rely, and rush to certain victory. Burghers, to arms, to arms! Haste, mount each trusty steed. Heed not the poet's charms, no hostile's number heed. On you your country's hopes repose, her wrongs to avenge, to crush her foes. Wide, wide then to the sky your banner be unfurled, your patriot enterprise shall ring throughout the world. Where Britain's standard waves, each land shall hear of your heroic band. Think of the widow's wail, think of the orphan's moan, think of each harrowing tale, altars and hearths o'erthrown. The midnight prowl, the ambuscade, the traveller's homeward pathway laid, and call to mind the cries, fervent and numberless, that to heaven shall arise, for safety and success. Your country breathes one common prayer, and makes your weal its special care. And should it prove your lot to fill a warrior's grave, that consecrated spot where sleeps the fallen brave, watered by grateful tears shall be dear to your country's memory. Fathers whose sons have bled, sons who have lost your sires, brothers for brothers dead, arouse your martial fires, pour swift destruction on the foe that laid your slaughtered kinsmen low. The end of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Storm in Tugela Valley, Natal, by Moody. Tugela, 1868. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. When once at evening's mellow close the round moon lit the sky, and all beneath in calm repose and slumber wrapt did lie, seated on high upon the steep amid the moonlight glow, I looked upon a valley deep and on a river's flow. Sudden across the chasm wide the heavy thunder growled, while far below in sullen glide the noble river rolled. And now 1,000 feet below, betwixt me and the stream, the thunder cloud with lightning's glow obscures the river's gleam. Loud and more loud, and all about the echoing hills among, the spirits of the tempest shout their diapason song. Full in the midst of the cloud now parts, and wars on different sides, and through the gap the light moon darts, where bright the river glides. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Natal Gold Diggings by Moody. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Natal Gold Diggings. To Greenhorns. Her mouth's all well, I dare can tell, but don't you go a-digging. The tsetse bites, the nigger fights, and thieves are always prigging. The lions growl, the jackals prowl all round about the wagon, and when, poor soul, you seize the bowl, you find an empty flagon. And sleep at night you cannot quite, there's such an endless squalling, mosquitoes sting, hyenas sing, inhuman laugh-like brawling. The zebras bound o'er shaking ground in many a wild stampedo, the blesbok too, and sportive gnu, make noise as much as they do. 'Fore break of day you must away to reach the doubtful water, and if you're not a steady shot, you never a buck will slaughter. So my advice to green hands is, don't with the goldfields meddle, but stick to stake and Sim's mild make, and smouse around and paddle. And those who go, I hope they know the lingo of the doppers, their customs too, 'twas well you knew to shake them by their floppers. With stolid stare your head to bare, and answer to each query, from whence you hail to where you sail, and if your mother's cheery. In Kaffir kraals look out for squalls, elope not with the nieces, for if you do, the act you'll rue amongst the Macateses. Mid upper blacks you'll want an axe, for there's more than one tree, and gifts a few you'll carry to Umziligazi's country. And now good-bye, perhaps you'll try with crowbar, pick and hammer to soften down stern fortune's frown, and if you can't, why, damn her. Moody. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 78 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Nature by Moody, Melsetter, January 1868. Nature, a day on the hills in Natal. Of beauty, joy, and life and light, which dwell in florid nature, be it mine to tell. Majestic truth, with beauty at thy side, irradiate maid of highest heaven's pride, and thou undying harmony attend, romance with fact, and fact with fiction blend, bright virtue bring by brilliant fancy dressed, and called by man, imagination, blessed. That she, companion of the muse, may show the gentle thoughts that lofty souls should know. Oh, well do I remember me, when late I stood upon the beating crags to wait the coming of the rosy-fingered morn, and view the heavenly tints that thence were born, far, far beyond the mountain's penciled brow, defined so clearly in the mellow glow. Leucothea gray precedes the flaming dye, which with aurora paints the orient sky. Robed in dark shadows lies that mountain now, o'er which bright phosphor lifts his radiant brow, while all above the leaden-colored sky is cloudless to the little moon on high, and brightly hangs that little circling moon, contrasting richly in that dull cartoon. But oh, the star, the blazing star above, the morning and the evening star of love, sheds silently upon the scene below. The glowing softness of its ardent brow beams o'er the snowy clouds that calmly sleep in outstretched slumber on the shadowed steep, and viewed o'er these assumes a lurid hue, but flames the brighter for the contrast too, e'en so as when along the o'er-snowed ways some chilly wanderer wakes the ruddy blaze. It wears a lustre faint and pale, though bright, and burns the fiercer in the dazzling light. Essence of love, a tear by Sappho dropped, which Jove in pity in its falling stopped, suffused with light and his immortal fire, and hung above, and granted to inspire love's glowing bards, when beauty's chain entwines the heart that vents itself in amorous lines. Now far below and o'er the shrouded world lie densely clotted fields of mist enfurled. Jutting out that molten sea, the rugged peaks seem starting into life, to watch the freaks of nature's wildest fancy o'er her glades that lie embosomed in those fleecy shades. O'er hills and hills the snowy sheet extends, and peaceful beauty to the landscape lends. Hushed is all nature in her slumber there, and shrouded are her charms in veil so fair. Now whispering zephyrs o'er the changing scene are sporting where so late repose has been. The mist encircling wreath departs, nor stays to idly wanton with the airy phrase, and sternly frowns that dusky mountain still, and marks their fitting over moor and hill, like some fell giant of the early days beheld the dancing of the sportive fays. Oh, for the power of Byron or of Moore to glow with one and with the latter soar, to find a vent for budding fancy's throes, and reap the soft luxuriance that she sows, to snatch a glowing diction's varied strain, and paint the fire when it flames again. So I might well portray fair nature's charms, depict the bounties of her lavish arms, invoke the strains that to the nine belong, and roll the happy tide of thrilling song. But lo, the rainbow tints that fast succeed each other proclaim the impatient speed of that bright sun that rules our universe, of nature's joys the soul, the constant nurse. With burning gold he tips those ebon clouds, whose jagged banks his glory now enshrouds. Miniature mountains capped with melting snow, they now appear ere fading 'fore his brow. The upshot rays he darts through limpid air. Through half closed eyes in varied tints appear the speedy maid with bow of varied dye, throws beaming pleasure in the gladdened eye. And from this giant peak on which I muse, all space seems rife with the kaleidoscopic hues. And now Aurora opes the saffron gates, and all the glory of the sky awakes. He flasheth forth like a bridegroom to the feast, through the red portals of the fiery east. The glittering dew, with brilliant flashing, clings around the scattered cobwebs' silken strings. In pearly drops within the lily grows, loads the wild violet and the mountain rose. In silvery sheen arrests each golden ray, refracts its stream in multicolored play, as shivered mirrors on a flowery lawn reflect 1,000 tints where one is born. And filtering through these early morning beams, sinks spangling round the smoking mountain streams. Returning now, my trusty Terry's wait, I wander on where fleeting game or fate does guide my steps, where o'er the sloping grounds, high in the air, the exulting oribe bounds. The rifle raised and levelled with the eye, sharp a short thunder rolls along the sky. Swift to the unconscious hind the leaden death speeds on the wings of fate and stops his breath. With one quick spring he falls upon the plain, no more o'er vernal lawns to bound again. Or where the wary rebuck, wild and shy, perceive afar the hunter drawing nigh, together rush in one affrighted band, and wildly gaze and tremble as they stand, till fully scared, with one short cough, again they sweep like wind across the sounding plain, where mute and lonely on the impending steeps the mountain hawk his frequent vigil keeps. With noiseless pinion shoots into the air, and sails upon the wind that's wandering there. With head oblique he scans his native sky, then far below his piercing glances high to where his dreaded shade portentous sweeps o'er wilds, where in the sun the coney sleeps, With sudden fear the rocks with cries resound, As dive the furry tribe beneath the ground. Now down I stray to where yon rushing rill Is tumbling down the rock defended hill. Here grateful winds in many a whispered lay With mild impression o'er my forehead stray. And here reclined, where shadowed flows the stream, I lend myself to reverie and dream. Remorseless time has rolled long years away Since last I faced wild ocean's freshening spray. But still a charmed impression lingers o'er the heart, When scenes she's often felt before Come crowding on her corners, thick as waves Roll closely sequent into lonely caves. Which prompts me to retune my feeble lyre, And sing the theme of which we never tire. But whence this thought that thus the past recalls, That sudden gleams and oft the mind appalls? Without the faintest cause or reason plain, This lightning thought darts quickly on the brain, Picturing in the clear mirror of the mind The distant spot that long we've left behind. In faithful semblance painting on her eye The bygone scene of memory now so nigh. And then as sudden flies, unless as here We fix the shadow ere it disappear. Not every one has felt this vision leap With magic bound upon their memory's sleep. But some there are, who, startled by the spell, Retain remembrance to the feeling well. Each spoken word, each gesture will appear To have been acted in some former year. And oft we think we almost can foretell The next word spoken in this passing spell. And how shall I essay to shape my way Through themes that multigenius for my day Has wrought upon and left no point unviewed, That varied nature on their minds imbued? How through exhausted pictures steer my course, And shun the oft used terms that almost force Themselves upon expression, for they deem They are the sine qua nons of the theme, And cling so firmly to the laboring breast, That 'tis beyond its power to divest Its chambers of these oft recurring terms That stamp their image and implant their germs. Coincidence of thought will oft produce The same in words, and thus I do adduce That censors ne'er will quibble in these times, Nor scent a plagiarist in these stray lines. So bear we on with what we have contrived, Ne'er pausing to reflect from whence derived, Nor spurn a passage for the reason that Its semblance was in other brains begat. For truth will charm, though sung in echoed strain, And changeless scenes instruct the bard again. With long swept rise and swiftly gathering sweep That seems to rake the bosom of the deep, With curling crest and tint of lucid blue That glows with innate specks of snowy hue, With pendant pause and darkly swelling breast That heaves as lovely woman's in her rest. The mighty eastern wave with booming roar Falls thundering on old Afric's rocky shore. With busy spread he swamps the crannied rocks, And now refills 1,000 puny locks. In seething eddies swirls and frets about, Then shrinking back he sinks and hurries out. Recalled, I ween, by some internal power That guides his motion and directs his hour, As does the heart, withdrawing in its turn The drop it late emitted from its urn. Now further down along the sandy beach The waves seem stretching to their utmost reach. Then swift receding with the grating sand, They curl in little rills along the strand, While myriad tribes of sea born insect life Pursue their exit and enjoy their strife. The freshening sea breeze spreads her airy wings, And health and coolness to the sea shore brings. The tumbling porpoise bowl along the tide, And now aloft, now down the billow glide. And shrieking sea birds, swooping round the steep, Skim the gay surface of the cresting deep. The distant ship, as viewed from Como's cliff, Seems almost dwindled to a fisher's skiff. As swiftly gliding o'er the seething surge She sinks beyond the horizon's dusky verge. While flaming in the painted west again The sun's last splendor lights the dazzling main. Lo, on the flushed horizon roll the long Dark mountain lines of clouds in battling throng. 'Mid blood tipped peaks of fiercest fiery hue Intensely sleeps the unutterable blue, While gentle Hesperus from the empurpled sky, Serenely lustrous as repose, draws nigh, sink sweetly smiling to her silken bed, where gorgeous robes and pillowing folds are spread, and darkened day leaves stretching o'er his grave deep crimson stains along the dark blue wave. My song has wandered far from the mountain stream, and ocean's wonders still employ my dream, and here the cherished image of the brain in pensive beauty shades the heart again. Fond foolish fancy, ever hovering nigh, paints her own idol on the wistful eye, and breeds in atrophies insatiate ill, which though with nectar slaked is cheerless still. Oh, for the witching arts of ancient days, when mortals, oft transmuted into fays, were given to guide the streamlet's winding course, and dwell enchanted at its bubbling source, that I an Oread of my love might make, to bless my steps through hunting glade or brake, and roam with her where mountain cascades roll, the guiding star, the Beatrice of my soul. But to my theme the sunny hours flow by, and still unnumbered objects please the eye. I watch the bubbles in their endless race, for ever glancing o'er the brooklet's face, oft at some sailing bud there sudden leaps the finny darter of the glassy deeps, while quivering lilies in the current sweep, in dancing movement, ceaseless motion keep. I watch the butterflies in giddy flights, intensely mad, enjoying noon's delights. They meet, they turn, they hover here and there, then wildly scatter through the heated air. The sun declines, behind the clouds he steals, loud o'er my head the sudden thunder peals, and winged with lightning awful echoes wake in caves rebellowing to the din it makes. Dies on the breathless air the song of birds, and distant low and homeward wending herds. The twittering birds now seek the leafy brakes, the lofty eagle now his perch forsakes. Forth from his castled rock he sudden flies, and shuns in caves the fury of the skies. Now heavy clouds o'ershade the verdant plain, then on the thirsty earth descend in rain, and now the snowy hail with rushing sound falls from its crystal quarries to the ground. 'Tis past. The sun a moment smiles in joy, and rides his parting course without alloy, while zephyrs coy compound a gentle breeze, and fan the air, and play among the trees. Sunk o'er the mount, far in the tinted west, the hidden sun has now declined to rest, and lingering twilight, gloaming o'er the hill, sheds softest influence on the evening still. I fain would cease, yet many thoughts still flow upon my mind, though ever waning low, as when old ocean's billow beaten shore has echoed to the wakened waters' roar. The o'erflown storm an agitation leaves, that still the lessening wavelet on him heaves, and still these little waves will ceaselessly play as ruling passions ever hold their sway. Our primal thoughts will ever flow toward their consummation of their own accord, as fountains, scattered o'er a mountain's side, will still, unto a point converging, glide. High on this hill I sound my rugged shell, the sweep the untutored lyre, and should I swell a strain of feelings purer than I feel in the envenomed world below, and steal the precepts of the ethic muse to sing, of that I practice not, forgive my string. For still with joy is held the welcome hour, that bears respite from frequent trial's power, and all the puling prate of fashion's twang, and jarring accents of the city's clang, releasing from the weary humdrum prose that marks each dreary day's monotonous close, and lifts us from the plane of low desires to where imagination never tires, where contemplation plumes her ruffled wings, and the entrammelled mind beholds all things as through a stained and softly colored glass. One views the dreamlike trees and waving grass, and transports where kind nature oft bestows a soothing cup, nepenthe of our woes. And though the harp be swept by bard profane, if good the theme, the song is ne'er in vain. For should his simple lay be nursed by fame, old Time forgets the follies of his name, effaces all the failings of his life, and rears the strain that softens earthly strife. And now, farewell! Dark shades enwrap the hill, O'er dying day the dews in tears distil, To shine again when the morrow's dawn, The golden light and joyous sun are born, As gathered tears called forth by sorrow's night, In beauty's eyes when lit by joy are bright. The sable night with dusky wings on high, With silent pace invades the spangling sky, And distant gleaming on the horizon's verge, The parting storm rolls out in solemn dirge. And should this artless strain a thought afford, That strikes in generous breasts a fellow chord, Then, oh, forgive, that thus I rashly dare From nature's hallowed charms the veil to tear. But ever with her changing scenes imbued, Her pleading beauties urge me to intrude. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Contentment by Rev. F. J. Oakes. For my mother. I am content to be what God has made me. Honor and renown I seek not from this world, nor fear its frown. God knows and honors me. His child and heir He made me. Then what matters it if here unknown and poor I live? A little while and I shall bask in His benignant smile to all eternity. I am content to do what God has bid me. He, the Master, knows what work I am best fit for, and He shows me how to do it. His command is law, His responsibility. In awe and fear of failure I seek to obey, and leave results to Him, and daily pray to be more faithful true. I am content to go where God sees fit to send me. Everywhere His presence I can feel, His sweet voice hear, His footprints see, His guiding hand discern, His loving kindness taste, His precepts learn. Each step, though dark and difficult the way, Leads me but nearer to eternal day, Farther from sin and woe. I am content to take life's good and ill. The hand that holds the rod, and blessings too, Is guided by my God. He knows best which I need the most, and will My cup with joy and sorrow wisely fill. I wish to listen only to His voice, That bids me in prosperity rejoice, Or suffer for His sake. I am content to wait till Jesus calls me home. 'Tis true I long to join in that celestial happy throng, And sing His praise and see Him as He is, And taste the joys of ransomed souls in bliss. But still resigned I wait at His command, Until He come to take me by the hand, And lead me through the gate. Beaconsfield. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Not Here, read for LibriVox.org by Drew Conway. Here is not the place of rest, where sin and sorrow reign, where sighs and tears show that the heart is filled with grief and pain, where strength and beauty fade away, where flowers bloom but to decay, where sweet emotions cannot stay, but come to go again. Now is not the time of rest, while work is to be done, while every moment hastens by, and is forever gone, while souls are lying in the might of Satan, and the shade of night is threatening to quench the light, and leave our work undone. There in yon firmament on high, amongst the good and blest, where angels sing and seraphs praise, the brightest and the best, there will our songs forever rise, to God, the object of all eyes. There we will find in heavenly skies the place and time to rest. Rev. F. J. Oakes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Revelation 22, versified, by Rev. F. J. Oakes, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. And He showed me a river, whose life-giving waters are pure and like crystal so clear. It flows from the throne of the merciful Father, and Jesus our Saviour so dear. In the streets of the city and sides of the river, the tree of eternal life grows. Its fruits are all savory, its leaves are all healthy, and healing to every one flows. No curse shall be found in that city so glorious, where God and the Lamb ever reign. There His servants shall serve Him, His children shall see Him, His name in their foreheads remain. No night shall be there, neither candle nor sunlight. The Lord shall in glory there shine. There in bliss they will reign, for the Lord God hath said it, the God of the prophets divine. Behold, I come quickly to bless him that keepeth the sayings and words of this book. Then seal not these prophecies telling of judgment, but let them all into it look. The time is at hand, and the unjust shall perish. The filthy shall filthy remain. The righteous shall still with more righteousness glitter, the holy his pureness retain. Behold, I come quickly. Let all this remember, my righteous reward is with me, and surely to each one will I give a portion according as his works shall be. As I am the Alpha, so I am Omega, the first and the last and the all. And he who puts trust in the offspring of David shall stand and shall nevermore fall. The bride and the Spirit together are saying, O come to him, thirsty one, come. And he who will hear it, and he who will have it, may drink of that water from home. Once more he who testifieth all these things saith, Surely I will speedily come. My heart with a longing response gives the answer, Even so, Lord Jesus, O come. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ezekiel 47, 1-12 by Rev. F. J. Oakes. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. And I saw a little stream come trickling out from underneath the altar, and as it rippled sunward with glad psalter, it sparkled in its beam. A tiny stream it was, as it issued from the threshold of its home. But with growing bulk and power to overcome the sandy desert, it became at length a mighty river, glorious in its strength, o'er which I could not pass. Both its sides were lined with trees, all along its strange course through the desert sand. Trees of fruit and beauty in a barren land, trees with healing in their leaves for every pain, trees of fragrant odors floating o'er the plain, borne by the desert's breeze. Into the sea this stream with strength and vitalizing power flowed, till everything new life and vigor showed. Great multitudes of fish this dead sea filled, which of its deadly saltness now is healed. Thus ended my whole dream. And when I woke, methought I saw God's mercy, like this stream, its source the upper sanctuary, the world its course, the secret of its healing power, the blood poured on the altar under which it flowed. Free pardon Jesus bought. The Dead Sea's awful gloom, fit symbol of this world of death and sin, its new state, with the river pouring in new life and health where death and silence reigned, fit emblem of the paradise regained from sin's eternal doom. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Change by Rev. F. J. Oakes. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Yes, all things change in this poor world of ours. The ocean's waves, the sand upon its shores, the rocks which bound it even slowly change. Summer's warm breath makes place for winter's cold. Spring's youthful freshness, beautiful and gay, is doomed to autumn's sadness, age, and decay. Life's phases change. Now happiness and joy, then misery and sorrow take their turn. Now health and plenty shared with loved ones near, then pain and sickness, poverty, despair. For the poor exiled friendless wanderer, Now in this field, with friends and blessings rich, the laborer works content. Then parting comes, and to a new and unknown sphere he turns his wandering steps, and hopes and prays and works. Friends also sometimes change. The tender flower of friendship often withers in the blast of cruel, sinful scandal, cursed of God. Others indifferent grow. Pleased by new friends, the old ones are neglected and forgot. Yes, all things change in this poor world of ours. God's love alone remains unchangeable. His love alone can keep us constant, true. No blast can wither friendship's tender flower that blooms beneath His atmosphere of love. Then let all things in this poor world of ours change and decay. No matter, we have God. His promises are sure, His blessings great. His faithful guidance will be ever ours. A place awaits us in His glorious home, where we shall also be unchangeable. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Heavenly Friendship by Rev. F. J. Oakes. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. There is a hand whose grasp is love, though not a lover's grasp. Its touch wakes feelings far above the lover's fondest clasp. There is an eye whose sparkle shows the tender, holy flame of deep affection, and o'erflows with love for each dear name. There is a heart whose throbs proclaim a constant, ceaseless flow of life and love for all, the same in happiness or woe. A lip whose words to man on earth are words of life and peace. To God are prayers of priceless worth, which never, never cease. Such is our Savior dear, our heavenly friend. Most like Him is the mortal friend who tries to lead us ever nearer to that land where friendship blooms in sunny, cloudless skies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lines Written in an Album by Rev. F. J. Oakes. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. From whence comes all this weariness of heart, this anxious longing for a place of rest, these greedy cravings for the silent tomb, where all in deep forgetfulness repose? Surely man was not made to while away his costly time in brooding over wrongs and disappointments meeting him through life, as if there were no rays of sunshine left to gladden him along his way to heaven. His life is not an empty, idle dream, but dread reality composed of facts whose fruits will follow with their just rewards. He has an object which to live for here, and if that object be to live for God, and for the good of those who Him surround, he may consider his a life well spent. Then let us follow firmly duty's call, with willing hearts, forgetful of the past, still trusting in the strength and love of God, still striving further onward for the crown, still rising higher heavenward to our goal, till we at last that longed for home attain, and rest upon the bosom of our God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 86 of Poetry of South Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Defense of Rorke's Drift, January 22nd through the 23rd, 1879. By Bertram Mitford. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris Pyle. Come listen for a moment, all ye whose peaceful life and even flow is ne'er disturbed by scenes of blood and strife, who sit around your hearth fires secure from war's alarms. This humble lay sets forth today a British deed of arms. left on the wild lone border a small but fearless band guarding the watery entrance to savage Zululand. On the warm midday breezes, like thunder's distant sound, came the long roll of cannon far o'er the hostile ground. And we wondered that our column so soon the foe had found. Then came 2 flying horsemen, riding with loosened rein, and the powdery dust like a whirlwind rose as they scored across the plain. A few more rapid hoof strokes, and we heard the news they bore. In yonder glen nigh half our men lie weltering in their gore. 'Twas shortly after noontide, the column was away, swept the dark hordes in myriads down like wolves upon their prey. Vainly the deadly hailstorm boomed from the cannon loud, vainly we tried to stem the tide of the black surging crowd. Our men too soon surrounded were slaughtered as they stood, facing their slayers to the last, dying as soldiers should. How we escaped we know not from that fierce whirlwind's frown, but on this post a conquering host e'en now is marching down. As men who dream we heard them, and awestruck stood aghast, and through each heart there went a chill, like the breath of an icy blast. We thought of those who left us, in the glow of their martial pride, now with the dead and the slaughter red, stark on the wild hillside. We looked to our defenses, ere darkness should come on, and others passed from the fatal field. They warned us, and were gone. We called on them to aid us in the approaching fight. They would not hear, the voice of fear lent wings to their headlong flight. The foe comes down in thousands, away for all is lost. Not so our orders are to hold the drift at any cost. Long has the firing sounded, and succor may be nigh. If not, why then we're Englishmen, at duty's call we die. We set to work undaunted to raise a barricade, with mealie bags and scattered stores a breastwork soon had made. And scarcely was it finished when burst upon our sight, dark as the lowering storm cloud, sweeps the blue vaulted height. Moving along the fair hillside in vast black lines extending wide, rank upon rank of warriors tried, a panoply of savage pride advancing to the fight. Above the dusky phalanx we marked each ring-girt head. We felt the hard earth tremble under their heavy tread. The martial tread of thousands in full array of war, each sinewy frame well trained to wield broad assegais and tufted shield, washed upon many a hard-fought field in vanquished foemen's gore. Yes, on they come in thousands, 100 strong we stand, against the very pick and flower of warrior Zululand. And how may we resist them, or hope to hold our own, flushed as they be with victory, the greatest e'er they'd known? They pressed in silence forward, at a swift but steady run. Red glowed their blades in the golden beams of the declining sun. With gliding undulation, on their masses came. A mighty crash, a lightning flash, streamed the death-dealing flame. Still the black wave rolled onward. Again the word rang out. With the sharp volley's crackling voice arose a deafening shout. Blent with the rush of thousands upon the rumbling ground, the battle-cry pealed to the sky, starting the echoes round. 'Tis long since the wild slogan rallied those bands to war, the dreaded hosts of Zululand, now in the field once more. Oft have the neighboring tribesmen, at the blood-curdling tone, awoke in the calm still hours of night, to flee by their blazing kraals' red light, to forest thickets lone. 'Neath far Quathlamba's ridges, cut clear against the sky, where now upon those grassy slopes snug homesteads nestling lie, as sweeping down resistless a black o'erwhelming flood, the ruthless hordes fell on their prey, and broad their dark destroying way was long mapped out for many a day by ruins soaked in blood. Their forward van all shaken, they wavered, then fell back. Bestrewn with dark grim corpses was all the gory track. They turned to seek for cover, they'd seen what we could do, and overhead with angry whiz like hail their bullets flew. And by their hosts surrounded, nigh 40 men to one, we vainly scanned the darkling waste ere twilight should be done. As waif on the wild ocean looks for the rescuing sail, when dim shades sweep the surging deep and louder roars the gale. Behind the western ridges the sun's red lamp sank down. The twilight shadows seemed to cast o'er all a threatening frown. We gazed with mingled feelings on the last fading beam. Should we too lie 'neath the cold gray sky, stark in the dawning gleam? We looked at one another, then at the purpling west. Then came the thought of our noble trust, filling each soldier breast. And there, that trust defending, we'd perish as we stood. Telling of death seemed the night wind's breath, heavy and dank with blood. Again the thrilling war cry in wild, shrill notes rang out. Again the infuriate mass bore down upon our frail redoubt. They poured their swarming numbers over the barricade. For one short stand our gallant band the first mad onslaught stayed. Yet fiercer still and bolder they rushed into the fight, when to the smoke-beclouded sky shone a dull reddening light. With a chill of consternation we marked the lurid glare, knowing that then our wounded men were helpless lying there. Then from the glowing furnace we brought them one by one, but the foe closed up too quickly ere half our work was done. We faced the yelling masses, we braved the crackling fire, till through the smoke the fierce flame broke, forcing us to retire. The cruel demons entered, all eager for their prey. The helpless sick and wounded were butchered as they lay. As the huge flames roared upward, with red and hungry light, in the fierce glare that met us there stood all revealed the fight. Widened the glowing circle, crowded with clamoring bands, all weirdly shone the flashing blades, brandished by grisly hands. Again upon us poured the dark howling flood, quivered the ground beneath their bound, red with our comrades' blood. We thought of these comrades butchered, as they unresisting lay. We ceased to give a passing care to the issue of the fray. We only longed for vengeance on all the fiendish crew, to let them feel our British steel, to strike both oft and true. The flaming pile sank inwards with a roar like thunder's tone. Arose a sickening stench of blood and many a gurgling moan. Still the terrific war cry blent with our furious shout. Harder they pressed upon us, quicker we drove them out, hurling them back in the gory track upon the clamoring rout. And eyes with lust of carnage like coals through the darkness gleamed, and bayonet crashed with stabbing spear. Thick the red torrent streamed, drowning the roar of battle, drowning the deafening clang. Each demon yell like a blast of hell fiercer and higher rang. Still the bright volleys flashing showed the wild frenzied crowd, their shields and spear hafts clashing, their war shouts pealing loud, and myriad eyeballs glowing like starlit ocean tossed, and blood like water flowing when splintering weapons crossed. Our bayonets blunt and twisted, all dripping black with gore, and many an open bleeding gash its own grim witness bore. Our brains all faint and dizzy, our throats all parched with thirst. At every shot our guns grew hot, as though about to burst. Again we met them, through the long fearful night. We fought as ne'er we fought before, and ne'er again may fight. To avenge our slaughtered comrades, to guard our solemn trust, and to reclaim our country's name, trampled in savage dust. We stood upon our rampart as paled the morning star. We saw the baffled foe retreat over the hills afar. The long night's deadly struggle seemed like a troubled dream. Our peril past, new hope at last came with the dawning gleam. Piled high against our breastwork and scattered o'er the plain, 400 of their warrior strength lay stark amid the slain. Lay where their fierce hot lifeblood the greedy earth had wet. Still terrible and threatening scowl each grim dead face was set. Our strength and ammunition alike were well nigh spent. On an approaching dust cloud our eager glance was bent. They are moving slow and rising far in the hostile land, till through the haze our straining gaze descried an armed band. Is it the foe returning 'gainst us in greater strength? We watch the distant column deploying in its length. Hurrah! The British scarlet gleams in the morning sun. We'll see once more old England's shore, her thanks we fairly won. Yes, for old England's honor, and for her periled might, we strove with vast and whelming odds, from eve till morning light. And thus with front unflinching, 100 strong we stood, and held the post 'gainst a maddened host, drunken with British blood. And 12 from out our number their brave career had run, their final muster roll had passed, and their last duty done. So carefully we laid them deep in the green earth's breast, an alien sod above them trod, peace with their ashes rest. Her sons in gallant story shall sound old England's fame, and by fresh deeds of glory shall keep alive her name. And when, above her triumphs, the golden curtains lift, be treasured long in page and song the memory of Rorke's Drift. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Rorke's Drift by A. Broderick in Pretoria, 1882. Read for LibriVox.org by Rav Agarwal. Rorke's Drift, January 22nd, 1879. On the wild river's bank 2 horsemen appear. They are bearers of tidings that fill them with fear. Haste, put us across, and prepare for the fight. The Zulus are out in their uttermost might. They rushed on our camp like a dark hungry flood, and their spears all red with our countrymen's blood. Hurrah! We will fight for old England. We heard them. A moment our pulses stood still. Then went we to work with a heart and a will. 2 stories to defend, with 100 all told, and 30 sick mates. Come, boys, let's be bold. Let's fasten the wagons together with chain, and build our ramparts with sacks full of grain. Hurrah! We will fight for old England. What is that coming on like a herd of black game, round the hill to the south with the speed of a flame, with feathery plumes like wild manes flaunting high, and a sound like a myriad wings in the sky? The Zulus! For now in the sun's glance appears the quivering lightning-like sheen of their spears. Now, boys, let us fight for old England. They are on us, 600 at first, with wild cries. The lust of battle still red in their eyes, the blood of our comrades still wet on each blade. And see, there are thousands behind to their aid. But thanks to the heads that directed our hands, all firm and unbroken our little camp stands. Hurrah! We will fight for old England. It stands like a rock the Atlantic's wild wave, breaks over and harms not. We took and we gave. They leapt on our walls with a stab, hiss, and yell. They came on in thousands, dark legions from hell. Our bayonets were ready, our rifles were there, and their small tongues of flame spoke of death in the air. Hurrah! How we fought for old England. They took half our fort, foot by foot, inch by inch. They lighted the roof, yet none would flinch. We threw up another redoubt with the maize, and fought by the light of the hospital blaze. When the darkness came down, and all through the night, surrounded, we kept up the terrible fight. Hurrah! How we fought for old England. Ah! Who shall declare what brave deeds were done, ere the world woke again to the light of the sun? For 12 long, long hours we stood at our posts, and beat back how often the enemy's hosts. We had our revenge for the blood that was shed. At dark, Isandalvana. They paid for our dead. Hurrah! How we fought for old England. Day broke, and the devils had silently gone. We counted their dead more than 20 to 1. Our loss was 15, so we set up a shout that frightened the vultures slow sailing about. In the heart trill of nations will live your reward. O brave 24th, O brave Bromhead and Chard, hurrah, how you fought for old England. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Before Ulundi by A. Broderick in Pretoria, 1882. Recorded by LibriVox.org by Rav Agarwal. Before Ulundi. We had to retreat, entirely by Zulus surrounded. We had to retreat, but we cut our way through, as you know. Bold Beresford lingered, while loudly the bugle was sounded, and turned in his saddle to take a last look at the foe. A trooper's horse dropped. Its rider lay stunned for a minute, but quick as the lightning the storm-clouded summer reveals, a voice cried, "Come quick! See the stirrup? Now set your foot in it, and jump behind, for the devils are close to our heels." "No, here I'll remain. Go on, and don't mind me, your honor." "Ride on, save yourself. If I'm killed, I shall never be missed." But the mare had to carry that day double burden upon her. "Come up, or by heaven I'll give you the weight of my fist." Then away went the mare, and many a yell from the pursuer rose high on the air, while fast o'er the wild veld they fled. No braver heart beat on that day, no braver or truer, than his whose strong arm snatched a comrade from the realms of the dead. Ere sundown they rode into camp and quickly dismounted, and then they shook hands and parted. "To arms!" was the call. Of all the good deeds that were done, oh, shall not be counted. Bold Beresford's ride, with the sergeant, the bravest of all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Baron's Adventure by A. Broderick. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Baron's Adventure. Effect. Voici une petite chanson pour le baron de Sanson. A story, a tale what you call episode, on the trials he meet with his carte de visite, on the laissez-faire, what you call Heidelberg Road. You know how he state, this country is great, and must be develop, c'est vrai, it is true. Well, listen my story, I tell con amore, the baron, he nearly was develop too. The chemin was von mud, the rain was the flood. He arrived by the river, the water was grand. His friend look to him and say, "Can you swim?" Then jump comme un poisson and sit on the land. Mais le baron was tumble, he make one big jumble, and mix with the buggy and turn rather pale. And the friend, he that was up, say to me, "It's one toss up, what side is the baron, the head of the tail?" We make a big screaming, they fling a big reamin', they catch the brave baron, comme ça, par la jambe. The clothes was departed, he sigh, then he started, and after some cognac he say, "Where I am?" Ah, but he was plucky, he say he was lucky. He was bruise on his back and scratch on his knees. The horses were nowhere, the buggy turn over, so he walk for 5 miles in top boots and chemise. A. Broderick, Pretoria, 1882. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. South African Courtship by A. Broderick, Pretoria, 1882. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynn Stanley. The girl I love was bred and born close to the winding neck of Horn. 'Neath Cassion's purple splendour, she is so fair, she is so good, that in her simple womanhood you cannot mar or mend her. You cannot mar her or improve. Her voice is like the wild wood dove, cooing by river branches. Her neck, unlike the neck of Horn, is white as alpine snow downborne by summer avalanches. She is as graceful as the beech, her lips are ripe as blooming peach, or, like small twin tomatoes, her hair is black, her earrings jet, nature and art together met, for she to each a part owes. Her teeth are white as sea cow's tusk, and gleam upon you in the dusk, her eyes blue as syringa, her foot is shapely, and her hand, and on her fingers shines a band of gold, her little finger. I saw her standing on a chair, in a dark orange grove, aware, I fancy, of my presence. For though she neither looked nor turned, her cheek was more than sunset burned, as if she felt love's essence. She raised herself upon her toes, regardless of her boots and hose. The day was one of March's. She picked the fruit above her head, and softly as a zephyr said, "My oompie, bier as naartjies." I took the fruit, I took her hand, I squeezed them both, you understand. I said, "Oh, let us wander beyond this darksome orange grove and talk of cattle or of love, my gentle Afrikaner." I spoke to her in broken Dutch, or damaged English with the touch of Afrikaner in it. I said to her, what did I say? I said, "Ah, ja." I said, "Ah, nee." I said so every minute. I said, "Ah, ja, ek dank u veel." I'd thrown away the narkie peel, and sucked the juices therein. I said, "I love you, fruitful theme. In such a case I do not dream a man becomes mandarin." She stood just then as once stood Ruth, amid the alien corn in truth. 'Twas no latticed casement, 'twas in her father's mealie ground. I spoke, she started at the sound, Emilies and amazement. Oh, wonder not such things are done so quickly neath a tropic sun. There is no time to tarry, love ripens faster than the pine. The lover says, "Will you be mine?" Next week they go and marry. I told her of my cows and calves, and how with Thompson I was halves, and totted up the figures, how wagons of my own, 1, 2, were earning much at Sekokuni's, fighting gainst the niggers. I told her that I was an earl, disguised. She swallowed it, dear girl. I said I would repay her if she would give her heart to me, a man used to society, a gentleman, Karavaier. She said she'd cows and calves as well, and oxen too, which she could sell. A rustbank, chair and poodle, and breathing then a pensive sigh, she said, "Some land too, by and by, a fourth of father's boodle." We sought her pa. He smoking sat beside him, dogs upon a mat. He relished it like butter. He dropped his pipe and heaved a sigh, then took a tot, then winked his eye, and said, "Neef, jy kan vat haar." So when I wed her, I shall trek, and go and live near Horn's long neck, neath Cashin's regal splendour. Around her neck I'll place my arm. I'll get a quarter of the farm, and throughout life defend her. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Better Land, After Shemans, by A. Broderick, Pretoria, Transvaal, 1879. Read for LibriVox.org by Deanie Stain, Kelowna, Canada. I hear thee speak of a better land where farms are picked up and the veld is grand, where game is plenty and natives weak and will work without giving us gratis cheek. Father, oh, where is that land for the boer? Shall we not seek it and slave no more? We will, my child. Is it far away where the placid breast of Ngami shines in the purple west? Is it where Hermanus 2 years ago found elephant, sea cow, and buffalo? Is it wooded or plain, inclined for flats? Is it far, far north by old Sellicats? Not there, my child. Is it past the Blueberg, and through the Fly where the men of Soutpansberg used to die? Is it north of Mapoch and Sekukun, where Mauch held Mrs. Sheba's rune? Near Urgstad or St. Lucia Bay, where heaps of the bones of our fathers lay? Not there, my child. Is it on Zambezi, that mooi stream, where the veld's so thick that the cow's milk's cream, where the sun's so hot that all day we sleep, where law and government will be cheap? Is it through the sand, on the desert's hem? Wumpit, oh, is it Jerusalem? Not there, my child. I have not seen it, my gentle neef. It belongs to no regular king or chief, but far to the west and near the sea, where the Damaras dwell, spelt with a capital D. There is the land of our hope and doom, far beyond Sechil and beyond Sekum. It is there, my child. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Dolly, A Remembrance by A. Broderick, Pretoria, November 17th, 1874. Read for LibriVox.org by Dini Stein, Kelowna, Canada. Hers was the voice that moved us when we woke. In childish prattle or in broken song, hers was the smile that like a sunbeam broke through all our clouds and shone all cares among. And now, like dearest things of priceless cost, we only feel her value when she's lost. So small, so young, and yet she made a place we ne'er can fill, which never can be filled. Where'er we turn, we still can see her face, and in the silent night our hearts are thrilled by her small voice, as if what was our own feared yet to leave us, and to be alone. We only understand our bitter loss, but not the little life so filled with pain. We cannot understand the heavy cross borne by our darling flower without a stain. We only know a grace has from us passed, and a dark cloud upon our lives is cast. Her little playmates stood with awe and love around her grave, and sang the while she slept. And when the bright blue sky was hidden above, they stood in silence, and in silence wept. They knew her little feet would never tread again this earth which covered her fair head. Farewell, dear child, we still shall touch thy hand, we still shall see thy face and hear thy tongue. Where art thou? In the far-off heavenly land with Christ's protecting love around thee thrown? Where art thou? Shall we meet thee near to part, and know thee as of old, light of our heart? End of poem. This reading is in the public domain. Going Home, from the Transvaal to England by A. Broderick, Pretoria, 1879. Read for LibriVox.org by Dini Stein, Kelowna, Canada. Why are we going? Joking apart, to wake our soul and lift our heart, to wear the crust from the mildewed brain, and stand in the ranks of the world again, to see, hear, feel each beauteous thing that civilization alone can bring, to walk 'neath roofs that knew the flow of music centuries ago, to stand in temples where have trod for ages worshippers of God, to stand by marts where argosies at anchor lie, from distant seas ships that say, all 'neath the sun by ties of nature are made one, ships that tell with their white wings furled how throbs with one great pulse the world. Why are we going? To see, though men, the home where we lived as boys again, to see her face in its sunset glow, that lighted the home of our long ago, to feel our rough rind fall away, and our hearts receive the light of day. Let us drop the pen and the lightsome word, and think of that dear old home, how stirred our memories as we sit and sigh, and the years on lightning feet flit by, and the patient love, the watchful care rise out of the distant landscape fair, and a word of deepest love will rise for her who now longs with tear-filled eyes to welcome the way-worn wanderer home. Just as of old her boy will come, no change in the love that bore all ills, as eternal as God's own grassy hills. End of poem. This reading is in the public domain.
The Oxford Bible by Marie. Read for LibriVox.org by Jael Baldwin. on worn-out sails being used as material for the manufacture of paper on which Bibles are printed. The breezes free of the great white sea have filled us with strength and life, and the ocean gales have driven our sails in the midst of the billows' strife. To the south from north have we oft gone forth to sail o'er the bright sunny seas. We've been kissed by an air most pure and fair, and been lulled by the evening breeze. Full many a time in a tropic clime we've been wooed by the sun's hot breath, and mid frozen hail we have felt the flail of the Lord of the ice and death. Under stormy skies, amid nature's cries, we have struggled and fought for life, and then wearied and worn with work well borne, we have finished our early strife. Our labors had ceased, and we were released from the sun and the winds and the gales. Our voyages past, we sank down at last as old, tattered, and worn-out sails. But we now rise again with glad refrain, we rise in a book of peace, amid hymn and psalm and words of balm, and a message which ne'er shall cease. And risen we find our sea is the mind, our voyage is fair and free. Through brain and through soul we pass to the goal of God and eternity. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Last Mission of the Sails by Adamastor. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. The sails of the ships are lying white on the floor of the mill, scarred with the wounds of the weather, but sweet with the sea scent still, fresh from the spray of the sunshine, and braving the tempest's rage. To the whir and the hum of the wheels they come, and the calm of the printed page. Aloft from the spreading yard arms they bent o'er the distant seas, to the blast of the frozen horn or sigh of the tropic breeze. A message of might is tokened on the cloths of each tattered sail, for they bear the brand of the Storm King's hand in the strain of the sea and gale. In a fairer form and pure they come from the mill at last, transformed as man hereafter, when the wondrous change is past. Between the boards of the Bible the sails of the ships shall rest, while they speed again o'er the troubled main with the Master's word impressed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Worn Out Sails by E.L.B. Alice. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Take down the sails, the worn and ragged sails, let them no longer flutter in the breeze, and bear the gallant vessels to and fro over the seas, the blue and smiling seas. They are so old and worn and tattered now. Their work is done. Shall they be cast away as worthless rubbish, only fit to lie and moulder in the dust heaps to decay? No, put them to a greater, nobler use. Give them a better purpose than before, when the sun shone upon them white and new, and when from shore to shore the ships they bore. Wash all their dust and stains and spots away, and fashion from them paper pure and fair. And then, when this thou hast completed, in the leaves let God's own blessed word appear. Let the glad message of the gospel shine upon the unsullied whiteness of each page. The gentle words our blessed Saviour spoke, and the grand thoughts of prophets old and sage. The worn out sails, great service they have done. We will not let them perish and decay. This, their last work, the greatest and the best, shall preserve them in our land for aye. The stately ships that sail the ocean wide can England guard from foe and hostile band. But God's word in the people's hearts is still the secret of the greatness of our land. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In Memoriam by Garrett Brown. Read for LibriVox.org. Gordon is dead, and lo, the unconscious wire carries the mournful message on its way. girdling the globe with news of direst truth, from Egypt's minarets to broad Cathay. The Christian soldier and the Christian man sleeps by the side of Nile's historic wave. Rescued by death, his freedom is secured, and now he wears the garments of the brave. In vain the stubborn fight of Abu Klea, in vain Matama's more than brilliant charge. Gordon is dead, England is craped in black, and funeral echoes pall the world at large. 'Twas treachery that struck the fatal blow. Traitors within the walls of far Khartoum laid the invincible for ever low, and sealed their own irrevocable doom. Vengeance is sometimes slow, but always sure. The might of England rushes to the fray. Even now the Mahdi's reign is almost o'er. Vengeance is England's, and she will repay. Forward, Sir Garnet! Even here our eyes and ears are strained for victory's sights and sounds. We wait for tidings, for indeed we know in British armour bravery still abounds. Forward! And soon the victory shall be yours. Avenge the slaughtered dead about Khartoum. Nail to the colours England's last command, stern and sincere. Room for Sir Garnet, room! Forward! And drive the Arab hordes beyond the reach of Nile's exhilarating flood, and teach fanaticism what it means to traffic heedlessly in Christian blood. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Epitaph on a Diamond Digger by A. Broderick, Kimberley, 1875. Read for LibriVox.org. Here lies a digger, all his chips departed, a splint of nature, bright and ne'er downhearted. He worked in many claims, but now, though stumped, he's got a claim above that can't be jumped. May he turn out a pure and spotless white, when the great Judge shall sift the wrong from right. And may his soul, released from this low Babel, be found a gem on God's great sorting table. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Afric's Greeting by H. W. Bidwell. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Afric's Greeting. To Her Royal Highness Alexandra, Princess of Wales, on her wedding day, March 10th, 1863. Royal Lady, over the ocean Afric's greeting speeds to thee, borne on sighs of fond emotion, full of loyal, true devotion, honest, candid, open, free, just what Britain's love should be, fresh from every heart and hand, warm as is our sunny land, hopeful as the future life must be of our Albert's wife, full of frank and honest pride, as thy husband at thy side must be, owning thee as bride. Lady, over Britannia's sea, Afric's greeting speeds to thee. Lady, though we are not near thee, far by wave and storm exiled, twofold is the love we bear thee, love of parent and of child. Parents' love, for thy youth still hath claim to parents' anxious care. Child's love, for when heaven willeth, thou that honoured throne must share. Then as now our hearts will greet thee, though far distant be the day, for we love our peerless sovereign, and would keep her while we may. That pure reign which comes before thee, crowned by virtues erst unknown, teaches thee a golden secret, never before to monarchs known. Teaches thee the golden secret, won by virtue from above, how to rule a loyal people, and retain their fervent love. Imitate it, emulate it, thus our hopes of thee fulfill. Thus thy great and loyal people will be great and loyal still. Thus, dear lady, over the sea, Afric hopes and prays for thee. H. W. Bidwell, Grahamstown, May 1863. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.